soft voices, at RST using the common speech, but after the manner of older days, and then changing to another language of their own. To his amazement, as he listened, Frodo became aware that it was the elven tongue that they spoke, or one but little different, and he looked at them with wonder, for he knew then that they must be Dúnedain of the south, men of the line of the lords of Westernesse. After a while he spoke to them, but they were slow and cautious in answering. They named themselves Mablung and Damrod, Sol, Deers of Gondor, and they were rangers of Ithilien, for they were descended from folk who lived in Ithilien at one time, before it was overrun. From such men the Lord Denethor chose his forerunners, who crossed the Anduin secretly, how or where, they would not say, to harry the orcs and other enemies that roamed between the Fl. Duath and the river. It is close on 10 leagues hence to the east shore of Anduin, said Mablung, and we seldom come so far yield. But we have a new errand on this journey, we come to ambush the men of Harad. Curse them. I curse the Sautrons, said Damrod. 'Tis said that there were dealings of old between Gondor and the kingdoms of the Harad. In the far south, though there was never friendship. In those days, our bounds were away south beyond the mouths of Anduin, and Umber, the nearest of their realms, acknowledged our sway. But that is long since. 'Tis many lives of men since any passed to or fro between us. Now of late we have learned that the enemy has been among them, and they are gone over to him, or back to him. They were ever ready to his will, as have so many also in the east. I doubt not that the days of Gondor are numbered, and the walls of Minas Tirith are doomed, so great is his strength and malice. But still we will not sit idle and let him do all as he would, said Mablung. These cursed Sautrons come now marching up the ancient roads to swell the hosts of the Dark Tower. Yet, up the very roads that craft of Gondor made, and they go ever more heedlessly. We learn, thinking that the power of their new master is great enough, so that the mere shadow of his hills will protect them. We come to teach them another lesson. Great strength of them was reported to us some days ago, marching north. One of their regiments is due by our reckoning to pass by, some time ere noon up on the road above, where it passes through the cloven way. The road may pass, but they shall not. Not while Faramir is captain. He leads now in all perilous ventures. But his life is charmed, or fate spares him for some other. And their talk died down into a listening silence. All seemed still and watchful. Sam, crouched by the edge of the fern brake, peered out. With his keen hobbit eyes he saw that many more men were about. He could see them stealing up the slopes, singly or in long let, keeping always to the shade of grove or thicket, or crawling, hardly visible in their brown and green raiment, through grass and brake. All were hooded and masked, and had gauntlets on their hands, and were armed like Faramir and his companions. Before long they had all passed and vanished. The sun rose till it neared the south. They shadows shrank. I wonder where that dragged Gollum is, thought Sam, as he crawled back into deeper shade. He stands a fair chance of being spitted for an orc, or of being roasted by the yellow face. But I fancy he'll look after himself. He lay down beside Frodo and began to doze. He woke, thinking that he had heard horns blowing. He sat up. It was now high noon. The guards stood alert and tense in the shadow of the trees. Suddenly the horns rang out louder and beyond mistake. From above, over the top of the slope, Sam thought that he heard cries and wild shouting also, but the sound was faint, as if it came out of some distant cave. Then presently the noise of ting broke out near at hand, just above their hiding place. He could hear plainly the ringing grate of steel on steel, the clang of sword on iron cap, the dull beat of blade on shield. Men were yelling and screaming, and one clear loud voice was calling Gondor. Gondor. It sounds like 100 blacksmiths all smithying together, said Sam to Frodo. They're as near as I want them now. but the noise grew closer. "They are coming," cried Damrod. "See. Some of the Sautrons have broken from the trap and are ying from the road. There they go. Our men after them, and the captain leading." Sam, eager to see more, went now and joined the guards. He scrambled a little way up into one of the larger of the bay trees. For a moment he caught a glimpse of swarthy men in red running down the slope some way off with green-clad warriors leaping after them, hewing them down as they ed. Arrows were thick in the air. Then, suddenly straight over the rim of their sheltering bank, a man fell, crashing through the slender trees, nearly on top of them. He came to rest in the fern a few feet away, face downward, green arrow feathers sticking from his neck below a golden collar. His scarlet robes were tattered, his corselet of overlapping brazen plates was rent and hewn. His black plaits of hair braided with gold were drenched with blood. His brown hand still clutched the hilt of a broken sword. It was Sam's RST view of a battle of men against men, and he did not like it much. He was glad that he could not see the dead face. He wondered what the man's name was and where he came from, and if he was really evil of heart, or what lies or threats had led him on the long march from his home, and if he would not really rather have stayed there in peace, all in a ash of thought which was quickly driven from his mind. For just as Mablung stepped towards the fallen body, there was a new noise, great crying and shouting. Amidst it Sam heard a shrill bellowing or trumpeting, and then a great thudding and bumping, like huge rams dinning on the ground. Where? Cried Damrod to his companion. "May the Vela turn him aside. Momak. To his astonishment and terror, and lasting delight, Sam saw a vast shape crash out of the trees and come careering down the slope. Big as a house, much bigger than a house, it looked to him, a gray-clad, moving hill. Fear and wonder, maybe, enlarged him in the hobbit's eyes, but the Momak of Harad was indeed a beast of vast bulk, and the like of him does not walk now in Middle-earth. His kin that live still in latter days are but memories of his girth and majesty." On he came, straight towards the watchers, and then swerved aside in the nick of time, passing only a few yards away, rocking the ground beneath their feet, his great legs like trees, enormous sail-like ears spread out, long snout upraised like a huge serpent about to strike, his small red eyes raging. His upturned horn-like tusks were bound with bands of gold and dripped with blood. His trappings of scarlet and gold upped about him in wild tatters. The ruins of what seemed a very war tower lay upon his heaving back, smashed in his furious passage through the woods, and high upon his neck still desperately clung a tiny gur, the body of a mighty warrior, a giant among the swordings. On the great beast thundered, blundering in blind wrath through pool and thicket. Arrows skipped and snapped harmlessly about the triple height of his anks. Men of both sides ed before him, but many he overtook and crushed to the ground. Soon he was lost to view, still trumpeting and stamping far away. What became of him Sam never heard, whether he escaped to roam the wild for a time, until he perished far from his home or was trapped in some deep pit, or whether he raged on until he plunged in the great river and was swallowed up. Sam drew a deep breath. An Oliphant it was, he said. So there are Oliphants, and I have seen one. What a life! But no one at home will ever believe me. Well, if that's over, I'll have a bit of sleep. Sleep while you may, said Mablung. But the captain will return. If he is unhurt, and when he comes we shall depart swiftly. We shall be pursued as soon as news of our deed reaches the enemy, and that will not be long. Go quietly when you must, said Sam. No need to disturb my sleep. I was walking all night. Mablung laughed. I do not think the captain will leave you here, Master Samwise, he said. But you shall see. Chapter 5. The window on the west. It seemed to Sam that he had only dozed for a few minutes when he awoke to envy that it was late afternoon and Faramir had come back. He had brought many men with him, indeed all the survivors of the foray were now gathered on the slope nearby, 200 or 300 strong. They sat in a wide semicircle, between the arms of which Faramir was seated on the ground, while Frodo stood before him. It looked strangely like the trial of a prisoner. Sam crept out from the fern, but no one paid any attention to him, and he placed himself at the end of the rows of men, where he could see and hear all that was going on. He watched and listened intently, ready to dash to his master's aid if needed. He could see Faramir's face, which was now unmasked. It was stern and commanding, and a keen wit lay behind his searching glance. Doubt was in the gray eyes that gazed steadily at Frodo. Sam soon became aware that the captain was not satisfied with Frodo's account of himself at several points, what part he had to play in the company that set out from Rivendell, why he had left Boromir, and where he was now going. In particular, he returned often to Isildur's Bane. Plainly he saw that Frodo was concealing from him some matter of great importance. But it was at the coming of the hailing that Isildur's Bane should waken, or so one must read the words, he insisted. If then you are the hailing that was named, doubtless you brought this thing, whatever it may be, to the council of which you speak, and there Boromir saw it. Do you deny it? Frodo made no answer. So, said Faramir, I wish then to learn from you more of it, for what concerns Boromir concerns me. An orc arrows slow Isildur, so far as old tales tell. But orc arrows are plenty, and the sight of one would not be taken as a sign of doom. By Boromir of Gondor, had you this thing in keeping? It is hidden, you say, but is not that because you choose to hide it? No, not because I choose, answered Frodo. It does not belong to me. It does not belong to any mortal, great or small, though if any could claim it, it would be Aragorn son of Arathorn, whom I named, the leader of our company from Moria to Rorose. Why so, and not Boromir, prince of the city that the sons of Elendil founded? Because Aragorn is descended in direct lineage, father to father, from Isildur Elendil's son himself. And the sword that he bears was Elendil's sword. A murmur of astonishment ran through all the ring of men. Some cried aloud, the sword of Elendil. The sword of Elendil comes to Minas Tirith. Great tidings. But Faramir's face was unmoved. Maybe, he said. But so great a claim will need to be established, and clear proofs will be required, should this Aragorn ever come to Minas Tirith. He had not come, nor any of your company, when I set out 6 days ago. Boromir was satisfied of that claim, said Frodo. Indeed, if Boromir were here, he would answer all your questions. And since he was already at Rorose many days back, and intended then to go straight to your city, if you return, you may soon learn the answers there. My part in the company was known to him, as to all the others, for it was appointed to me by Elrond of Imladris himself, before the whole council. On that errand I came into this country, but it is not mine to reveal to any outside the company. Yet those who claim to oppose the enemy would do well not to hinder it. Frodo's tone was proud, whatever he felt, and Sam approved of it, but it did not appease Faramir. So, he said, you bid me mind my own affairs, and get me back home, and let you be. Boromir will tell all, when he comes. When he comes, say you. Were you a friend of Boromir? Vividly before Frodo's mind came the memory of Boromir's assault upon him, and for a moment he hesitated. Faramir's eyes, watching him, grew harder. Boromir was a valiant member of our company, said Frodo at length. Yes, I was his friend, for my part. Faramir smiled grimly. Then you would grieve to learn that Boromir is dead. I would grieve indeed, said Frodo. Then catching the look in Faramir's eyes, he faltered. Dead, he said. Do you mean that he is dead, and that you knew it? You have been trying to trap me in words, playing with me? Or are you now trying to snare me with a falsehood? I would not snare even an orc with a falsehood, said Faramir. How then did he die, and how do you know of it? Since you say that none of the company had reached the city when you left. As to the manner of his death, I had hoped that his friend and companion would tell me how it was. But he was alive and strong when we parted. And he lives still, for all that I know. Though surely there are many perils in the world. Many indeed, said Faramir, and treachery not the least. Sam had been getting more and more impatient and angry at this conversation. These last words were more than he could bear, and, bursting into the middle of the ring, he strode up to his master's side. Begging your pardon, Mr. Frodo, he said, but this has gone on long enough. He's no right to talk to you so. After all you've gone through, as much for his good and all these great men as for anyone else. See here, Captain. He planted himself squarely in front of Faramir, his hands on his hips, and a look on his face as if he was addressing a young hobbit who had offered him what he called sauce. When questioned about visits to the orchard, there was some mirroring, but also some grins on the faces of the men looking on. They sight of their captain sitting on the ground and eye to eye with a young hobbit, legs well apart, bristling with wrath, was one beyond their experience. See here, he said. What are you driving at? Let's come to the point before all the orcs of Mordor come down on us. If you think my master murdered this Boromir and then ran away, you've got no sense, but say it, and have done. And then let us know what you mean to do about it. But it's a pity that folks talk about ting the enemy can't let others do their bit in their own way, without interfering. He'd be mighty pleased, if he could see you now. Think he'd got a new friend, he would. Patience, said Faramir, but without anger. Do not speak before your master, whose wit is greater than yours. And I do not need any to teach me of our peril. Even so, I spare a brief time, in order to judge justly in a hard matter. Were I as hasty as you, I might have slain you long ago. For I am commanded to slay all whom I endy in this land without the leave of the Lord of Gondor. But I do not slay man or beast needlessly, and not gladly even when it is needed. Neither do I talk in vain. So be comforted. Sit by your master, and be silent. Sam sat down heavily with a red face. Faramir turned to Frodo. Again. You asked how do I know that the son of Denethor is dead? Tidings of death have many wings. Night oft brings news to near kindred. 'Tis said, Boromir was my brother. A shadow of sorrow passed over his face. Do you remember aught of special mark that the Lord Boromir bore with him among his gear? Frodo thought for a moment, fearing some further trap, and wondering how this debate would turn in the end. He had hardly saved the ring from the proud grasp of Boromir, and how he would fare now among so many men, warlike and strong, he did not know. Yet he felt in his heart that Faramir, though he was much like his brother in looks, was a man less self-regarding, both sterner and wiser. I remember that Boromir bore a horn, he said at last. You remember well, and as one who has in truth seen him, said Faramir. Then maybe you can see it in your mind's eye, a great horn of the wild ox of the east, bound with silver, and written with ancient characters. That horn the eldest son of our house has borne for many generations, and it is said that if it be blown at need any were within the bounds of Gondor, as the realm was of old, its voice will not pass unheeded. 5 days ere I set out on this venture, 11 days ago at about this hour of the day, I heard the blowing of that horn, from the northward it seemed, but dim, as if it were but an echo in the mind. A boding of ill we thought it, my father and I, for no tidings had we heard of Boromir since he went away, and no watcher on our borders had seen him pass. And on the third night after another and a stranger thing befell me. I sat at night by the waters of Anduin, in the grey dark under the young pale moon, watching the ever-moving stream, and the sad reeds were rustling. So do we ever watch the shores nigh Asciliath, which our enemies now partly hold, and issue from it to harry our lands. But that night all the world slept at the midnight hour. Then I saw, or it seemed that I saw, a boat floating on the water, glimmering grey, a small boat of a strange fashion with a high prow, and there was none to row or steer it. An awe fell on me, for a pale light was round it. But I rose and went to the bank, and began to walk out into the stream, for I was drawn towards it. Then the boat turned towards me, and stayed its pace, and floated slowly by within my hand's reach, yet I durst not handle it. It waded deep, as if it were heavily burdened, and it seemed to me as it passed under my gaze that it was almost LED with clear water, from which came the light, and lapped in the water a warrior lay asleep. A broken sword was on his knee. I saw many wounds on him. It was Boromir, my brother, dead. I knew his gear, his sword, his beloved face. One thing only I missed, his horn. One thing only I knew not, a fair belt, as it were of linked golden leaves, about his waist. Boromir, I cried, where is thy horn? Whither goest thou? O Boromir! But he was gone. The boat turned into the stream and passed glimmering on into the night. Dream-like it was, and yet no dream, for there was no waking. And I do not doubt that he is dead and has passed down the river to the sea. Alas, said Frodo, that was indeed Boromir as I knew him. For the golden belt was given to him in Lothlorien by the Lady Galadriel. She it was that clothed us as you see us, in elven grey. This brooch is of the same workmanship. He touched the green and silver leaf that fastened his cloak beneath his throat. Faramir looked closely at it. It is beautiful, he said. Yes, 'tis work of the same craft. So then you passed through the land of Lorien? Lorelindorien it was named of old, but long now it has lain beyond the knowledge of men, he added softly, regarding Frodo with a new wonder in his eyes. Much that was strange about you I begin now to understand. Will you not tell me more? For it is a bitter thought that Boromir died within sight of the land of his home. No more can I say than I have said, answered Frodo. Though your tale LLS me with foreboding. A vision it was that you saw, I think, and no more, some shadow of evil fortune that has been or will be. Unless indeed it is some lying trick of the enemy. I have seen the faces of fair warriors of old laid in sleep beneath the pools of the dead marshes, or seeming so by his foul arts. Nay, it was not so, said Faramir. For his works LL the heart with loathing, but my heart was LLED with grief and pity. Yet how could such a thing have happened in truth? Asked Frodo. For no boat could have been carried over the stony hills from Tol Brendir, and Boromir purposed to go home across the Entwash and the Elts of Rohan. And yet how could any vessel ride the foam of the great falls and not founder in the boiling pools, though laden with water? I know not, said Faramir. But whence came the boat? From Lorien, said Frodo. In 3 such boats we rowed down Anduin to the falls. They also were of elven work. You passed through the hidden land, said Faramir, but it seems that you little understood its power. If men have dealings with the mistress of magic who dwells in the golden wood, then they may look for strange things to follow. For it is perilous for mortal man to walk out of the world of this sun, and few of old came thence unchanged, 'tis said. Boromir, O Boromir, he cried. What did she say to you, the lady that dies not? What did she see? What woke in your heart then? Why went you ever to Lorelindorien, and came not by your own road, upon the horses of Rohan riding home in the morning? Then turning again to Frodo, he spoke in a quiet voice once more. To those questions I guess that you could make some answer, Frodo, son of Drogo. But not here or now, maybe. But lest you still should think my tale a vision, I will tell you this. The horn of Boromir at least returned in truth, and not in seeming. The horn came, but it was cloven in two, as it were by axe or sword. The shards came severally to shore, one was found among the reeds where watchers of Gondor lay, northwards below the infalls of the Entwash, the other was found spinning on the Ood by one who had an errand on the water. Strange chances, but murder will out, 'tis said. And now the horn of the elder son lies in two pieces upon the lap of Dean Thor, sitting in his high chair, waiting for news. And you can tell me nothing of the cleaving of the horn. No, I did not know of it, said Frodo. But the day when you heard it blowing, if your reckoning is true, was the day when we parted, when I and my servant left the company. And now your tale LLs me with dread. For if Boromir was then in peril and was slain, I must fear that all my companions perished too. And they were my kindred and my friends. Will you not put aside your doubt of me and let me go? I am weary, and full of grief, and afraid. But I have a deed to do, or to attempt, before I too am slain. And the more need of haste, if we two hailings are all that remain of our fellowship. Go back, Faramir, valiant captain of Gondor, and defend your city while you may, and let me go where my doom takes me. For me there is no comfort in our speech together, said Faramir. But you surely draw from it more dread than need be. Unless the people of Lorien themselves came to him, who arrayed Boromir as for a funeral. Not orcs or servants of the Nameless. Some of your company, I guess, live still. But whatever befell on the North March, you, Frodo, I doubt no longer. If hard days have made me any judge of men's words and faces, then I may make a guess at hailings. Though, and now he smiled, there is something strange about you, Frodo, an elvish air. Maybe. But more lies upon our words together than I thought it. Rst. I should now take you back to Minas Tirith to answer thereto. Dean Thor, and my life will justly be forfeit, if I now choose a course that proves ill for my city. So I will not decide in haste what is to be done. Yet we must move hence without more delay. He sprang to his feet and issued some orders. At once the men who were gathered round him broke up into small groups, and went off this way and that, vanishing quickly into the shadows of the rocks and trees. Soon only Mablung and Damrod remained. Now you, Frodo and Samwise, will come with me and my guards, said Faramir. You cannot go along the road southwards, if that was your purpose. It will be unsafe for some days, and always more closely watched after this affray than it has been yet. And you cannot, I think, go far today in any case, for you are weary. And so are we. We are going now to a secret place we have, somewhat less than 10 miles from here. The orcs and spies of the enemy have not found it yet, and if they did, we could hold it long even against many. There we may lie up and rest for a while, and you with us. In the morning, I will decide what is best for me to do, and for you. There was nothing for Frodo to do but to fall in with this request or order. It seemed in any case a wise course for the moment, since this foray of the men of Gondor had made a journey in Ithilien more dangerous than ever. They set out at once, Mablung and Damrod a little ahead, and Faramir with Frodo and Sam behind. Skirting the hither side of the pool where the hobbits had bathed, they crossed the stream, climbed a long bank, and passed into green-shadowed woodlands that marched ever downwards and westwards. While they walked, as swiftly as the hobbits could go, they talked in hushed voices. I broke off our speech together, said Faramir, not only because time pressed, as Master Samwise had reminded me, but also because we were drawing near to matters that were better not debated openly before many men. It was for that reason that I turned rather to the Matter of my brother and let be Isildur's bane. You were not wholly frank with me, Frodo. I told no lies, and of the truth all I could, said Frodo. I do not blame you, said Faramir. You spoke with skill in a hard place, and wisely, it seemed to me. But I learned or guessed more from you than your words said. You were not friendly with Boromir, or you did not part in friendship. You, and Master Samwise, too, I guess have some grievance. Now I loved him dearly, and would gladly avenge his death, yet I knew him well. Isildur's bane I would hazard. That Isildur's bane lay between you and was a cause of contention in your company. Clearly it is a mighty heirloom of some sort, and such things do not breed peace among confederates, not if aught may be learned from ancient tales. Do I not hit near the mark? Near, said Frodo, but not in the gold. There was no contention in our company, though there was doubt which way we should take from the Amen mule. But be that as it may, ancient tales teach us also the peril of rash words concerning such things as heirlooms. Ah, then it is as I thought. Your trouble was with Boromir alone. He wished this thing brought to Minas Tirith. Alas, it is a crooked fate that seals your lips who saw him last, and holds from me that which I long to know, what was in his heart and thought in his latest hours. Whether he heard or no, of this I am sure, he died well, achieving some good thing. His face was more beautiful even than in life. But, Frodo, I pressed you hard at RST about Isildur's bane. Forgive me. It was unwise in such an hour and place. I had not had time for thought. We had had a hard GHT, and there was more than enough to LL my mind. But even as I spoke with you, I drew nearer to the mark, and so deliberately shot wider. For you must know that much is still preserved of ancient lore among the rulers of the city that is not spread abroad. We of my house are not of the line of Elendil, though the blood of new Menor is in us. For we reckon back our line to Mardil, the good steward, who ruled in the king's stead when he went away to war. And that was King Erner, last of the line of Anarion, and childless, and he came never back. And the stewards have governed the city since that day, though it was many generations of men ago. And this I remember of Boromir as a boy, when we together learned the tale of our sires and the history of our city, that always it displeased him that his father was not king. How many hundreds of years needs it to make a steward a king, if the king returns not? He asked. Few years, maybe, in other places of less royalty, my father answered. In Gondor 10,000 years would not suffice. Alas, poor Boromir. Does that not tell you something of him? It does, said Frodo. Yet always he treated Aragorn with honor. I doubt it not, said Faramir. If he were saddest of Aragorn's claim, as you say, he would greatly reverence him. But the pinch had not yet come. They had not yet reached Minas Tirith or become rivals in her wars. But I stray. We in the house of Denethor know much ancient lore by long tradition, and there are moreover in our treasuries many things preserved, books and tablets writ on withered parchments. Yet, and on stone, and on leaves of silver and of gold, and divers characters. Some none can now read, and for the rest, few ever unlock them. I can read a little in them, for I have had teaching. It was these records that brought the Grey Pilgrim to us. IRST saw him when I was a child, and he has been twice or thrice since then. The Grey Pilgrim, said Frodo. Had he a name? Mithrandir we called him in elf fashion, said Faramir, and he was content. Many are my names in many countries, he said. Mithrandir among the elves, Tharkin to the dwarves, Uller I was in my youth in the west that is forgotten, in the south Incanus, in the north Gandalf. To the east I go not. Gandalf, said Frodo. I thought it was he. Gandalf the Grey. Dearest of counselors. Leader of our company. He was lost in Moria. Mithrandir was lost, said Faramir. An evil fate seems to have pursued your fellowship. It is hard indeed to believe that one of so great wisdom, and of power for many wonderful things he did, among us could perish, and so much lore be taken from the world. Are you sure of this, and that he did not just leave you and depart where he would? Alas, yes, said Frodo. I saw him fall into the abyss. I see that there is some great tale of dread in this, said Faramir, which perhaps you may tell me in the evening time. This Mithrandir was, I now guess, more than a lore master, a great mover of the deeds that are done in our time. Had he been among us to consult concerning the hard words of our dream, he could have made them clear to us without need of messenger. Yet, maybe, he would not have done so, and the journey of Boromir was doomed. Mithrandir never spoke to us of what was to be, nor did he reveal his purposes. He got leave of Dean Thor, how I do not know, to look at the secrets of our treasury, and I learned a little of him, when he would teach. And that was seldom. Ever he would search and would question us. Above all else concerning the great battle that was fought upon Dagor Lad in the beginning of Gondor, when he whom we do not name was overthrown. And he was eager for stories of Isildur, though of him we had less to tell, for nothing certain was ever known among us of his end. Now Faramir's voice sank to a whisper. But this much I learned, or guessed, and I have kept it ever secret in my heart since, that Isildur took some wood from the hand of the unnamed, ere he went away from Gondor, never to be seen among mortal men again. Here, I thought, was the answer to Mithrandir's questioning. But it seemed then a matter that concerned only the seekers after ancient learning. Nor when the riddling words of our dream were debated among us did I think of Isildur's bane as being the same thing. For Isildur was ambushed and slain by orc arrows, according to the only legend that we knew, and Mithrandir had never told me more. What in truth this thing is I cannot yet guess, but some heirloom of power and peril it must be. A fell weapon, perchance, devised by the Dark Lord. If it were a thing that gave advantage in battle, I can well believe that Boromir, the proud and fearless, often rash, ever anxious for the victory of Minas Tirith, and his own glory therein, might desire such a thing and be allured by it. Alas that ever he went on that errand. I should have been chosen by my father and the elders, but he put himself forward, as being the older and the hardier. Both true, and he would not be stayed. But fear no more. I would not take this thing, if it lay by the highway. Not were Minas Tirith falling in ruin and I alone could save her, so, using the weapon of the Dark Lord for her good end. My glory. No, I do not wish for such triumphs, Frodo son of Drogo. Neither did the council, said Frodo. Nor do I. I would have nothing to do with such matters. For myself, said Faramir, I would see the White Tree in Oer again in the courts of the kings, and the silver crown return, and Minas Tirith in peace, Minas Aenir again as of old, full of light, high and fair, beautiful as a queen among other queens, not a mistress of many slaves, nay, not even a kind mistress of willing slaves. War must be, while we defend our lives against a destroyer who would devour all, but I do not love the bright sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory. I love only that which they defend, the city of the men of Numenor, and I would have her loved for her memory, her enchantry, her beauty, and her present wisdom. Not feared, save as men may fear the dignity of a man, old and wise. So fear me not. I do not ask you to tell me more. I do not even ask you to tell me whether I now speak near the mark. But if you will trust me, it may be that I can advise you in your present quest. Whatever that be, yes, and even aid you. Frodo made no answer. Almost he yielded to the desire for help and counsel, to tell this grave young man, whose words seemed so wise and fair, all that was in his mind. but something held him back. His heart was heavy with fear and sorrow, if he and Sam were indeed, as seemed likely, all that was now left of the 9 walkers, then he was in sole command of the secret of their errand. Better mistrust undeserved than rash words. And the memory of Boromir, of the dreadful change that the lore of the ring had worked in him, was very present to his mind, when he looked at Faramir and listened to his voice, unlike they were, and yet also much akin. They walked on in silence for a while, passing like gray and green shadows under the old trees, their feet making no sound. Above them many birds sang, and the sun glistened on the polished roof of dark leaves in the evergreen woods of Ithilien. Sam had taken no part in the conversation, though he had listened, and at the same time he had attended with his keen hobbit ears to all the soft woodland noises about them. One thing he had noted, that in all the talk the name of Gollum had not once come up. He was glad, though he felt that it was too much to hope that he would never hear it again. He soon became aware also that though they walked alone, there were many men close at hand, not only Demrod and Mablung getting in and out of the shadows ahead, but others on either side, all making their swift secret way to some appointed place. Once, looking suddenly back, as if some prickle of the skin told him that he was watched from behind, he thought he caught a brief glimpse of a small dark shape slipping behind a tree trunk. He opened his mouth to speak and shut it again. "I'm not sure of it," he said to himself, "and why should I remind them of the old villain, if they choose to forget him? I wish I could." So they passed on, until the woodlands grew thinner and the land began to fall more steeply. Then they turned aside again, to the right, and came quickly to a small river in a narrow gorge. It was the same stream that trickled far above out of the round pool, now grown to a swift torrent, leaping down over many stones in a deep cloven bed, overhung with ilex and dark boxwoods. Looking west they could see, below them in a haze of light, lowlands and broad meads, and, glinting far off in the westering sun, the wide waters of the Anduin. "Here, alas, I must do you a discourtesy," said Faramir. "I hope you will pardon it to one who has so far made his orders give way to courtesy as not to slay you or to bind you. But it is a command that no stranger, not even one of Rohan that GHTS with us, shall see the path we now go with open eyes. I must blindfold you." "As you will," said Frodo. "Even the elves do likewise at need, and blindfolded we crossed the borders of fair Lothlorien. Gimli the dwarf took it ill, but the hobbits endured it." "It is to no place so fair that I shall lead you," said Faramir. "But I am glad that you will take this willingly and not by force." He called softly, and immediately Mablung and Demrod stepped out of the trees and came back to him. "Blindfold these guests," said Faramir, "securely, but not so as to discomfort them. Do not tie their hands. They will give their word not to try and see. I could trust them to shut their eyes of their own accord, but eyes will blink, if the feet stumble. Lead them so that they do not falter." With green scarves the 2 guards now bound up the hobbits' eyes, and drew their hoods down almost to their mouths. Then quickly they took each one by the hand and went on their way. All that Frodo and Sam knew of this last mile of the road they learned from guessing in the dark. After a little they found that they were on a path descending steeply. Soon it grew so narrow that they went in single lee, brushing a stony wall on either side. Their guards steered them from behind with hands laid RMLY on their shoulders. Now and again they came to rough places and were lifted from their feet for a while, and then set down again. Always the noise of the running water was on their right hand, and it grew nearer and louder. At length they were halted. Quickly Mablung and Demrod turned them about several times, and they lost all sense of direction. They climbed upwards a little. It seemed cold, and the noise of the stream had become faint. Then they were picked up and carried down many steps, and round a corner. Suddenly they heard the water again. Loud now, rushing and splashing. All round them it seemed, and they felt any rain on their hands and cheeks. At last they were set on their feet once more. For a moment they stood so, half fearful, blind fold, not knowing where they were, and no one spoke. Then came the voice of Faramir close behind. "Let them see," he said. The scarves were removed and their hoods drawn back, and they blinked and gasped. They stood on a wet over of polished stone, the doorstep, as it were, of a rough-hewn gate of rock opening dark behind them. But in front a thin veil of water was hung, so near that Frodo could have put an outstretched arm into it. It faced westward. The level shafts of the setting sun behind beat upon it, and the red light was broken into many ickering beams of ever-changing color. It was as if they stood at the window of some elven tower, curtained with threaded jewels of silver and gold and ruby, sapphire and amethyst, all kindled with an unconsuming At least by good chance we came at the right hour to reward you for your patience, said Faramir. This is the window of the sunset. Hanath Anyun, fairest of all the falls of Ithilien, land of many fountains. Few strangers have ever seen it. But there is no kingly hall behind to match it. Enter now and see. Even as he spoke the sun sank, and the reef faded in the owing water. They turned and passed under the low forbidding arch. At once they found themselves in a rock chamber, wide and rough, with an uneven stooping roof. A few torches were kindled and cast a dim light on the glistening walls. Many men were already there. Others were still coming in by twos and threes through a dark narrow door. On one side, as their eyes grew accustomed to the gloom, the hobbits saw that the cave was larger than they had guessed and was led with great store of arms and victuals. "Well, here is our refuge," said Faramir. "Not a place of great ease, but here you may pass the night in peace. It is dry at least, and there is food, though no At one time the water owed down through this cave and out of the arch, but its course was changed further up the gorge by workmen of old, and the stream sent down in a fall of doubled height over the rocks far above. All the ways into this grot were then sealed against the entry of water or aught else, all save one. There are now but two ways out, that passage yonder by which you entered blindfold, and through the window curtain into a deep bowl led with knives of stone. Now rest a while, until the evening meal is set." The hobbits were taken to a corner and given a low bed to lie on, if they wished. Meanwhile men busied themselves about the cave, quietly and in orderly quickness. Light tables were taken from the walls and set up on trestles and laden with gear. This was plain and unadorned for the most part, but all well and fairly made, round platters, bowls, and dishes of glazed brown clay or turned boxwood, smooth and clean. Here and there was a cup or basin of polished bronze, and a goblet of plain silver was set by the captain's seat in the middle of the inmost table. Faramir went about among the men, questioning each as he came in a soft voice. Some came back from the pursuit of the Sautrons. Others, left behind as scouts near the road, came in latest. All the Sautrons had been accounted for, save only the great Mumak. What happened to him none could say. Of the enemy no movement could be seen, not even an orc spy was abroad. You saw and heard nothing, Anborn. Faramir asked of the latest comer. "Well, no, lord," said the man. "No orc at least. But I saw, or thought I saw, something a little strange. It was getting deep dusk, when the eyes make things greater than they should be. So perhaps it may have been no more than a squirrel." Sam pricked up his ears at this. "Yet if so, it was a black squirrel, and I saw no tail. 'Twas like a shadow on the ground, and it whisked behind a tree trunk. When I drew nigh and went up aloft as swift as any squirrel could. You will not have us slay wild beasts for no purpose, and it seemed no more, so I tried no arrow. It was too dark for sure shooting anyway. and the creature was gone into the gloom of the leaves in a twinkling. But I stayed for a while, for it seemed strange, and then I hastened back. I thought I heard the thing hiss at me from high above as I turned away. A large squirrel, maybe. Perhaps under the shadow of the unnamed some of the beasts of Mirkwood are wandering hither to our woods. They have black squirrels there, 'tis said. Perhaps, said Faramir. But that would be an ill omen, if it were so. We do not want the escapes of Mirkwood in Ithilien. Sam fancied that he gave a swift glance towards the hobbits as he spoke, but Sam said nothing. For a while he and Frodo lay back and watched the torchlight, and the men moving to and fro speaking in hushed voices. Then suddenly Frodo fell asleep. Sam struggled with himself, arguing this way and that. He may be all right, he thought, and then he may not. Fair speech may hide a foul heart. He yawned. I could sleep for a week, and I'd be better for it. And what can I do, if I do keep awake, me all alone, and all these great men about? Nothing, Sam Gamgee, but you've got to keep awake all the same. And somehow he managed it. The light faded from the cave door, and the gray veil of falling water grew dim and was lost in gathering shadow. Always the sound of the water went on, never changing its note, morning or evening or night. It mirrored and whispered of sleep. Sam stuck his knuckles in his eyes. Now more torches were being lit. A cask of wine was broached. Storage barrels were being opened. Men were fetching water from the fall. Some were laving their hands in basins. A white copper bowl and a white cloth were brought to Faramir, and he washed. Wake our guests, he said, and take them water. It is time to eat. Frodo sat up and yawned and stretched. Sam, not used to being waited on, looked with some surprise at the tall man who bowed, holding a basin of water before him. Put it on the ground, master, if you please, he said. Easier for me and you. Then, to the astonishment and amusement of the men, he plunged his head into the cold water and splashed his neck and ears. Is it the custom in your land to wash the head before supper? Said the man who waited on the hobbits. No, before breakfast, said Sam. But if you're short of sleep, cold water on the neck's like rain on a wilted lettuce. There. Now I can keep awake long enough to eat a bit. They were led then to seats beside Faramir, barrels covered with pelts in high enough above the benches of the men for their convenience. Before they ate, Faramir and all his men turned and faced west in a moment of silence. Faramir signed to Frodo and Sam that they should do likewise. So we always do, he said, as they sat down. We look towards Numenor that was, and beyond to Elvenhome that is, and to that which is beyond Elvenhome and will ever be. Have you no such custom at meat? No, said Frodo, feeling strangely rustic and untutored. But if we are guests, we bow to our host, and after we have eaten we rise and thank him. That we do also, said Faramir. After so long journeying and camping, and days spent in the lonely wild, the evening meal seemed a feast to the hobbits, to drink pale yellow wine, cool and fragrant, and eat bread and butter, and salted meats, and dried fruits, and good red cheese, with clean hands and clean knives and plates. Neither Frodo nor Sam refused anything that was offered, nor a second, nor indeed a third helping. The wine coursed in their veins and tired limbs, and they felt glad and easy of heart as they had not done since they left the land of Lorien. When all was done, Faramir led them to a recess at the back of the cave, partly screened by curtains, and a chair and 2 stools were brought there. A little earthenware lamp burned in a niche. You may soon desire to sleep, he said, and especially good Sam Wise, who would not close his eyes before he ate, whether for fear of blunting the edge of a noble hunger, or for fear of me, I do not know. But it is not good to sleep too soon after meat, and that following a fast. Let us talk a while on your journey from Rivendell, There must have been many things to tell. And you, too, would perhaps wish to learn something of us in the lands where you now are. Tell me of Boromir my brother, and of old Mithrandir, and of the fair people of Lothlorien. Frodo no longer felt sleepy and he was willing to talk. But though the food and wine had put him at his ease, he had not lost all his caution. Sam was beaming and humming to himself, but when Frodo spoke he was at rest content to listen, only occasionally venturing to make an exclamation of agreement. Frodo told many tales, yet always he steered the matter away from the quest of the company and from the ring, enlarging rather on the valiant part Boromir had played in all their adventures, with the wolves of the wild, in the snows under Caradhras, and in the mines of Moria where Gandalf fell. Faramir was most moved by the story of the GHT on the bridge. It must have irked Boromir to run from orcs, he said, or even from the fell thing you name, the Balrog, even though he was the last to leave. He was the last, said Frodo, but Aragorn was forced to lead us. He alone knew the way after Gandalf's fall. But had there not been us lesser folk to care for, I do not think that either he or Boromir would have Maybe it would have been better had Boromir fallen there with Mithrandir, said Faramir, and not gone on to the fate that waited above the falls of Rhoros. Maybe. But tell me now of your own fortunes, said Frodo, turning the matter aside once again, for I would learn more of Minas Ithil and Osgiliath, and Minas Tirith the long-enduring. What hope have you for that city in your long war? What hope have we, said Faramir. It is long since we had any hope. The sword of Elendil, if it returns indeed, may rekindle it, but I do not think that it will do more than put off the evil day, unless other help unlooked for also comes, from elves or men. For the enemy increases and we decrease. We are a failing people, a springless autumn. The men of Numenor were settled far and wide on the shores and seaward regions of the great lands, but for the most part they fell into evils and follies. Many became enamored of the darkness and the black arts, some were given over wholly to idleness and ease, and some fought among themselves, until they were conquered in their weakness by the wild men. It is not said that evil arts were ever practiced in Gondor, or that the Nameless One was ever named in honor there, and the old wisdom and beauty brought out of the west remained long in the realm of the sons of Elendil the Fair, and they linger there still. Yet, even so, it was Gondor that brought about its own decay, falling by degrees into dotage, and thinking that the enemy was asleep, who was only banished not destroyed. Death was ever present, because the Numenoreans still, as they had in their old kingdom, and so lost it, hungered after endless life, unchanging. Kings made tombs more splendid than houses of the living, and counted old names in the rolls of their descent dearer than the names of sons. Childless lords sat in aged halls musing on heraldry, in secret chambers withered men compounded strong elixirs, or in high cold towers asked questions of the stars. And the last king of the line of Anarion had no heir. But the stewards were wiser and more fortunate. Wiser, for they recruited the strength of our people from the sturdy folk of the sea coast, and from the hardy mountaineers of Erd Nimraeus. And they made a truce with the proud peoples of the north, who often had assailed us, men of Er's valor, but our kin from afar off, unlike the wild Easterlings or the cruel Haradrim. So it came to pass in the days of Sirion the 12th steward, and my father is the 26th, that they rode to our aid in it. The great field of Celebrant they destroyed our enemies that had seized our northern provinces. These are the Rohirrim, as we name them, masters of horses, and we ceded to them the Elds of Kaelnard, Halm that are since called Rohan, for that province had long been sparsely peopled. And they became our allies, and have ever proved true to us, aiding us at need, and guarding our northern marches. And the gap of Rohan, of our lore and manners they have learned what they would, and their lords speak our speech at need, yet for the most part they hold by the ways of their own fathers and to their own memories, and they speak among themselves their own north tongue. And we love them, tall men and fair women, valiant both alike, golden-haired, bright-eyed, and strong. They remind us of the youth of men, as they were in the elder days. Indeed, it is said by our lore masters that they have from of old this affinity with us, that they are come from those same 3 houses of men as were the Númenóreans in their beginning, not from Hader the golden-haired, the elf friend, maybe, yet from such of his people as went not over sea into the west, refusing the call. For so we reckon men in our lore, calling them the high, or men, of the west, which were Númenóreans, and the middle peoples, men of the twilight, such as are the Rohirrim and their kin that dwell still far in the north, and the wild, the men of darkness. Yet now, if the Rohirrim are grown in some ways more like to us, enhanced in arts and gentleness, we too have become more like to them, and can scarce claim any longer the title high. We are become middle men, of the twilight, but with memory of other things. For as the Rohirrim do, we now love war and valorous things, good in themselves, both a sport and an end, and though we still hold that a warrior should have more skills in knowledge than only the craft of weapons and slaying, we esteem a warrior, none the less, above men of other crafts. Such is the need of our days. So even was my brother, Boromir, a man of prowess, and for that he was accounted the best man in Gondor, and very valiant indeed he was, no heir of Minas Tirith has for long years been so hardy in toil, so onward into battle, or blown a mightier note on the great horn. Faramir sighed, and fell silent for a while. You don't say much in all your tales about the elves, sir, said Sam, suddenly plucking up courage. He had noted that Faramir seemed to refer to elves with reverence, and this even more than his courtesy, and his food and wine, had won Sam's respect and quieted his suspicions. No indeed, Master Samwise, said Faramir, for I am not learned in elven lore. But there you touch upon another point in which we have changed, declining from Númenor to Middle-earth. For as you may know, if Mithrandir was your companion and you have spoken with Elrond, the Edain, the fathers of the Númenóreans, fought beside the elves in the RST wars, and were rewarded by the gift of the kingdom in the midst of the sea, within sight of elven home. But in Middle-earth men and elves became estranged in the days of darkness, by the arts of the enemy, and by the slow changes of time, in which each kind walked further down their sundered roads. Men now fear and misdoubt the elves, and yet know little of them. And we of Gondor grow like other men, like the men of Rohan, for even they, who are foes of the Dark Lord, shun the elves and speak of the Golden Wood with dread. Yet there are among us still some who have dealings with the elves when they may, and ever and anon one will go in secret to Lorien, seldom to return. Not I. For I deem it perilous now for mortal man wilfully to seek out the elder people. Yet I envy you that have spoken with the White Lady, the Lady of Lorien. Galadriel, cried Sam. You should see her. Indeed you should, sir. I am only a hobbit, and gardening's my job. At home, sir, if you understand me, and I'm not much good at poetry. Not at making it, a bit of a comic rhyme, perhaps, now and again. You know, but not real poetry, so I can't tell you what I mean. It ought to be sung. You'd have to get Strider, Aragorn that is, or old Mr. Bilbo, for that. But I wish I could make a song about her. Beautiful she is, sir. Lovely. Sometimes like a great tree in Oer. Sometimes like a white daffodili, small and slender like hard as diamonds, soft as moonlight, warm as sunlight, cold as frost in the stars, proud and far off as a snow mountain, and as merry as any lass I ever saw with daisies in her hair in springtime. But that's a lot. Oh, nonsense, and all wide of my mark. Then she must be lovely indeed, said Faramir. Perilously fair. I don't know about perilous, said Sam. It strikes me that folk takes their peril with them into Lorraine, and NDS it there because they've brought it. But perhaps you could call her perilous, because she's so strong in herself. You could dash yourself to pieces on her, like a ship on a rock, or drown yourself, like a hobbit in a river. But neither rock nor river would be to blame. Now Boromir stopped and went red in the face. Yes. Now Boromir you would say, said Faramir. What would you say? He took his peril with him. Yes, sir, begging your pardon, and any man as your brother was, if I may say so. But you've been warm on the scent all along. Now, I watched Boromir and listened to him, from Rivendell all down the road looking after my master, as you'll understand, and not meaning any harm to Boromir, and it's my opinion that in Lorien he saw clearly what I guessed sooner, what he wanted. From the moment he saw it, he wanted the enemy's ring. Sam, cried Frodo aghast. He had fallen deep into his own thoughts for a while, and came out of them suddenly and too late. Save me, said Sam, turning white, and then ushing scarlet. There I go again. Whenever you open your big mouth you put your foot in it, the gaffer used to say to me, and right enough. Oh dear. Oh dear. Now look here, sir. He turned, facing up to Faramir with all the courage that he could muster. Don't you go taking advantage of my master because his servants know better than a fool. You've spoken very handsome all along, put me off my guard, talking of elves and all. But handsome is as handsome does we say. Now's a chance to show your quality. So it seems, said Faramir, slowly and very softly, with a strange smile. So that is the answer to all the riddles. The one ring that was thought to have perished from the world. And Boromir tried to take it by force. And you escaped, and ran all the way to me. And here in the wild I have you, 2 hailings, and a host of men at my call, and the ring of rings. A pretty stroke of fortune. A chance for Faramir, captain of Gondor, to show his quality. Ha! He stood up, very tall and stern, his gray eyes glinting. Frodo and Sam sprang from their stools and set themselves side by side with their backs to the wall, fumbling for their sword hilts. There was a silence. All the men in the cave stopped talking and looked towards them in wonder. But Faramir sat down again in his chair and began to laugh quietly, and then suddenly became grave again. Alas for Boromir! It was too sore a trial, he said. How you have increased my sorrow, you 2 strange wanderers from a far country, bearing the peril of men. But you are less judges of men than I of hailings. We are truth speakers, we men of Gondor. We boast dom, and then perform, or die in the attempt. Not if I found it on the highway would I take it, I said. Even if I were such a man as to desire this thing, and even though I knew not clearly what this thing was when I spoke, still I should take those words as a vow, and be held by them. But I am not such a man, or I am wise enough to know that there are some perils from which a man must sit at peace, and be comforted, Samwise. If you seem to have stumbled, think that it was fated to be so. Your heart is shrewd as well as faithful, and saw clearer than your eyes. For strange though it may seem, it was safe to declare this to me. It may even help the master that you love. It shall turn to his good, if it is in my power. So be comforted. But do not even name this thing again aloud. Once is enough. The hobbits came back to their seats and sat very quiet. Men turned back to their drink and their talk, perceiving that their captain had had some jest or other with the little guests, and that it was over. Well, Frodo, now at last we understand one another, said Faramir. If you took this thing on yourself, unwilling, at others' asking, then you have pity and honor from me. And I marvel at you, too. Keep it hid and not to use it. You are a new people in a new world. To me. Are all your kin of like sort? Your land must be a realm of peace and content, and there must gardeners be in high honor. Not all is well there, said Frodo, but certainly gardeners are honored. But folk must grow weary there, even in their gardens, as do all things under the sun of this world. And you are far from home and wayworn. No more tonight. Sleep, both of you in peace, if you can. Fear not. I do not wish to see it, or touch it, or know more of it than I know, which is enough, lest peril perchance waylay me and I fall lower in the test than Frodo son of Drogo. Go now to rest. But RST tell me only, if you will, whither you wish to go, and what to do. For I must watch, and wait, and think. Time passes. In the morning we must each go swiftly on the ways appointed to us. Frodo had felt himself trembling as the RST shock of fear passed. Now a great weariness came down on him like a cloud. He could dissemble and resist no longer. I was going to end away into Mordor, he said faintly. I was going to Gorgoroth. I must end the mountain of fire and cast the thing into the gulf of doom. Gandalf said so. I do not think I shall ever get there. Faramir stared at him for a moment in grave astonishment. Then, suddenly he caught him as he swayed, and lifting him gently, carried him to the bed and laid him there, and covered him warmly. At once, he fell into a deep sleep. Another bed was set beside him for his servant. Sam hesitated for a moment, then bowing very low, "Good night, Captain, my lord," he said. "You took the chance, sir." "Did I so?" said Faramir. "Yes, sir, and showed your quality, the very highest." Faramir smiled. "A pert servant, Master Samwise. But nay, the praise of the praiseworthy is above all rewards. Yet there was not in this to praise. I had no lore or desire to do other than I have done." "Ah well, sir," said Sam, "you said my master had an elvish air. And that was good and true. But I can say this, you have an heir too. Sir, that reminds me of well, Gandalf, of wizards." "Maybe," said Faramir. "Maybe you discern from far away the air of new Menor. Good night." Chapter 6. The Forbidden Pool. Frodo woke to Endi Faramir bending over him. For a second old fear seized him and he sat up and shrank away. "There is nothing to fear," said Faramir. "Is it morning already?" said Frodo yawning. "Not yet, but night is drawing to an end, and the full moon is setting. Will you come and see it? Also there is a matter on which I desire your counsel. I am sorry to rouse you from sleep, but will you come?" "I will," said Frodo, rising and shivering a little as he left the warm blanket and pelts. It seemed cold in the Rillis cave. The noise of the water was loud in the stillness. He put on his cloak and followed Faramir. Sam, waking suddenly by some instinct of watchfulness, saw RST, his master's empty bed, and leapt to his feet. Then he saw two dark figures, Frodo and a man, framed against the archway, which was now LED with a pale white light. He hurried after them, past rows of men sleeping on mattresses along the wall. As he went by the cave mouth he saw that the curtain was now become a dazzling veil of silken pearls and silver thread, melting icicles of moonlight. But he did not pause to admire it, and turning aside he followed his master through the narrow doorway in the wall of the cave. They went RST along a black passage, then up many wet steps, and so came to a small landing cut in the stone and lit by the pale sky, gleaming high above through a long deep shaft. From here, 2 flights of steps led, one going on, as it seemed, up onto the high bank of the stream, the other turning away to the left. This they followed. It wound its way up like a turret stair. At last they came out of the stony darkness and looked about. They were on a white rock without rail or parapet. At their right, eastwards, The torrent fell, splashing over many terraces, and then, pouring down a steep race, it led a smooth-hewn channel with a dark force of water ecked with foam, and curling and rushing almost. At their feet it plunged sheer over the edge that yawned upon their left. A man stood there, near the brink, silent, gazing down. Frodo turned to watch the sleek necks of the water as they curved and dived. Then he lifted his eyes and gazed far away. The world was quiet and cold, as if dawn were near. Far off in the west the full moon was sinking, round and white. Pale mists shimmered in the great vale below, a wide gulf of silver fume, beneath which rolled the cool night waters of the Anduin. A black darkness loomed beyond, and in it glinted, here and there, cold, sharp, remote, white as the teeth of ghosts, the peaks of Erd Nimraeus, the white mountains of the realm of Gondor, tipped with everlasting snow. For a while Frodo stood there on the high stone, and a shiver ran through him, wondering if anywhere in the vastness of the Nightlands his old companions walked or slept, or lay dead shrouded in mist. Why was he brought here out of forgetful sleep? Sam was eager for an answer to the same question and could not refrain himself from muttering, for his master's ear alone as he thought, "It's any view, no doubt, Mr. Frodo, but chilly to the heart, not to mention the bones. What's going on?" Faramir heard and answered. "Moon set over Gondor. Ferithal, as he goes from Middle-earth, glances upon the white locks of old Mindalloin. It is worth a few shivers. But that is not what I brought you to see, though, is for you, Samwise, you were not brought, and do but pay the penalty of your watchfulness. A draught of wine shall amend it. Come, look now." He stepped up beside the silent sentinel on the dark edge, and Frodo followed. Sam hung back. He already felt insecure enough on this high wet platform. Faramir and Frodo looked down. Far below them they saw the white waters pour into a foaming bowl, and then swirl darkly about a deep oval basin in the rocks, until they found their way out again through a narrow gate, and owed away, fuming and chattering, into calmer and more level reaches. The moonlight still slanted down to the false foot and gleamed on the ripples of the basin. Presently Frodo was aware of a small dark thing on the near bank, but even as he looked at it, it dived and vanished just beyond the boil and bubble of the fall, cleaving the black water as neatly as an arrow or an edgewise stone. Faramir turned to the man at his side. "Now what would you say that it is, Anborn? A squirrel, or a kingshire? Are there black king shires in the night pools of Mirkwood?" "'Tis not a bird, whatever else it be," answered Anborn. "It has 4 limbs and dives manwise, a pretty mastery of the craft it shows. 2. What is it? Seeking a way up behind the curtain to our hidings? It seems we are discovered at last. I have my bow here, and I have posted other archers, nigh as good marksmen as myself, on either bank. We wait only for your command to shoot, Captain." "Shall we shoot?" said Faramir, turning quickly to Frodo. Frodo did not answer for a moment. "Then no," he said. "No. I beg you not to." If Sam had dared, he would have said yes, quicker and louder. He could not see, but he guessed well enough from their words what they were looking at. "You know, then, what this thing is," said Faramir. "Come, now. You have seen. Tell me why it should be spared. In all our words together you have not once spoken of your gangrel companion, and I let him be for the time. He could wait till he was caught and brought before me. I sent my keenest huntsman to seek him, but he slipped them, and they had no sight of him till now, save Anborn here, once, at dusk yester evening. But now he has done worse trespass than only to go coney snaring in the uplands. He has dared to come to Henneth Anyun, and his life is forfeit. I marvel at the creature, so secret and so sly as he is, to come sporting in the pool before our very window. Does he think that men sleep without watch all night? Why does he? So. There are two answers, I think, said Frodo. For one thing, he knows little of men, and sly though he is, your refuge is so hidden that perhaps he does not know that men are concealed here. For another, I think he is allured here by a mastering desire, stronger than his caution. He is lured here, you say, said Faramir in a low voice. Can he? Does he then know of your burden? Indeed, yes. He bore it himself for many years. He bore it, said Faramir, breathing sharply in his wonder. This matter winds itself ever in new riddles. Then he is pursuing it. Maybe. It is precious to him. But I did not speak of that. What then does the creature seek? Fish, said Frodo. Look. They peered down at the dark pool. A little black head appeared. At the far end of the basin, just out of the deep shadow of the rocks, there was a brief silver glint, and a swirl of tiny ripples. It swam to the side, and then with marvelous agility a frog-like gur climbed out of the water and up the bank. At once it sat down and began to gnaw at the small silver thing that glittered as it turned. The last rays of the moon were now falling behind the stony wall at the pool's end. Faramir laughed softly. Fish, he said. It is a less perilous hunger. Or maybe not. From the pool of Hanathanion may cost him all he has to give. Now I have him at the arrow point, said Anborn. Shall I not shoot, Captain? For coming unbidden to this place death is our law. Wait, Anborn, said Faramir. This is a harder matter than it seems. What have you to say now, Frodo? Why should we spare? The creature is wretched and hungry, said Frodo, and unaware of his danger. And Gandalf, your Mithrandir, he would have bidden you not to slay him for that reason, and for others. He forbade the elves to do so. I do not know clearly why, and of what I guess I cannot speak openly out here. But this creature is in some way bound up with my errand. Until you found us and took us, he was my guide. Your guide, said Faramir. The matter becomes ever stranger. I would do much for you, Frodo, but this I cannot grant, to let this sly wanderer go free at his own will from here, to join you later if it please him, or to be caught by orcs and tell all he knows under threat of pain. He must be slain or taken. Slain, if he be not taken very swiftly. But how can this slippery thing of many guises be caught? Save by a feathered shaft. Let me go down quietly to him, said Frodo. You may keep your bows bent, and shoot me at least, if I fail. I shall not run away. Go then and be swift, said Faramir. If he comes off alive, he should be your faithful servant for the rest of his unhappy days. Lead Frodo down to the bank, Anborn, and go softly. The thing has a nose and ears. Give me your bow. Anborn grunted and led the way down the winding stair to the landing, and then up the other stair, until at last they came to a narrow opening shrouded with thick bushes. Passing silently through, Frodo found himself on the top of the southern bank above the pool. It was now dark and the falls were pale and gray, reacting only the lingering moonlight of the western sky. He could not see Gollum. He went forward a short way and Anborn came softly behind him. Go on, he breathed in Frodo's ear. Have a care to your right. If you fall in the pool, then no one but your friend can help you. And forget not that there are Balma near at hand, though you may not see them. Frodo crept forward, using his hands Gollum-like to feel his way, and to steady himself. The rocks were for the most part at end smooth but slippery. He halted listening. At RST he could hear no sound but the unceasing rush of the fall behind him. Then presently he heard, not far ahead, a hissing murmur. Fish share, nice SSH. White face has vanished, my precious, at last. Yes. Now we can eat SH in peace. No, not in peace, precious. 4. Precious is lost, yes, lost. Dirty hobbits, nasty hobbits. Gone and left. Us, Gollum, and Precious is gone. Only poor Smeagol all alone. No. Precious. Nasty men, they'll take it, steal my Precious. Thieves. We. Hates them. Fishshare, nice SSH. Makes us strong. Makes eyes bright. Endures tight, yes. Throttle them, Precious. Throttle them all, yes, if we gets chances. Nice SSH. Nice SSH. So it went on, almost as unceasing as the waterfall, only interrupted by a faint noise of slavering and gurgling. Frodo shivered, listening, with pity and disgust. He wished it would stop, and that he never need hear that voice again. Anborn was not far behind. He could creep back and ask him to get the huntsmen to shoot. They would probably get close enough, while Gollum was gorging in off his guard. Only one true shot, and Frodo would be rid of the miserable voice forever. But no, Gollum had a claim on him now. The servant has a claim on the master for service, even service in fear. They would have foundered in the dead marshes but for Gollum. Frodo knew, too, somehow, quite clearly that Gandalf would not have wished it. Smeagol, he said softly. Fishshare, nice SSH, said the voice. Smeagol, he said, a little louder. The voice stopped. Smeagol, Master has come to look for you. Master is here. Come. Smeagol, there was no answer but a soft hiss, as of intaken breath. Come, Smeagol, said Frodo. We are in danger. Men will kill you, if they endy you here. Come quickly, if you wish to escape death. Come to Master. No, said the voice. Not nice, Master. Leaves poor Smeagol and goes with new friends. Master can wait. Smeagol hasn't nished dot. There's no time, said Frodo. Bring SH with you. Come. No. Must nish SH dot. Smeagol, said Frodo desperately. Precious will be angry. I shall take Precious, and I shall say, make him swallow the bones and choke. Never taste SH again. Come, Precious is waiting. There was a sharp hiss. Presently out of the darkness Gollum came, crawling on all fours, like an erring dog called to heel. He had a half-eaten SH in his mouth and another in his hand. He came close to Frodo, almost nose to nose, and sniffed at him. His pale eyes were shining. Then he took the SH out of his mouth and stood up. Nice master, he whispered. Nice hobbit, come back to poor Smeagol. Good Smeagol comes. Now let's go quickly, yes. Through the trees, while the faces are dark. Yes, come, let's go. Yes, we'll go soon, said Frodo. But not at once. I will go with you as I promised. I promise again. But not now. You are not safe. Yet. I will save you, but you must trust me. We must trust Master, said Gollum doubtfully. Why? Why not? Go at once. Where is the other one, the cross-root hobbit? Where is he? Away up there, said Frodo, pointing to the waterfall. I am not going without him. We must go back to him. His heart sank. This was too much like trickery. He did not really fear that Faramir would allow Gollum to be killed, but he would probably make him prisoner and bind him, and certainly what Frodo did would seem a treachery. To the poor treacherous creature, it would probably be impossible ever to make him understand or believe that Frodo had saved his life in the only way he could. What else could he do to keep faith, as near as might be, with both sides? Come, he said, or the Precious will be angry. We are going back now, up the stream. Go on, go on. You go in front. Gollum crawled along close to the brink for a little way, sniffing and suspicious. Presently he stopped and raised his head. "Some things there," he said. "Not a hobbit." Suddenly he turned back. A green light was flickering in his bulging eyes. "Master, master," he hissed. "Wicked. Tricksy. False." He spat and stretched out his long arms with white snapping endures. At that moment the great black shape of Anborn loomed up behind him and came down on him. A large strong hand took him in the nape of the neck and pinned him. He twisted round like lightning. All wet and slimy as he was, wriggling like an eel, biting and scratching like a cat. But two more men came up out of the shadows. "Hold still," said one, "or we'll stick you as full of pins as a hedge." "Hog. Hold still." Gollum went limp, and began to whine and weep. They tied him, none too gently. "Easy, easy," said Frodo. "He has no strength to match you. Don't hurt him, if you can help it. He'll be quieter, if you don't. Smeagol. They won't hurt you. I'll go with you, and you shall come to no harm. Not unless they kill me too. Trust, master." Gollum turned and spat at him. The men picked him up, put a hood over his eyes, and carried him off. Frodo followed them, feeling very wretched. They went through the opening behind the bushes, and back, down the stairs and past ages, into the cave. 2 or 3 torches had been lit. Men were stirring. Sam was there, and he gave a queer look at the limp bundle that the men carried. "Got him?" he said to Frodo. "Yes." "Well, no, I didn't get him. He came to me, because he trusted me at RST, I'm afraid. I did not want him tied up like this. I hope it will be all right, but I hate the whole business." "So do I," said Sam. "And nothing will ever be all right where that piece of misery is." A man came and beckoned to the hobbits, and took them to the recess at the back of the cave. Faramir was sitting there in his chair, and the lamp had been rekindled in its niche above his head. He signed to them to sit down on the stools beside him. "Bring wine for the guests," he said, "and bring the prisoner to me." The wine was brought, and then Anborn came carrying Gollum. He removed the cover from Gollum's head and set him on his feet, standing behind him to support him. Gollum blinked, hooding the malice of his eyes with their heavy pale lids. A very miserable creature. He looked dripping and dank, smelling of sh. He still clutched one in his hand. His sparse locks were hanging like rank weed over his bony brows. His nose was sniveling. Loose us, he said. "The cord hurts us." "Yes, it does. It hurts us, and we've done nothing." "Nothing," said Faramir, looking at the wretched creature with a keen glance, but without any expression in his face either of anger, or pity, or wonder. "Nothing. Have you never done anything worthy of binding or of worse punishment? However, that is not for me to judge, happily. But tonight you have come where it is death to come. The sh of this pool are dearly bought." Gollum dropped the sh from his hand. "Don't want sh, he said. "The price is not set on the sh, said Faramir. "Only to come here and look on the pool bears the penalty of death. I have spared you so far at the prayer of Frodo here, who says that of him at least you have deserved some thanks. But you must also satisfy me. What is your name? Whence do you come? And whither do you go? What is your business?" "We are lost," said Gollum. "No name, no business, no pre-sias, nothing. Only empty. Only hungry. Yes, we are hungry. A few little she's, nasty bony little she's, for a poor creature, and they say, death. So wise they are, so just, so very just." "Not very wise," said Faramir. "But just, yes perhaps, as just as our little wisdom allows." "Unloose him, Frodo." Faramir took a small nail knife from his belt and handed it to Frodo. Gollum, misunderstanding the gesture, squealed and fell down. "Now, Smeagol," said Frodo, "you must trust me. I will not desert you. Answer truthfully, if you can. It will do you good, not harm." He cut the cords on Gollum's wrists and ankles and raised him to his feet. "Come hither," said Faramir. "Look at me. Do you know the name of this place? Have you been here before?" Slowly Gollum raised his eyes and looked unwillingly into Faramir's. All light went out of them, and they stared bleak and pale for a moment into the clear, unwavering eyes of the man of Gondor. There was a still silence. Then Gollum dropped his head and shrank down until he was squatting on the oar, shivering. "We doesn't know, and we doesn't want to know," he whimpered. "Never came here, never come again. There are locked doors and closed windows in your mind, and dark rooms behind them," said Faramir. "But in this I judge that you speak the truth. It is well for you. What oath will you swear never to return, and never to lead any living creature hither by word or sign?" "Master knows," said Gollum with a sidelong glance at Frodo. "Yes, he knows. We will promise, Master, if he saves us. We'll promise to it, yes." He crawled to Frodo's feet. "Save us, nice Master," he whined. "Smeagol promises to Precious, promises faithfully. Never come again, never speak, no, never. No, Precious, no." "Are you sadist?" said Faramir. "Yes," said Frodo. "At least, you must either accept this promise or carry out your law. You will get no more. But I promised that if he came to me, he should not be harmed, and I would not be proved faithless." Faramir sat for a moment and thought. "Very good," he said at last. "I surrender you to your master, to Frodo, son of Drogo. Let him declare what he will do with you." "But, Lord Faramir," said Frodo, bowing, "you have not yet declared your will concerning the said Frodo, and until that is made known, he cannot shape his plans for himself or his companions. Your judgment was postponed until the morning, but that is now at hand." "Then I will declare my doom," said Faramir. "As for you, Frodo, in so far as lies in me under higher authority, I declare you free in the realm of Gondor to the furthest of its ancient bounds, save only that neither you nor any that go with you have leave to come to this place unbidden. This doom shall stand for a year and a day, and then cease, unless you shall before that term come to Minas Tirith, and present yourself to the Lord and Steward of the city. Then I will entreat him to conream what I have done and to make it lifelong. In the meantime, whomsoever you take under your protection shall be under my protection and under the shield of Gondor. Are you answered?" Frodo bowed low. "I am answered," he said, "and I place myself at your service, if that is of any worth to one so high and honorable." "It is of great worth," said Faramir. "And now, do you take this creature, this Smeagol, under your protection." "I do take Smeagol under my protection," said Frodo. Sam sighed audibly, and nodded the courtesies, of which, as any hobbit would, he thoroughly approved. Indeed, in the Shire such a matter would have required a great many more words and bows. "Then I say to you," said Faramir, turning to Gollum, "you are under doom of death, but while you walk with Frodo you are safe. For our part. Yet if ever you be found by any man of Gondor astray, without him, the doom shall fall. And may death end you swiftly, within Gondor or without, if you do not well serve him. Now answer me, whither would you go? You were his guide, he says. Whither were you leading him?" Gollum made no reply. "This I will not have secret," said Faramir. "Answer me, or I will reverse my judgment." Still Gollum did not answer. "I will answer for him," said Frodo. "He brought me to the Black Gate, as I asked, but it was impassable. There is no open gate into the Nameless Land, said Faramir. Seeing this, we turned aside and came by the southward road. Frodo continued, for he said that there is, or there may be, a path near to Minas Ithil. Minas Morgul, said Faramir. I do not know clearly, said Frodo, but the path climbs, I think, up into the mountains on the northern side of that vale where the old city stands. It goes up to a high cleft and so down to that which is beyond. Do you know the name of that high pass? Said Faramir. No, said Frodo. It is called Cirithungol. Gollum hissed sharply and began muttering to himself. Is not that its name? Said Faramir, turning to him. No, said Gollum, and then he squealed, as if something had stabbed him. Yes, yes, we heard the name once. But what does the name matter to us? Master says he must get in. So we must try some way. There is no other way to try, no. No other way, said Faramir. How do you know that? And who has explored all the cannies of that dark realm? He looked long and thoughtfully at Gollum. Presently he spoke again. Take this creature away, Anborn. Treat him gently, but watch him. And do not you, Smeagol, try to dive into the falls. The rocks have such teeth there as would slay you before your time. Leave us now and take your sh. Anborn went out and Gollum went cringing before him. The curtain was drawn across the recess. Frodo, I think you do very unwisely in this, said Faramir. I do not think you should go with this creature. It is wicked. No, not altogether wicked, said Frodo. Not wholly, perhaps, said Faramir, but malice eats it like a canker, and the evil is growing. He will lead you to no good. If you will part with him, I will give him safe conduct and guidance to any point on the borders of Gondor that he may name. He would not take it, said Frodo. He would follow after me as he long has done. And I have promised many times to take him under my protection and to go where he led. You would not ask me to break faith with him. No, said Faramir. But my heart would. For it seems less evil to counsel another man to break troth than to do so oneself, especially if one sees a friend bound unwitting to his own harm. But no, if he will go with you, you must now endure him. But I do not think you are holden to go to Cirithungol, of which he has told you less than he knows. That much I perceived clearly in his mind. Do not go to Cirithungol. Where then shall I go? Said Frodo. Back to the Black Gate and deliver myself up to the guard. What do you know against this place that makes its name so dreadful? Nothing certain, said Faramir. We of Gondor do not ever pass east of the road in these days, and none of us younger men has ever done so, nor has any of us set foot upon the mountains of shadow. Of them we know only old report and the rumor of bygone days. But there is some dark terror that dwells in the passes above Minas Morgul. If Cirithungol is named, old men and masters of lore will blench and fall silent. The valley of Minas Morgul passed into evil very long ago, and it was a menace and a dread while the banished enemy dwelt yet far away, and Ithilien was still for the most part in our keeping. As you know, that city was once a strong place, proud and fair, Minas Ithil, the twin sister of our own city. But it was taken by fell men whom the enemy in his RST strength had dominated, and who wandered homeless and masterless after his fall. It is said that their lords were men of Numenor who had fallen into dark wickedness. To them the enemy had given rings of power, and he had devoured them, living ghosts they were become, terrible and evil. After his going they took Minas Ithil and dwelt there, and they led it, and all the valley about. With decay, it seemed empty and was not so, for a shapeless fear lived within the ruined walls. 9 lords there were, and after the return of their master, which they aided and prepared in secret, they grew strong again. Then the 9 riders issued forth from the gates of horror, and we could not withstand them. Do not approach there. Citadel. You will be espied. It is a place of sleepless malice, full of lidless eyes. Do not go that way. But where else will you direct me? Said Frodo. You cannot. Yourself, you say, guide me to the mountains, nor over them, but over the mountains I am bound, by solemn undertaking to the council, to end the away or perish in the seeking. And if I turn back, refusing the road in its bitter end, where then shall I go among elves or men? Would you have me come to Gondor with this thing, the thing that drove your brother mad with desire? What spell would it work in Minas Tirith? Shall there be two cities of Minas Morgul, grinning at each other across a dead land LLED with rottenness? I would not have it so, said Faramir. Then what would you have me do? I know not. Only I would not have you go to death or to torment. And I do not think that Mithrandir would have chosen this way. Yet since he is gone, I must take such paths as I can end. And there is no time for long searching, said Frodo. It is a hard doom and a hopeless errand, said Faramir. But the least, remember my warning, beware of this guide, Smeagol. He has done murder before now. I read it in him. He sighed. Well, so we meet and part, Frodo son of Drogo. You have no need of soft words. I do not hope to see you again on any other day, under this Sunday. But you shall go now with my blessing upon you, and upon all your people. Rest a little while food is prepared for you. I would gladly learn how this creeping Smeagol became possessed of the thing of which we speak, and how he lost it, but I will not trouble you now. If ever beyond hope you return to the lands of the living and we retell our tales, sitting by a wall in the sun, laughing at old grief, you shall tell me then. Until that time, or some other time beyond the vision of the seeing stones of New Menor, farewell. He rose and bowed low to Frodo, and drawing the curtain passed out into the cave. Chapter 7. Journey to the Crossroads. Frodo and Sam returned to their beds and lay there in silence resting. For a little, while men bestirred themselves and the business of the day began. After a while water was brought to them, and then they were led to a table where food was set for three. Faramir broke his fast with them. He had not slept since the battle on the day before. Yet he did not look weary. When they had nished they stood up. May no hunger trouble you on the road, said Faramir. You have little provision, but some small store of food tea for travelers I have ordered to be stowed in your packs. You will have no lack of water as you walk in Ithilien. But do not drink of any stream that oozes from Imlad Morgul, the Valley of Living Death. This also I must tell you. My scouts and watchers have all returned, even some that have crept within sight of the Morunnen. They all envy a strange thing. The land is empty. Nothing is on the road, and no sound of foot or horn or bowstring is anywhere to be heard. A waiting silence broods above the nameless land. I do not know what this portends, but the time draws swiftly to some great conclusion. Storm is coming. Hasten while you may. If you are ready, let us go. The sun will soon rise above the shadow. The hobbits' packs were brought to them, a little heavier than they had been, and also 2 stout staves of polished wood, shod with iron, and with carven heads through which ran plated leathern thongs. I have no gifts to give you at our parting, said Faramir. But take these staves. They may be of service to those who walk or climb in the wild. The men of the White Mountains use them, though these have been cut down to your height and newly shod. They are made of the fair tree Lebethrin, beloved of the woodwrights of Gondor, and a virtue has been set upon them of ending and returning. May that virtue not wholly fail under the shadow into which you go. The hobbits bowed low. Most gracious host, said Frodo, it was said to me by Elrond half-elven that I should end friendship upon the way, secret and unlooked for. Certainly I looked for no such friendship as you have shown. To have found it turns evil to great good. Now they made ready to depart. Gollum was brought out of some corner or hiding hole, and he seemed better pleased with himself than he had been, though he kept close to Frodo and avoided the glance of Faramir. "Your guide must be blindfolded," said Faramir, "but you and your servant Samwise I release from this, if you wish." Gollum squealed and squirmed and clutched at Frodo, when they came to bind his eyes, and Frodo said, "Blindfold us all three, and cover up my eyes RST, and then perhaps he will see that no harm is meant." This was done, and they were led from the cave of Henneth and Ewan. After they had passed the passages and stairs they felt the cool morning air, fresh and sweet, about them. Still blind they went on for some little time, up and then gently down. At last the voice of Faramir ordered them to be uncovered. They stood under the boughs of the woods again. No noise of the falls could be heard, for a long southward slope lay now between them and the ravine in which the stream owed. To the west they could see light through the trees, as if the world came there to a sudden end, at a brink looking out only on to sky. "Here is the last parting of our ways," said Faramir. "If you take my counsel, you will not turn eastward yet. Go straight on, for thus you will have the cover of the woodland for many miles. On your west is an edge where the land falls into the great vales, sometimes suddenly and sheer, sometimes in long hillsides. Keep near to this edge in the skirts of the forest. In the beginning of your journey, you may walk under daylight, I think. The land dreams in a false peace, and for a while all evil is withdrawn. Fare you well, while you may." He embraced the hobbits then, after the manner of his people, stooping, and placing his hands upon their shoulders, and kissing their foreheads. "Go with the goodwill of all good men," he said. They bowed to the ground. Then he turned and without looking back he left them and went to his two guards that stood at a little distance away. They marveled to see with what speed these green-clad men now moved, vanishing almost in the twinkling of an eye. The forest where Faramir had stood seemed empty and drear, as if a dream had passed. Frodo sighed and turned back southward, as if to mark his disregard of all such courtesy. Gollum was scrabbling in the mold at the foot of a tree. "Hungry again already," thought Sam. "Well, now for it again." "Have they gone at last?" said Gollum. "Nasty wicked men. Smeagol's neck still hurts him." "Yes, it does." "Let's go." "Yes, let us go," said Frodo. "But if you can only speak ill of those who showed you mercy, keep silent." "Nice master," said Gollum. "Smeagol was only joking. Always forgives, he does. Yes, yes, even nice master's little trickses. Oh yes. Nice master, nice Smeagol." Frodo and Sam did not answer. Hoisting their packs and taking their staves in hand, they passed on into the woods of Ithilien. Twice that day they rested and took a little of the food provided by Faramir, dried fruits and salted meat, enough for many days, and bread enough to last while it was still fresh. Gollum ate nothing. The sun rose and passed overhead unseen, and began to sink, and the light through the trees to the west grew golden, and always they walked in cool green shadow, and all about them was silence. They birds seemed all to have flown away or to have fallen dumb. Darkness came early to the silent woods, and before the fall of night they halted, weary, for they had walked 7 leagues or more from Henneth and Ewan. Frodo lay and slept away the night on the deep mold beneath an ancient tree. Sam beside him was more uneasy. He woke many times, but there was never a sign of Gollum, who had slipped off as soon as the others had settled to rest. Whether he had slept by himself in some hole nearby, or had wandered restlessly prowling through the night, he did not say, but he returned with the RST glimmer of light, and roused his companions. "Must get up." "Yes, they must," he said. "Long ways to go still, south and east. Hobbits must make haste." That day passed much as the day before had gone, except that the silence seemed deeper, the air grew heavy, and it began to sting under the trees. It felt as if thunder was brewing. Gollum often paused, sniffed in the air, and then he would mutter to himself and urge them to greater speed. As the third stage of their day's march drew on and afternoon waned, the forest opened out, and the trees became larger and more scattered. Great ilexes of huge girth stood dark and solemn in wide glades, with here and there among them hoary ash trees, and giant oaks just putting out their brown-green buds. About them lay long lawns of green grass dappled with celandine and anemones, white and blue, now folded for sleep, and there were acres populous with the leaves of woodland hyacinths. Already their sleek bell stems were thrusting through the mold. No living creature, beast, or bird was to be seen, but in these open places Gollum grew afraid, and they walked now with caution, flitting from one long shadow to another. Light was fading fast when they came to the forest end. There they sat under an old gnarled oak that sent its roots twisting like snakes down a steep crumbling bank. A deep dim valley lay before them. On its further side the woods gathered again, blue and gray, under the sullen evening, and marched on southwards. To the right, the mountains of Gondor glowed, remote in the west, under a red sky. To the left lay darkness, the towering walls of Mordor, and out of that darkness the long valley came, falling steeply in an ever-widening trough towards the Anduin. At its bottom ran a hurrying stream. Frodo could hear its stony voice coming up through the silence, and beside it on the hither side a road went winding down like a pale ribbon, down into chill grey mists that no gleam of sunset touched. There it seemed to Frodo that he descried far off, floating as it were on a shadowy sea, the high dim tops and broken pinnacles of old towers forlorn and dark. He turned to Gollum. "Do you know where we are?" he said. "Yes, master. Dangerous places. This is the road from the Tower of the Moon, master, down to the ruined city by the shores of the river." "The ruined city, yes. Very nasty place, full of enemies. We shouldn't have taken men's advice. Hobbits have come a long way out of the path. Must go east now, away up there." He waved his skinny arm towards the darkling mountains. "And we can't use this road. Oh no. Cruel peoples come this way, down from the tower." Frodo looked down onto the road. At any rate nothing was moving on it now. It appeared lonely and forsaken, running down to empty ruins in the mist. But there was an evil feeling in the air, as if things might indeed be passing up and down that eyes could not see. Frodo shuddered as he looked again at the distant pinnacles now dwindling into night, and the sound of the waters seemed cold and cruel. The voice of Morgulduin, the polluted stream that owed from the valley of the wraiths. "What shall we do?" he said. "We have walked long and far. Shall we look for some place in the woods behind where we can lie hidden?" "No good hiding in the dark," said Gollum. "It's in day that hobbits must hide now." "Yes, in day." "Oh come," said Sam. "We must rest for a bit, even if we get up again in the middle of the night. There'll still be hours of dark then. Time enough for you to take us a long march, if you know the way." Gollum reluctantly agreed to this, and he turned back towards the trees, working eastward for a while along the straggling edges of the wood. He would not rest on the ground so near the evil road, and after some debate they all climbed up into the crotch of a large whole oak, whose thick branches springing together from the trunk made a good hiding place and a fairly comfortable refuge. Night fell, and it grew altogether dark under the canopy of the tree. Frodo and Sam drank a little water and ate some bread and dried fruit, but Gollum at once curled up and went to sleep. The hobbits did not shut their eyes. It must have been a little after midnight when Gollum woke up. Suddenly they were aware of his pale eyes unlidded gleaming at them. He listened and sniffed, which seemed, as they had noticed before, his usual method of discovering the time of night. "Are we rested? Have we had beautiful sleep?" he said. "Let's go." "We aren't, and we haven't," growled Sam. But we'll go if we must. Gollum dropped at once from the branches of the tree onto all fours, and the hobbits followed more slowly. As soon as they were down, they went on again with Gollum leading eastwards, up the dark sloping land. They could see little, for the night was now so deep that they were hardly aware of the stems of trees before they stumbled against them. The ground became more broken and walking was more difficult, but Gollum seemed in no way troubled. He led them through thickets and wastes of brambles, sometimes round the lip of a deep cleft or dark pit, sometimes down into black bush-shrouded hollows and out again, but if ever they went a little downward, always the further slope was longer and steeper. They were climbing steadily. At their RST halt they looked back, and they could dimly perceive the roofs of the forest they had left behind, lying like a vast dense shadow, a darker night under the dark blank sky. There seemed to be a great blackness looming slowly out of the east, eating up the faint blurred stars. Later the sinking moon escaped from the pursuing cloud, but it was ringed all about with a sickly yellow glare. At last Gollum turned to the hobbits. "Day soon," he said. "Hobbits must hurry. Not safe to stay in the open in these places. Make haste." He quickened his pace, and they followed him wearily. Soon they began to climb up onto a great hogback of land. For the most part, it was covered with a thick growth of gorse and whortleberry, and low tough thorns, though here and there clearings opened, the scars of recent rest. The gorse bushes became more frequent as they got near the top. Very old and tall they were, gaunt and leggy below but thick above, and already putting out yellow hours that glimmered in the gloom and gave a faint sweet scent. So tall were the spiny thickets that the hobbits could walk upright under them, passing through long dry aisles carpeted with a deep prickly mold. On the further edge of this broad hillback they stayed their march, and crawled for hiding underneath a tangled knot of thorns. Their twisted boughs, stooping to the ground, were overridden by a clam-bearing maze of old briars. Deep inside there was a hollow hall, raftered with dead branch and bramble, and roofed with the RST leaves and shoots of spring. There they lay for a while, too tired yet to eat, and, peering out through the holes in the covert, they watched for the slow growth of day. But no day came, only a dead brown twilight. In the east there was a dull red glare under the lowering cloud. It was not the red of dawn. Across the tumbled lands between the mountains of the FL, Duath frowned at them, black and shapeless below where night lay thick and did not pass away, above with jagged tops and edges out, lined hard and menacing against the eerie glow. Away to their right, a great shoulder of the mountain stood out, dark and black amid the shadows, thrusting westward. "Which way do we go from here?" asked Frodo. "Is that the opening of the Morgul Valley, away over there beyond that black mass?" "Need we think about it yet?" said Sam. "Surely we're not going to move any more today, if day it is." Perhaps not," said Gollum. "But we must go soon." "To the crossroads?" "Yes, to the crossroads. That's the way over there, yes, master." The red glare over Mordor died away. The twilight deepened as great vapors rose in the east and crawled above them. Frodo and Sam took a little food and then lay down, but Gollum was restless. He would not eat any of their food, but he drank a little water and then crawled about under the bushes, sniffing and muttering. Then, suddenly he disappeared. "Off hunting, I suppose," said Sam and yawned. It was his turn to sleep RST, and he was soon deep in a dream. He thought he was back in the Bag End garden looking for something, but he had a heavy pack on his back, which made him stoop. It all seemed very weedy and rank somehow, and thorns and bracken were invading the beds down near the bottom hedge. "A job of work for me, I can see, but I'm so tired," he kept on saying. Presently he remembered what he was looking for. "My pipe," he said, and with that he woke up. "Silly," he said to himself, as he opened his eyes and wondered why he was lying down under the hedge. "It's in your pack all the time." Then he realized, RST, that the pipe might be in his pack, but he had no leaf, and next that he was hundreds of miles from bag. And he sat up. It seemed to be almost dark. Why had his master let him sleep on out of turn, right until evening? "Haven't you had no sleep, Mr. Frodo?" he said. "What's the time? Seems to be getting late." "No, it isn't," said Frodo. "But the day is getting darker instead of lighter, darker and darker. As far as I can tell, it isn't midday yet. And you've only slept for about 3 hours." "I wonder what's up," said Sam. "Is there a storm coming? If so, it's going to be the worst there ever was. We shall wish we were down a deep hole, not just stuck under a hedge." He listened. "What's that? Thunder or drums, or what is it?" "I don't know," said Frodo. "It's been going on for a good while now. Sometimes the ground seems to tremble, sometimes it seems to be the heavy air throbbing in your ears." Sam looked round. "Where's Gollum?" he said. "Hasn't he come back yet?" "No," said Frodo. "There's not been a sign or sound of him." "Well, I can't abide him," said Sam. "In fact, I've never taken anything on a journey that I'd have been less sorry to lose on the way. But it would be just like him, after coming all these miles, to go and get lost now, just when we shall need him most, that is, if he's ever going to be any use, which I doubt." "You forget the marshes," said Frodo. "I hope nothing has happened to him. And I hope he's up to no tricks. And anyway, I hope he doesn't fall into other hands, as you might say. Because if he does, we shall soon be in for trouble." At that moment a rolling and rumbling noise was heard again, louder now and deeper. The ground seemed to quiver under their feet. "I think we are in for trouble anyhow," said Frodo. "I'm afraid our journey is drawing to an end." "Maybe," said Sam, "but where there's life there's hope, as my gaffer used to say, and need of victuals, as he most ways used to add. You have a bite, Mr. Frodo, and then a bit of sleep." The afternoon, as Sam supposed it must be called, wore on. Looking out from the covert he could see only a dun, shadowless world, fading slowly into a featureless, colorless gloom. It felt sting but not warm. Frodo slept on quietly, turning and tossing, and sometimes murmuring. Twice Sam thought he heard him speaking Gandalf's name. The time seemed to drag interminably. Suddenly Sam heard a hiss behind him, and there was Gollum on all fours, peering at them with gleaming eyes. "Wake up, wake up, wake up, sleepies," he whispered. "Wake up. No time to lose. We must go, yes, we must go at once. No time to lose." Sam stared at him suspiciously. He seemed frightened or excited. "Go now. What's your little game? It isn't time yet. It can't be tea time. Even, leastways not in decent places where there is tea time." "Silly," hissed Gollum. "We're not in decent places. Time's running short, yes, running fast. No time to lose. We must go. Wake up. Master, wake up." He clawed at Frodo, and Frodo, startled out of sleep, sat up suddenly and seized him by the arm. Gollum tore himself loose and backed away. "They mustn't be silly," he hissed. "We must go. No time to lose." And nothing more could they get out of him. Where he had been, and what he thought was brewing to make him in such a hurry, he would not say. Sam was LLED with deep suspicion, and showed it. But Frodo gave no sign of what was passing in his mind. He sighed, hoisted his pack, and prepared to go out into the ever-gathering darkness. Very stealthily Gollum led them down the hillside, keeping under cover wherever it was possible, and running, almost bent to the ground, across any open space, but the light was now so dim that Even a keen-eyed beast of the wild could scarcely have seen the hobbits, hooded, in their grey cloaks, nor heard them, walking as warily as the little people can. Without the crack of a twig or the rustle of a leaf they passed and vanished. For about an hour they went on, silently, in single lee, oppressed by the gloom and by the absolute stillness of the land, broken only now and again by the faint rumbling as of thunder far away or drum beats in some hollow of the hills. Down from their hiding place they went, and then turning south they steered as straight a course as Gollum could endy across a long broken slope that leaned up towards the mountains. Presently, not far ahead, looming up like a black wall, they saw a belt of trees. As they drew near they became aware that these were of vast size, very ancient it seemed, and still towering high, though their tops were gaunt and broken, as if tempest and lightning blast had swept across them, but had failed to kill them or to shake their fathomless roots. The crossroads, yes, whispered Gollum, the RST words that had been spoken since they left their hiding place. We must go that way. Turning eastward now, he led them up the slope, and then suddenly there it was before them, the southward road, winding its way about the outer feet of the mountains, until presently it plunged into the great ring of trees. This is the only way, whispered Gollum. No paths beyond the road. No paths. We must go to the crossroads. But make haste. Be silent. As furtively as scouts within the campment of their enemies, they crept down onto the road, and stole along its westward edge under the stony bank, gray as the stones themselves, and soft-footed as hunting cats. At length they reached the trees, and found that they stood in a great ruinous ring, open in the middle to the somber sky, and the spaces between their immense boles were like the great dark arches of some ruined hall. In the very center 4 ways met. Behind them lay the road to the Morennin, before them it ran out again upon its long journey south. To their right the road from Old Osgiliath came climbing up, and crossing, passed out eastward into darkness. The 4th way, the road they were to take. Standing there for a moment LLED with dread, Frodo became aware that a light was shining. He saw it glowing on Sam's face beside him. Turning towards it, he saw, beyond an arch of boughs, the road to Osgiliath running almost as straight as a stretched ribbon down, into the west. There, far away, beyond Sad Gondor now, overwhelmed in shade, the sun was sinking, ending at last the hem of the great slow-rolling pall of cloud, and falling in an ominous wreath towards the yet unsullied sea. The brief glow fell upon a huge sitting Gur, still and solemn as the great stone kings of Argoneth. Years had gnawed it, and violent hands had maimed it. Its head was gone, and in its place was set in mockery a round rough-hewn stone, rudely painted by savage hands in the likeness of a grinning face with one large red eye in the midst of its forehead. Upon its knees and mighty chair, and all about the pedestal, were idle scrawls mixed with the foul symbols that the maggot folk of Mordor used. Suddenly, caught by the level beams, Frodo saw the old king's head. It was lying rolled away by the roadside. "Look, Sam," he cried, startled into speech. "Look. The king has got a crown again." The eyes were hollow and the carven beard was broken, but about the high stern forehead there was a coronal of silver and gold. A trailing plant with hours like small white stars had bound itself across the brows as if in reverence for the fallen king, and in the crevices of his stony hair yellow stone crop gleamed. "They cannot conquer forever," said Frodo. And then suddenly, the brief glimpse was gone. The sun dipped and vanished, and as if at the shattering of a lamp, black night fell. Chapter 8. The Stairs of Cirith Ungol. Gollum was tugging at Frodo's cloak and hissing with fear and impatience. "We must go," he said. "We mustn't stand here. Make haste." Reluctantly Frodo turned his back on the west and followed as his guide led him, out into the darkness of the east. They left the ring of trees and crept along the road towards the mountains. This road, too, ran straight for a while, but soon it began to bend away southwards, until it came right under the great shoulder of rock that they had seen from the distance. Black and forbidding it loomed above them, darker than the dark sky behind. Crawling under its shadow the road went on, and rounding it sprang east again and began to climb steeply. Frodo and Sam were plodding along with heavy hearts, no longer able to care greatly about their peril. Frodo's head was bowed, his burden was dragging him down again. As soon as the great cross roads had been passed, the weight of it, almost forgotten in Ithilien, had begun to grow once more. Now, feeling the way become steep before his feet, he looked wearily up, and then he saw it, even as Gollum had said that he would, the city of the ring wraiths. He cowered against the stony bank. A long tilted valley, a deep gulf of shadow, ran back far into the mountains. Upon the further side, some way within the valley's arms, high on a rocky seat upon the black knees of the Efelduith, stood the walls and tower of Minas Morgul. All was dark about it, earth and sky, but it was lit with light. Not the imprisoned moonlight welling through the marble walls of Minas Ithil long ago, tower of the moon, fair and radiant in the hollow of the hills, paler indeed than the moon. Ailing in some slow eclipse was the light of it now, wavering and blowing like a noisome exhalation of decay, a corpse light, a light that illuminated nothing. In the walls and tower windows showed, like countless black holes looking inward into emptiness, but the topmost course of the tower revolved slowly, one way and then another. A huge ghostly head leering into the night. For a moment the three companions stood there, shrinking, staring up with unwilling eyes. Gollum was the RST to recover. Again he pulled at their cloaks urgently. But he spoke no word. Almost he dragged them forward. Every step was reluctant, and time seemed to slow its pace, so that between the raising of a foot and the setting of it down minutes of loathing passed. So they came slowly to the white bridge. Here the road, gleaming faintly, passed over the stream in the midst of the valley, and went on, winding deviously up towards the city's gate, a black mouth opening in the outer circle of the northward walls. Wide its lay on either bank, shadowy meads LED with pale white hours. Luminous. These were too beautiful and yet horrible of shape, like the demented forms in an uneasy dream, and they gave forth a faint sickening charnel smell, an odor of rottenness LED the air. From mead to mead the bridge sprang. Figures stood there at its head, carven with cunning in forms human and bestial, but all corrupt and loathsome. The water owing beneath was silent, and it steamed, but the vapor that rose from it, curling and twisting about the bridge, was deadly cold. Frodo felt his senses reeling and his mind darkening. Then, suddenly, as if some force were at work other than his own will, he began to hurry, tottering forward, his groping hands held out, his head lolling from side to side. Both Sam and Gollum ran after him. Sam caught his master in his arms, as he stumbled and almost fell. Right on the threshold of the bridge. "Not that way." "No, not that way," whispered Gollum, but the breath between his teeth seemed to tear the heavy stillness like a whistle, and he cowered to the ground in terror. "Hold up, Mr. Frodo," muttered Sam in Frodo's ear. "Come back." "Not that way." "Gollum says not, and for once I agree with him." Frodo passed his hand over his brow and wrenched his eyes away from the city on the hill. The luminous tower fascinated him, and he fought the desire that was on him to run up the gleaming road towards its gate. At last with an effort he turned back, and as he did so, he felt the ring resisting him, dragging at the chain about his neck, and his eyes too, as he looked away, seemed for the moment to have been blinded. The darkness before him was impenetrable. Gollum, crawling on the ground like a frightened animal, was already vanishing into the gloom. Sam, supporting and guiding his stumbling master, followed after him as quickly as he could. Not far From the near bank of the stream there was a gap in the stone wall, beside the road. Through this they passed, and Sam saw that they were on a narrow path that gleamed faintly at RST, as the main road did, until climbing above the meads of deadly hours it faded and went dark, winding its crooked way up into the northern sides of the valley. Along this path the hobbits trudged, side by side, unable to see Gollum in front of them, except when he turned back to beckon them on. Then his eyes shone with a green-white light, reacting the noisome Morgul sheen perhaps, or kindled by some answering mood within. Of that deadly gleam in of the dark eyeholes Frodo and Sam were always conscious, ever glancing fearfully over their shoulders, and ever dragging their eyes back to endy the darkening path. Slowly they labored on. As they rose above the stench and vapors of the poisonous stream their breath became easier and their heads clearer, but now their limbs were deadly tired, as if they had walked all night under a burden, or had been swimming long against a heavy tide of water. At last they could go no further without a halt. Frodo stopped and sat down on a stone. They had now climbed up to the top of a great hump of bare rock. Ahead of them there was a beg in the valley side, and round the head of this the path went on, no more than a wide ledge with a chasm on the right. Across the sheer southward face of the mountain it crawled upwards, until it disappeared into the blackness above. "I must rest a while, Sam," whispered Frodo. "It's heavy on me, Sam lad, very heavy. I wonder how far I can carry it. Anyway I must rest before we venture on to that." He pointed to the narrow way ahead. "SSSH, SSH," hissed Gollum, hurrying back to them. "SSSH." His answers were on his lips and he shook his head urgently, tugging at Frodo's sleeve. He pointed towards the path, but Frodo would not move. "Not yet," he said, "not yet." Weariness, and more than weariness, oppressed him. It seemed as if a heavy spell was laid on his mind and body. "I must rest," he muttered. At this Gollum's fear and agitation became so great that he spoke again, hissing behind his hand, as if to keep the sound from unseen listeners in the air. "Not here, no. Not rest here. Fools' eyes can see us. When they come to the bridge they will see us. Come away. Climb, climb. Come. Come, Mr. Frodo," said Sam. "He's right again. We can't stay here." "All right," said Frodo in a remote voice, as of one speaking half asleep. "I will try." Wearily he got to his feet, but it was too late. At that moment the rock quivered and trembled beneath them. The great rumbling noise, louder than ever before, rolled in the ground and echoed in the mountains. Then with searing suddenness there came a great red ash. Far beyond the eastern mountains it leapt into the sky and splashed the lowering clouds with crimson. In that valley of shadow and cold deathly light it seemed unbearably violent, and earth's peaks of stone and ridges like notched knives sprang out in staring black against the outrushing Amin Gorgoroth. Then came a great crack of thunder, and Minas Morgul answered. There was a roar of livid lightnings, forks of blue aim springing up from the tower and from the circling hills into the sullen clouds. The earth groaned, and out of the city there came a cry, mingled with harsh high voices as of birds of prey, and the shrill neighing of horses wild with rage and fear. There came a rending screech, shivering, rising swiftly to a piercing pitch beyond the range of hearing. The hobbits wheeled round towards it, and cast themselves down, holding their hands upon their ears. As the terrible cry ended, falling back through a long sickening wail to silence, Frodo slowly raised his head. Across the narrow valley, now almost on a level with his eyes, the walls of the evil city stood, and its cavernous gate, shaped like an open mouth with gleaming teeth, was gaping wide. And out of the gate an army came. All that host was clad in sable, dark as the night. Against the wan walls in the luminous pavement of the road Frodo could see them Small blackers in rank upon rank, marching swiftly and silently, passing outwards in an endless stream. Before them went a great cavalry of horsemen moving like ordered shadows, and at their head was one greater than all the rest, a rider, all black, save that on his hooded head he had a helm like a crown that ickered with a perilous light. Now he was drawing near the bridge below, and Frodo's staring eyes followed him, unable to wink or to withdraw. Surely there was the Lord of the Nine Riders returned to earth to lead his ghastly host to battle? Here, yes, here indeed was the haggard king whose cold hand had smitten down the ring-bearer with his deadly knife. The old wound throbbed with pain and a great chill spread towards Frodo's heart, even as these thoughts pierced him with dread and held him bound as with a spell. The rider halted suddenly, right before the entrance of the bridge, and behind him all the host stood still. There was a pause, a dead silence. Maybe it was the ring that called to the Wraith Lord, and for a moment he was troubled, sensing some other power within his valley. This way and that turned the dark head, helmed and crowned with fear, sweeping the shadows with its unseen eyes. Frodo waited, like a bird at the approach of a snake, unable to move. And as he waited, he felt, more urgent than ever before, the command that he should put on the ring. But great as the pressure was, he felt no inclination now to yield to it. He knew that the ring would only betray him, and that he had not, even if he put it on, the power to face the Morgul King. Not yet. There was no longer any answer to that command in his own will, dismayed by terror though it was, and he felt only the beating upon him of the great power from outside. It took his hand, and as Frodo watched with his mind, not willing it but in suspense, as if he looked on some old story far away, it moved the hand inch by inch towards the chain upon his neck. Then his own will stirred. Slowly it forced the hand back and set it to endy another thing. A thing lying hidden near his breast. Cold and hard it seemed as his grip closed on it, the phial of Galadriel, so long treasured, and almost forgotten till that hour. As he touched it, for a while all thought of the ring was banished from his mind. He sighed and bent his head. At that moment the Wraith King turned and spurred his horse and rode across the bridge, and all his dark host followed him. Maybe the elven hood steed his unseen eyes, and the mind of his small enemy, being strengthened, had turned aside his thought. But he was in haste. Already the hour had struck, and at his great master's bidding he must march with war into the west. Soon he had passed, like a shadow into shadow, down the winding road, and behind him still the black ranks crossed the bridge. So great an army had never issued from that vale since the days of Isildur's might. No host so fell and strong in arms had yet assailed the forts of Anduin, and yet it was but one and not the greatest of the hosts that Mordor now sent forth. Frodo stirred, and suddenly his heart went out to Faramir. The storm has burst at last, he thought. This great array of spears and swords is going to Osgiliath. Will Faramir get across in time? He guessed it, but did he know the hour? And who can now hold the forts when the King of the Nine Riders comes? And other armies will come. I am too late. All is lost. I tarried on the way. All is lost. Even if my errand is performed, no one will ever know. There will be no one I can tell. It will be in vain. Overcome with weakness he wept. And still the host of Morgul crossed the bridge. Then at a great distance, as if it came out of memories of the Shire, some sunlit early morning, when the day called and doors were opening, he heard Sam's voice speaking. "Wake up, Mr. Frodo. Wake up." Had the voice added, "Your breakfast is ready," he would hardly have been surprised. Certainly Sam was urgent. Wake up, Mr. Frodo. They're gone, he said. There was a dull clang. The gates of Minas Morgul had closed. The last rank of spears had vanished down the road. The tower still grinned across the valley, but the light was fading in it. The whole city was falling back into a dark brooding shade and silence. Yet still, it was LED with watchfulness. Wake up, Mr. Frodo. They're gone, and we'd better go too. There's something still alive in that place, something with eyes, or a seeing mind, if you take me, and the longer we stay in one spot, the sooner it will get onto us. Come on, Mr. Frodo. Frodo raised his head, and then stood up. Despair had not left him, but the weakness had passed. He even smiled grimly, feeling now as clearly as a moment before he had felt the opposite, that what he had to do, if he could, and that whether Faramir, or Aragorn or Elrond or Galadriel or Gandalf or anyone else ever knew about it was beside the purpose. He took his staff in one hand, and the file in his other. When he saw that the clear light was already welling through his entrails, he thrust it into his bosom and held it against his heart. Then turning from the city of Morgul, now no more than a grey glimmer across a dark gulf, he prepared to take the upward road. Gollum, it seemed, had crawled off along the ledge into the dark ness beyond, when the gates of Minas Morgul opened, leaving the hobbits where they lay. He now came creeping back, his teeth chattering and his entrails snapping. Foolish, silly, he hissed. Make haste. They mustn't think danger has passed. It hasn't. Make haste. They did not answer, but they followed him onto the climbing ledge. It was little to the liking of either of them, not even after facing so many other perils, but it did not last long. Soon the path reached a rounded angle where the mountainside swelled out again, and there it suddenly entered a narrow opening in the rock. They had come to the RST stair that Gollum had spoken of. The darkness was almost complete, and they could see nothing much beyond their hands stretch, but Gollum's eyes shone pale, several feet above, as he turned back towards them. Careful, he whispered. Steps. Lots of steps. Must be careful. Care was certainly needed. Frodo and Sam at RST felt easier, having now a wall on either side, but the stairway was almost as steep as a ladder, and as they climbed up and up, they became more and more aware of the long black fall behind them. And the steps were narrow, spaced unevenly, and often treacherous. They were worn and smooth at the edges, and some were broken, and some cracked as foot was set upon them. The hobbits struggled on, until at last they were clinging with desperate entrails to the steps ahead, and forcing their aching knees to bend and straighten, and ever as the stair cut its way deeper into the sheer mountain, the rocky walls rose higher and higher above their heads. At length, just as they felt that they could endure no more, they saw Gollum's eyes peering down at them again. We're up, he whispered. First stairs passed. Clever hobbits to climb so high, very clever hobbits. Just a few more little steps and that's all, yes. Dizzy and very tired Sam, and Frodo following him, crawled up the last step, and sat down rubbing their legs and knees. They were in a deep dark passage that seemed still to go up before them, though at a gentler slope and without steps. Gollum did not let them rest long. There's another stair still, he said. Much longer stair. Rest when we get to the top of next stair. Not yet. Sam groaned. Longer, did you say? He asked. Yes, longer, said Gollum. But not so difficult. Hobbits have climbed the straight stair. Next comes the winding stair. And what after that? Said Sam. We shall see, said Gollum softly. Oh yes, we shall see. I thought you said there was a tunnel, said Sam. Isn't there a tunnel or something to go through? Oh yes, there's a tunnel, said Gollum. But hobbits can rest before they try that. If they get through that, they'll be nearly at the top. Very nearly, if they get through. Oh yes. Frodo shivered. The climb had made him sweat, but now he felt cold and clammy, and there was a chill draft in the dark passage, blowing down from the invisible heights above. He got up and shook himself. Well, let's go on, he said. This is no place to sit in. The passage seemed to go on for miles, and always the chill air owed over them, rising as they went on to a bitter wind. The mountains seemed to be trying with their deadly breath to daunt them, to turn them back from the secrets of the high places, or to blow them away into the darkness behind. They only knew that they had come to the end, when suddenly they felt no wall at their right hand. They could see very little. Great black shapeless masses and deep gray shadows loomed above them and about them, but now and again a dull red light ickered up under the lowering clouds, and for a moment they were aware of tall peaks in front and on either side, like pillars holding up a vast sagging roof. They seemed to have climbed up many hundreds of feet onto a wide shelf. A cliff was on their left and a chasm on their right. Gollum led the way close under the cliff. For the present they were no longer climbing, but the ground was now more broken and dangerous in the dark, and there were blocks and lumps of fallen stone in the way. Their going was slow and cautious. How many hours had passed since they had entered the Morgul Vale neither Sam nor Frodo could any longer guess. The night seemed endless. At length they were once more aware of a wall looming up, and once more a stairway opened before them. Again they halted, and again they began to climb. It was a long and weary ascent, but this stairway did not delve into the mountainside. Here the huge cliff face sloped backwards, and the path like a snake wound to and fro across it. At one point it crawled sideways right to the edge of the dark chasm, and Frodo, glancing down, saw below him as a vast deep pit. The great ravine at the head of the Morgul Valley, down in its depths, glimmered like a glowworm thread the wraith road from the dead city to the nameless pass. He turned hastily away. Still on and up the stairway bent and crawled, until at last with a light, short and straight, it climbed out again onto another level. The path had veered away from the main pass in the great ravine, and it now followed its own perilous course at the bottom of a lesser cleft among the higher regions of the Elduith. Dimly, the hobbits could discern tall piers and jagged pinnacles of stone on either side, between which were great crevices and sores blacker than the night, where forgotten winters had gnawed and carved the sunless stone. And now the red light in the sky seemed stronger, though they could not tell whether a dreadful morning were indeed coming to this place of shadow, or whether they saw only the aim of some great violence of Sauron in the torment of Gorgoroth beyond. Still far ahead, and still high above, Frodo, looking up, saw, as he guessed, the very crown of this bitter road. Against the sullen redness of the eastern sky a cleft was outlined in the topmost ridge, narrow, deep cloven between two black shoulders, and on either shoulder was a horn of stone. He paused and looked more attentively. The horn upon the left was tall and slender, and in it burned a red light, or else the red light in the land beyond was shining through a hole. He saw now, it was a black tower poised above the outer pass. He touched Sam's arm and pointed. "I don't like the look of that," said Sam. "So this secret way of yours is guarded after all," he growled, turning to Gollum. "As you knew all along, I suppose." "All ways are watched, yes," said Gollum. "Of course they are. But hobbits must try some way. This may be least watched. Perhaps they've all gone away to big battle, perhaps." "Perhaps," grunted Sam. "Well, it still seems a long way off, and a long way up before we get there. And there's still the tunnel. I think you ought to rest now, Mr. Frodo. I don't know what time of day or night it is, but we've kept going for hours and hours." "Yes, we must rest," said Frodo. Let us empty some corner out of the wind, and gather our strength for the last lap. For so he felt it to be. The terrors of the land beyond, and the deed to be done there, seemed remote, too far off yet to trouble him. All his mind was bent on getting through or over this impenetrable wall and guard. If once he could do that impossible thing, then somehow the errand would be accomplished, or so it seemed to him in that dark hour of weariness, still laboring in the stony shadows under Cirith Ungol. In a dark crevice between two great piers of rock they sat down, Frodo and Sam a little way within, and Gollum crouched upon the ground near the opening. There the hobbits took what they expected would be their last meal before they went down into the nameless land, maybe the last meal they would ever eat together. Some of the food of Gondor they ate, and wafers of the way-bread of the elves. And they drank a little, but of their water they were sparing and took only enough to moisten their dry mouths. I wonder when we'll empty water again, said Sam. But I suppose even over there they drink. Orcs drink, don't they? Yes, they drink, said Frodo. But do not let us speak of that. Such drink is not for us. Then all the more need to LL our bottles, said Sam. But there isn't any water up here, not a sound or a trickle have I heard. And anyway Faramir said we were not to drink any water in Morgul. No water owing out of Imlad Morgul, were his words, said Frodo. We are not in that valley now, and if we came on a spring, it would be owing into it and not out of it. I wouldn't trust it, said Sam, not till I was dying of thirst. There's a wicked feeling about this place. He sniffed. And a smell, I fancy. Do you notice it? A queer kind of a smell, stuffy. I don't like it. I don't like anything here at all, said Frodo. Step or stone, breath or bone, earth, air, and water all seem accursed. But so our path is laid. Yes, that's so, said Sam. And we shouldn't be here at all, if we'd known more about it before we started. But I suppose it's often that way. The brave things in the old tales and songs, Mr. Frodo. Adventures, as I used to call them. I used to think that they were things the wonderful folk of the stories went out and looked for. Because they wanted them, because they were exciting and life was a bit dull, a kind of a sport, as you might say. But that's not the way of it with the tales that really mattered, or the ones that stay in the mind. Folk seem to have been just landed in them, usually their paths were laid that way, as you put it. But I expect they had lots of chances, like us, of turning back, only they didn't. And if they had, we shouldn't know, because they'd have been forgotten. We hear about those as just went on and not all to a good end, mind you. At least not to what folk inside a story and not outside it call a good end. You know, coming home, and ending things all right, though. Not quite the same like old Mr. Bilbo. But those aren't always the best tales to hear, though they may be the best tales to get landed in. I wonder what sort of a tale we've fallen into. I wonder, said Frodo. But I don't know. And that's the way of a real tale. Take any one that you are fond of. You may know, or guess, what kind of a tale it is, happy ending or sad ending, but they people in it don't know. And you don't want them to. No, sir, of course not. Burren now, he never thought he was going to get that Silmaril from the Iron Crown in Thangorodrim, and yet he did, and that was a worse place and a blacker danger than ours. But that's a long tale, of course, and goes on past the happiness end, into grief and beyond it, and the Silmaril went on and came to Arendelle. And why, sir, I never thought of that before. You've got some of the light of it in that star glass that the lady gave you. Why, to think of it, we're in the same tale still. It's going on. Don't the great tales never end? No, they never end as tales, said Frodo. But the people in them come and go when their part's ended. Our part will end later, or Sooner. And then we can have some rest and some sleep, said Sam. He laughed grimly. And I mean just that, Mr. Frodo. I mean plain, ordinary rest, and sleep, and waking up to a morning's work in the garden. I'm afraid that's all I'm hoping for all the time. All the big, important plans are not for my sort. Still, I wonder if we shall ever be put into songs or tales. We're in one, of course, but I mean, put into words, you know, told by the reside, or read out of a great big book with red and black letters years and years afterwards. And people will say, let's hear about Frodo and the Ring. And they'll say, yes, that's one of my favorite stories. Frodo was very brave, wasn't he, Dad? Yes, my boy, the famousest of the hobbits, and that's saying a lot. It's saying a lot too much, said Frodo, and he laughed, a long, clear laugh from his heart. Such a sound had not been heard in those places since Sauron came to Middle-earth. To Sam suddenly, it seemed as if all the stones were listening and the tall rocks leaning over them. But Frodo did not heed them. He laughed again. Why, Sam, he said, to hear you somehow makes me as merry as if the story was already written. But you've left out one of the chief characters, Samwise the Stout-Hearted. I want to hear more about Sam. Dad. Why didn't they put in more of his talk, Dad? That's what I like, it makes me laugh. And Frodo wouldn't have got far without Sam, would he, Dad? Now, Mr. Frodo, said Sam, you shouldn't make fun. I was serious. So was I, said Frodo, and so I am. We're going on a bit too fast. You and I, Sam, are still stuck in the worst places of the story. And it is all too likely that some will say at this point, shut the book. Now, Dad, we don't want to read any more. Maybe, said Sam, but I wouldn't be one to say that. Things done and over and made into part of the great tales are different. Why, even Gollum might be good in a tale, better than he is to have. By you, anyway. And he used to like tales himself once, by his own account. I wonder if he thinks he's the hero or the villain. Gollum, he called. Would you like to be the hero now? Where's he got to again? There was no sign of him at the mouth of their shelter nor in the shadows near. He had refused their food, though he had, as usual, accepted a mouthful of water, and then he had seemed to curl up for a sleep. They had supposed that one at any rate of his objects in his long absence the day before had been to hunt for food to his own liking, and now he had evidently slipped off again while they talked. But what for this time? I don't like his sneaking off without saying, said Sam. And least of all now. He can't be looking for food up here, not unless there's some kind of rock he fancies. Why, there isn't even a bit of moss. It's no good worrying about him now, said Frodo. We couldn't have got so far, not even within sight of the pass, without him, and so we'll have to put up with his ways. If he's false, he's false. All the same, I'd rather have him under my eye, said Sam. All the more so, if he's false. Do you remember he never would say if this pass was guarded or no? And now we see a tower there and it may be deserted, and it may not. Do you think he's gone to fetch them, orcs or whatever they are? No, I don't think so, answered Frodo. Even if he's up to some wickedness, and I suppose that's not unlikely. I don't think it's that. Not to fetch orcs, or any servants of the enemy. Why wait till now? And go through all the labor of the climb, and come so near the land he fears? He could probably have betrayed us to orcs many times since we met him. No, if it's anything, it will be some little private trick of his own that he thinks is quite secret. Well, I suppose you are right, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. Not that it comforts me mightily. I don't make no mistake, I don't doubt he'd hand me over to orcs as gladly as kiss his hand. But I was forgetting. His precious. No, I suppose the whole time it's been the precious. For poor Smeagol. That's the one idea in all his little schemes, if he has any. But how bringing us up here will help him in that is more than I can guess. Very likely he can't guess himself, said Frodo. And I don't think he's got just one plain scheme in his muddled head. I think he really is in part trying to save the precious from the enemy, as long as he can. For that would be the last disaster for himself too, if the enemy got it. And in the other part, perhaps, he's just biding his time and waiting on chance. Yes, Slinker and Stinker, as I've said before, said Sam. But nearer they get to the enemy's land the more like Stinker Slinker will get. Mark my words, if ever we get to the pass, he won't let us really take the precious thing over the border without making some kind of trouble. We haven't got there yet, said Frodo. No, but we'd better keep our eyes skinned till we do. If we're caught napping, Stinker will come out on top pretty quick. Not but what it would be safe for you to have a wink now, Master. Safe, if you lay close to me. I'd be dearly glad to see you have a sleep. I'd keep watch over you, and anyway, if you lay near, with my arm round you, no one could come pawing you without your Sam knowing it. Sleep, said Frodo and sighed, as if out of a desert he had seen a mirage of cool green. Yes, even here I could sleep. Sleep then, Master. Lay your head in my lap. And so Gollum found them hours later, when he returned, crawling and creeping down the path out of the gloom ahead. Sam sat propped against the stone, his head dropping sideways and his breath heavy. In his lap lay Frodo's head, drowned deep in sleep. Upon his white forehead lay one of Sam's brown hands, and the other lay softly upon his master's breast. Peace was in both their faces. Gollum looked at them. A strange expression passed over his lean, hungry face. The gleam faded from his eyes, and they went dim and gray, old and tired. A spasm of pain seemed to twist him, and he turned away, peering back up towards the pass, shaking his head, as if engaged in some interior debate. Then he came back, and slowly, putting out a trembling hand, very cautiously he touched Frodo's knee, but almost the touch was a caress. For a eating moment, could one of the sleepers have seen him, they would have thought that they beheld an old weary hobbit, shrunken by the years that had carried him far beyond his time, beyond friends and kin, and they else in streams of youth, an old starved pitiable thing. But at that touch Frodo stirred and cried out softly in his sleep. And immediately Sam was wide awake. The RST thing he saw was Gollum pawing at Master, as he thought. Hey you, he said roughly. What are you up to? Nothing, nothing, said Gollum softly. Nice, Master. I dare say, said Sam. But where have you been to sneaking off? And sneaking back, you old villain? Gollum withdrew himself, and a green glint ickered under his heavy lids. Almost spider-like he looked now, crouched back on his bent limbs, with his protruding eyes. The eating moment had passed, beyond recall. Sneaking, sneaking, he hissed. Hobbits. Always so polite, yes. Oh, nice hobbits. Smeagol brings them up secret ways that nobody else could nd. Tired he is, thirsty he is, yes thirsty. And he guides them and he searches for paths, and they say sneak. Sneak. Very nice friends, oh yes my precious, very nice. Sam felt a bit remorseful, though not more trustful. Sorry, he said. I'm sorry, but you startled me out of my sleep. And I shouldn't have been sleeping, and that made me a bit sharp. But Mr. Frodo, he's that tired, I asked him to have a wink, and well, that's how it is. Sorry. But where have you been to? Sneaking, said Gollum, and the green glint did not leave his eyes. Oh very well, said Sam, have it your own way. I don't suppose It's so far from the truth. And now we'd better all be sneaking along. Together. What's the time? Is it today or tomorrow? It's tomorrow, said Gollum, or this was tomorrow when hobbits went to sleep. Very foolish, very dangerous if poor Smeagol wasn't sneaking about to watch. I think we shall get tired of that word soon, said Sam. But never mind. I'll wake Master up. Gently he smoothed the hair back from Frodo's brow, and bending down spoke softly to him. Wake up, Mr. Frodo. Wake up. Frodo stirred and opened his eyes, and smiled, seeing Sam's face. Bending over him. Calling me early, aren't you, Sam? He said. It's dark still. Yes, it's always dark here, said Sam. But Gollum's come back, Mr. Frodo, and he says it's tomorrow. So we must be walking on the last lap. Frodo drew a deep breath and sat up. The last lap, he said. Hello, Smeagol. Found any food? Have you had any rest? No food, no rest, nothing for Smeagol, said Gollum. He's a sneak. Sam clicked his tongue, but restrained himself. Don't take names to yourself, Smeagol, said Frodo. It's unwise. Whether they are true or false, Smeagol has to take what's given him, answered Gollum. He was given that name by kind Master Samwise, the hobbit that knows so much. Frodo looked at Sam. Yes, sir, he said. I did use the word, waking up out of my sleep sudden and all and ending him at hand. I said I was sorry, but I soon shan't be. Come, let it pass then, said Frodo. But now we seem to have come to the point, you and I, Smeagol. Tell me, can we endy the rest of the way by ourselves? We're in sight of the pass, of a way in. And if we can endy it now, then I suppose our agreement can be said to be over. You have done what you promised, and you're free to go back to food and rest, wherever you wish to go, except to servants of the enemy. And one day I may reward you, I or those that remember me. No, not yet, Gollum whined. Oh no. They can't endy the way themselves, can they? Oh no indeed. There's the tunnel coming. Smeagol must go on. No rest. No food. Not yet. Chapter 9. Shelob's Lair. It may indeed have been daytime now, as Gollum said, but they hobbits could see little difference, unless, perhaps, the heavy sky above was less utterly black, more like a great roof of smoke, while, instead of the darkness of deep night, which lingered still in cracks and holes, a gray blurring shadow shrouded the stony world about them. They passed on, Gollum in front and the hobbits now side by side, up the long ravine between the piers and columns of torn-end, weathered rock, standing like huge unshapen statues on either hand. There was no sound. Some way ahead, a mile or so, perhaps, was a great gray wall, a last huge up-thrusting mass of mountain stone. Darker it loomed, and steadily it rose as they approached, until it towered up high above them, shutting out the view of all that lay beyond. Deep shadow lay before its feet. Sam sniffed the air. Ugh. That smell, he said. It's getting stronger and stronger. Presently they were under the shadow, and there in the midst of it they saw the opening of a cave. This is the way in, said Gollum softly. This is the entrance to the tunnel. He did not speak its name. Torkungel, Shelob's lair. Out of it came a stench, not the sickly odor of decay in the meads of Morgul, but a foul reek, as if LTH unnameable were piled and hoarded in the dark within. Is this the only way, Smeagol? Said Frodo. Yes, he answered. Yes, we must go this way now. Do you mean to say you've been through this hole? Said Sam. Phew. But perhaps you don't mind bad smells. Gollum's eyes glinted. He doesn't know what we minds, does he? Precious? No, he doesn't. But Smeagol can bear things. Yes. He's been through. Oh yes, right through. It's the only way. And what makes the smell, I wonder, said Sam. It's like, well, I wouldn't like to say. Some beastly hole of the orcs, I'll warrant. With 100 years of their LTH in it. Well, said Frodo, orcs or no, if it's the only way, we must take it. Drawing a deep breath, they passed inside. In a few steps they were in utter and impenetrable dark. Not since the lightless passages of Moria had Frodo or Sam known such darkness, and if possible here. It was deeper and denser. There were airs moving, and echoes, and a sense of space. Here the air was still, stagnant, heavy, and sound fell dead. They walked as it were in a black vapor wrought. A veritable darkness itself that, as it was breathed, brought blindness, not only to the eyes but to the mind, so that even the memory of colors and of forms and of any light faded out of thought. Night always had been, and always would be, and night was all. But for a while they could still feel, and indeed the senses of their feet and enters at RST seemed sharpened almost painfully. The walls felt, to their surprise, smooth, and the oar, save for a step now and again, was straight and even, going ever up at the same stiff slope. The tunnel was high and wide, so wide that, though the hobbits walked abreast, only touching the side walls with their outstretched hands, they were separated, cut off alone in the darkness. Gollum had gone in RST and seemed to be only a few steps ahead. While they were still able to give heed to such things, they could hear his breath hissing and gasping just in front of them. But after a time, their senses became duller, both touch and hearing seemed to grow numb, and they kept on, groping, walking, on and on, mainly by the force of the will with which they had entered, will to go through and desire to come at last to the high gate beyond. Before they had gone very far, perhaps, but time and distance soon passed out of his reckoning. Sam on the right, feeling the wall, was aware that there was an opening at the side. For a moment he caught a faint breath of some air less heavy, and then they passed it by. There's more than one passage here, he whispered with an effort. It seemed hard to make his breath give any sound. It's as orc-like a place as ever there could be. After that, RST on the right, and then Frodo on the left, passed 3 or 4 such openings, some wider, some smaller, but there was as yet no doubt of the main way, for it was straight, and did not turn, and still went steadily up. But how long was it? How much more of this would they have to endure, or could they endure? The breathlessness of the air was growing as they climbed, and now they seemed often in the blind dark to sense some resistance thicker than the foul air. As they thrust forward they felt things brush against their heads, or against their hands, long tentacles, or hanging growths. Perhaps, they could not tell what they were. And still the stench grew. It grew, until almost it seemed to them that smell was the only clear sense left to them, and that was for their torment. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, how many had they passed in this lightless hole? Hours, days, weeks rather. Sam left the tunnel side and shrank towards Frodo, and their hands met and clasped, and so together they still went on. At length Frodo, groping along the left-hand wall, came suddenly to a void. Almost he fell sideways into the emptiness. Here was some opening in the rock far wider than any they had yet passed, and out of it came a reek so foul, and a sense of lurking malice so intense, that Frodo reeled. And at that moment Sam too lurched and fell forwards. Fighting off both the sickness and the fear, Frodo gripped Sam's hand. Up, he said in a hoarse breath without voice. It all comes from here, the stench and the peril. Now for it. Quick. Calling up his remaining strength and resolution, he dragged Sam to his feet, and forced his own limbs to move. Sam stumbled beside him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, at last 6 steps. Maybe they had passed the dreadful unseen opening, but whether that was so or not, Suddenly it was easier to move, as if some hostile will for the moment had released them. They struggled on, still hand in hand. But almost at once they came to a new difficulty. The tunnel forked, or so it seemed, and in the dark they could not tell which was the wider way, or which kept nearer to the straight. Which should they take, the left, or the right? They knew of nothing to guide them. Yet a false choice would almost certainly be fatal. "Which way has Gollum gone?" panted Sam. "And why didn't he wait?" "Smeagol," said Frodo, trying to call Smeagol, but his voice croaked, and the name fell dead almost as it left his lips. There was no answer, not an echo, not even a tremor of the air. "He's really gone this time, I fancy," muttered Sam. "I guess this is just exactly where he meant to bring us. Gollum, if ever I lay hands on you again, you will be sorry for it." Presently, groping and fumbling in the dark, they found that the opening on the left was blocked. Either it was a blind, or else some great stone had fallen in the passage. "This can't be the way," Frodo whispered. "Right or wrong, we must take the other. And quick." Sam panted. "There's something worse than Gollum about. I can feel something looking at us." They had not gone more than a few yards when from behind them came a sound, startling and horrible in the heavy padded silence, a gurgling, bubbling noise, and a long venomous hiss. They wheeled round, but nothing could be seen. Still as stones they stood, staring, waiting for they did not know what. "It's a trap," said Sam, and he laid his hand upon the hilt of his sword, and as he did so, he thought of the darkness of the barrow, whence it came. "I wish old Tom was near us now," he thought. Then, as he stood, darkness about him and a blackness of despair and anger in his heart, it seemed to him that he saw a light in his mind, almost unbearably bright at RST, as a sun ray to the eyes of one long hidden in a windowless pit. Then the light became color. Green, gold, silver, white. Far off, as in a little picture drawn by elven angels, he saw the Lady Galadriel standing on the grass in Lorien, and gifts were in her hands. "And you, ring-bearer," he heard her say, remote but clear, "for you I have prepared this." The bubbling hiss drew nearer, and there was a creaking as of some great jointed thing that moved with slow purpose in the dark. A reek came on before it. "Master, master," cried Sam, and life and urgency came back into his voice. "The lady's gift, the star-glass. A light to you in dark places, she said it was to be." "The star-glass. The star-glass," muttered Frodo, as one answering out of sleep, hardly comprehending. "Why, yes. Why had I forgotten it? A light, when all other lights go out. And now indeed light alone can help us." Slowly his hand went to his bosom, and slowly he held aloft the phial of Galadriel. For a moment it glimmered, faint as a rising star, struggling in heavy earthward mists, and then as its power waxed and hope grew in Frodo's mind, it began to burn, and kindled to a silver aim, a minute heart of dazzling light, as though Eärendil had himself come down from the high sunset paths with the last Silmaril upon his brow. The darkness receded from it, until it seemed to shine in the center of a globe of airy crystal, and the hand that held it sparkled with white re. Frodo gazed in wonder at this marvelous gift that he had so long carried, not guessing its full worth and potency. Seldom had he remembered it on the road, until they came to Morgul Vale, and never had he used it for fear of its revealing light. "Ea Eärendil Elenian, Ankalima," he cried, and knew not what he had spoken, for it seemed that another voice spoke through his, clear, untroubled by the foul air of the pit. "But other potencies there are in Middle-earth, powers of night, and they are old and strong." And she that walked in the darkness had heard the elves cry that cry far back in the deeps of time, and she had not heeded it, and it did not daunt her now. Even as Frodo spoke he felt a great malice bent upon him, and a deadly regard considering him. Not far down the tunnel, between them and the opening where they had reeled and stumbled, he was aware of eyes. Growing visible, two great clusters of many-windowed eyes. The coming menace was unmasked at last. The radiance of the star glass was broken and thrown back from their thousand facets, but behind the glitter a pale deadly ray began steadily to glow within, a aim kindled in some deep pit of evil thought. Monstrous and abominable eyes they were, bestial and yet LED with purpose and with hideous delight, gloating over their prey trapped beyond all hope of escape. Frodo and Sam, horror-stricken, began slowly to back away, their own gaze held by the dreadful stare of those baleful eyes, but as they backed so the eyes advanced. Frodo's hand wavered, and slowly the file drooped. Then suddenly, released from the holding spell to run a little while in vain panic for the amusement of the eyes, they both turned NDD together, but even as they ran Frodo looked back and saw with terror that at once the eyes came leaping up behind. The stench of death was like a cloud about him. "Stand! Stand!" he cried desperately. "Running is no use." Slowly the eyes crept nearer. "Galadriel," he called, and gathering his courage he lifted up the file once more. The eyes halted. For a moment their regard relaxed, as if some hint of doubt troubled them. Then Frodo's heart hummed within him, and without thinking what he did, whether it was folly or despair or courage, he took the file in his left hand, and with his right hand drew his sword. Sting ashed out, and the sharp elven blade sparkled in the silver light, but at its edges a blue re-ickered. Then holding the star aloft and the bright sword advanced, Frodo, Hobbit of the Shire, walked steadily down to meet the eyes. They wavered. Doubt came into them as the light approached. One by one they dimmed, and slowly they drew back. No brightness so deadly had ever afflicted them before. From sun and moon and star they had been safe underground, but now a star had descended into the very earth. Still it approached, and the eyes began to quail. One by one they all went dark, they turned away, and a great bulk, beyond the light's reach, heaved its huge shadow in between. They were gone. "Master, Master," cried Sam. He was close behind, his own sword drawn and ready. Stars and glory. But the elves would make a song of that, if ever they heard of it. And may I live to tell them and hear them sing. But don't go on, Master. Don't go down to that den. Now's our only chance. Now let's get out of this foul hole." And so back they turned once more, RST walking and then run. Ning, for as they went the oar of the tunnel rose steeply, and with every stride they climbed higher above the stenches of the unseen lair, and strength returned to limb and heart. But still the hatred of the Watcher lurked behind them, blind for a while, perhaps, but undefeated, still bent on death. And now there came Ao of Air to meet them, cold and thin. The opening, the tunnel's end, at last it was before them. Panting, yearning for a ruinous place, they hung themselves forward, and then in amazement they staggered, tumbling back. The outlet was blocked with some barrier, but not of stone. Soft and a little yielding it seemed, and yet strong and impervious. Errol dared through, but not a glimmer of any light. Once more they charged and were hurled back. Holding aloft the file Frodo looked, and before him he saw a grayness which the radiance of the star glass did not pierce and did not illuminate, as if it were a shadow that being cast by no light could dissipate. Across the width and height of the tunnel a vast web was spun, orderly as the web of some huge spider, but denser woven and far greater, and each thread was as thick as rope. Sam laughed grimly. "Cobwebs," he said. "Is that all? Cobwebs. But what a spider! Have it down with him." In a fury he hewed at them with his sword, but the thread that he struck did not break. It gave a little and then sprang back like a plucked bowstring, turning the blade and tossing up both sword and arm. 3 times Sam struck with all his force, and at last one single Cord of all the countless cords snapped and twisted, curling end, whipping through the air. One end of it lashed Sam's hand, and he cried out in pain, starting back and drawing his hand across his mouth. "It will take days to clear the road like this," he said. "What's to be done? Have those eyes come back?" "No, not to be seen," said Frodo. "But I still feel that they are looking at me, or thinking about me, making some other plan, perhaps. If this light were lowered, or if it failed, they would quickly come again." "Trapped in the end," said Sam bitterly, his anger rising again above weariness and despair. "Gnats in a net. May the curse of Faramir bite that Gollum and bite him quick." "That would not help us now," said Frodo. "Come. Let us see what Sting can do. It is an elven blade. There were webs of horror in the dark ravines of Beleriand where it was forged. But you must be the guard and hold back the eyes. Here, take the star glass. Do not be afraid. Hold it up and watch." Then Frodo stepped up to the great grey net, and hewed it with a wide sweeping stroke, drawing the bitter edge swiftly across a ladder of close-strung cords, and at once springing away. The blue gleaming blade shore through them like a scythe through grass, and they leaped and writhed and then hung loose. A great rent was made. Stroke after stroke he dealt, until at last all the web within his reach was shattered, and the upper portion blew and swayed like a loose veil in the incoming wind. The trap was broken. "Come," cried Frodo. "On! On!" Wild joy at their escape from the very mouth of despair suddenly led all his mind. His head whirled as, with a draught of potent wine, he sprang out, shouting as he came. It seemed light in that dark land to his eyes that had passed through the den of night. The great smokes had risen and grown thinner, and the last towers of a somber day were passing. The red glare of Mordor had died away in sullen gloom. Yet it seemed to Frodo that he looked upon a morning of sudden hope. Almost he had reached the summit of the wall. Only a little higher now. The cleft, Cirith Ungol, was before him, a dim notch in the black ridge, and the horns of rock darkling in the sky on either side. A short race, a sprinter's course, and he would be through the pass. "Sam," he cried, not heeding the shrillness of his voice, that released from the choking airs of the tunnel rang out now high and wild. "The pass. Run, run, and we'll be through before anyone can stop us." Sam came up behind as fast as he could urge his legs, but glad as he was to be free, he was uneasy, and as he ran, he kept on glancing back at the dark arch of the tunnel, fearing to see eyes, or some shape beyond his imagining, spring out in pursuit. Too little did he or his master know of the craft of Shelob. She had many exits from her lair. There age-long she had dwelt, an evil thing in spider form, even such as once of old had lived in the land of the elves in the west. That is now under the sea, such as Beren fought in the mountains of terror in Doriath, and so came to Luthien upon the green sward, amid the hemlocks in the moonlight long ago. How Shelob came there, ying from ruin, no tale tells, for out of the dark years few tales have come. But still she was there, who was there before Sauron, and before the Rst stone of Barad-dûr, and she served none but herself, drinking the blood of elves and men, bloated and grown fat, with endless brooding on her feasts, weaving webs of shadow, for all living things were her food, and her vomit darkness. Far and wide, her lesser broods, bastards of the miserable mates, her own offspring, that she slew, spread from glen to glen, from the Efelduath to the eastern hills, to Dol Guldur and the fastnesses of Mirkwood. But none could rival her, Shelob the Great, last child of Ungoliant to trouble the unhappy world. Already, years before, Gollum had beheld her, Smeagol who pried into all dark holes, and in past days he had bowed and worshipped her, and the darkness of her evil will walk through all the ways of his weariness beside him, cutting him off from light and from regret. And he had promised to bring her food. But her lust was not his lust. Little she knew of or cared for towers, or rings, or anything devised by mind or hand, who only desired death for all others, mind and body, and for herself a glut of life, alone, swollen till they mountains could no longer hold her up and the darkness could not contain her. But that desire was yet far away, and long now had she been hungry, lurking in her den, while the power of Sauron grew, and light and living things forsook his borders, and the city in the valley was dead, and no elf or man came near, only the unhappy orcs, poor food and weary. But she must eat, and however busily they delved new winding passages from the pass and from their tower, ever she found some way to snare them. But she lusted for her sweeter meat, and Gollum had brought it to her. We'll see, he said often to himself, when the evil mood was on him, as he walked the dangerous road from Emyn to Mortal Vale. We'll see, it may well be, oh yes, it may well be that when she throws away the bones and the empty garments, we shall endy it, we shall get it, the precious, a reward for poor Smeagol who brings nice food, and we'll save the precious, as we promised. Oh, yes. And when we've got it safe, then she'll know it, oh yes, then we'll pay her back, my precious. Then we'll pay everyone back. So he thought in an inner chamber of his cunning, which he still hoped to hide from her, even when he had come to her again and had bowed low before her while his companions slept. And as for Sauron, he knew where she lurked. It pleased him that she should dwell there hungry but unabated in malice, a more surer watch upon that ancient path into his land than any other that his skill could have devised. And orcs, they were useful slaves, but he had them in plenty. If now and again Shelob caught them to stay her appetite, she was welcome, he could spare them. And sometimes, as a man may cast a dainty to his cat he calls her, but she owns him not, Sauron would send her prisoners that he had no better uses for. He would have them driven to her hole, and report brought back to him of the play she made. So they both lived, delighting in their own devices, and feared no assault, nor wrath, nor any end of their wickedness. Never yet had any why escaped from Shelob's webs, and the greater now was her rage and hunger. But nothing of this evil which they had stirred up against them did poor Sam know, except that a fear was growing on him, a menace which he could not see, and such a weight did it become that it was a burden to him to run, and his feet seemed leaden. Dread was round him, and enemies before him in the pass, and his master was in a fey mood running heedlessly to meet them. Turning his eyes away from the shadow behind and the deep gloom beneath the cliff upon his left, he looked ahead, and he saw two things that increased his dismay. He saw that the sword which Frodo still held unsheathed was glittering with blue aim, and he saw that, though the sky behind was now dark, still the window in the tower was glowing red. Orcs, he muttered. We'll never rush it like this. There's orcs about, and worse than orcs. Then returning quickly to his long habit of secrecy, he closed his hand about the precious phial which he still bore. Red with his own living blood his hand shone for a moment, and then he thrust the revealing light deep into a pocket near his breast and drew his elven cloak about him. Now he tried to quicken his pace. His master was gaining on him, already he was some 20 strides ahead, hitting on like a shadow. Soon he would be lost to sight in that gray world. Hardly had Sam hidden the light of the star glass when she came a little way ahead, and to his left he saw suddenly, issuing from a black hole of shadow under the cliff, the most loathly shape that he had ever beheld, horrible beyond the horror of an evil dream. Most like a spider she was, but huger than the great hunting beasts, and more terrible than they because of the evil purpose in her remorseless eyes. Those same eyes that he had thought daunted and defeated. There they were, lit with a fell light again, clustering in her outthrust head. Great horns she had, and behind her short stuck-like neck was her huge swollen body, a vast bloated bag, swaying and sagging. Between her legs, its great bulk was black, blotched with livid marks. But the belly underneath was pale and luminous and gave forth a stench. Her legs were bent, with great knobbed joints high above her back, and hairs that stuck out like steel spines, and at each leg's end there was a claw. As soon as she had squeezed her soft squelching body in its folded limbs out of the upper exit from her lair, she moved with a horrible speed, now running on her creaking legs, now making a sudden bound. She was between Sam and his master. Either she did not see Sam, or she avoided him for the moment as the bearer of the light, and exceeded all her intent upon one prey, upon Frodo, bereft of his file, running heedless up the path, unaware yet of his peril. Swiftly he ran, but Shelob was swifter. In a few leaps she would have him. Sam gasped and gathered all his remaining breath to shout, "Look out behind," he yelled. "Look out, master." But suddenly his cry was stayed. A long clammy hand went over his mouth and another caught him by the neck, while something wrapped itself about his leg. Taken off his guard, he toppled backwards into the arms of his attacker. "Got him," hissed Gollum in his ear. "At last, my precious, we've got him. Yes, the nasty hobbit. We takes this one. She'll get the other. Oh yes, Shelob will get him, not Smeagol. He promised he won't hurt master at all. But he's got you, you nasty LTHY little sneak." He spat on Sam's neck. Fury at the treachery, and desperation at the delay when his master was in deadly peril, gave to Sam a sudden violence and strength that was far beyond anything that Gollum had expected from this slow, stupid hobbit, as he thought him. Not Gollum himself could have twisted more quickly or more earthly. His hold on Sam's mouth slipped, and Sam ducked and lunged forward again, trying to tear away from the grip on his neck. His sword was still in his hand, and on his left arm, hanging by its thong, was Faramir's staff. Desperately, he tried to turn and stab his enemy, but Gollum was too quick. His long right arm shot out, and he grabbed Sam's wrist. His engines were like a vice. Slowly and relentlessly he bent the hand down and forward, till with a cry of pain Sam released the sword and it fell to the ground. And all the while Gollum's other hand was tightening on Sam's throat. Then Sam played his last trick. With all his strength he pulled away and got his feet RMLY planted. Then suddenly he drove his legs against the ground and with his whole force hurled himself backwards. Not expecting even this simple trick from Sam, Gollum fell over, with Sam on top, and he received the weight of the sturdy hobbit in his stomach. A sharp hiss came out of him, and for a second his hand upon Sam's throat loosened, but his engines still gripped the sword hand. Sam tore himself forward and away, and stood up, and then quickly he wheeled away to his right, pivoted on the wrist held by Gollum. Laying hold of the staff with his left hand, Sam swung it up, and down it came with a whistling crack on Gollum's outstretched arm, just below the elbow. With a squeal Gollum let go. Then Sam waded in, not waiting to change the staff from left to right. He dealt another savage blow. Quick as a snake Gollum slithered aside, and the stroke aimed at his head fell across his back. The staff cracked and broke. That was enough for him. Grabbing from behind was an old game of his, and seldom had he failed in it. But this time, misled by spite, he had made the mistake of speaking and gloating before he had both hands on his victim's neck. Everything had gone wrong with his beautiful plan, since that horrible light had so unexpectedly appeared in the darkness. And now he was face to face with a furious enemy, little less than his own size. This GHT was not for him. Sam swept up his sword from the ground and raised it. Gollum squealed, and springing aside onto all fours, he jumped away in one big bound like a frog. Before Sam could reach him, he was off, running with amazing speed back towards the tunnel. Sword in hand, Sam went after him. For the moment he had forgotten everything else but the red fury in his brain and the desire to kill Gollum. But before he could overtake him, Gollum was gone. Then as the dark hole stood before him and the stench came out to meet him, like a clap of thunder the thought of Frodo and the monster smote upon Sam's mind. He spun round, and rushed wildly up the path, calling and calling his master's name. He was too late. So far, Gollum's plot had succeeded. Chapter 10. The Choices of Master Samwise. Frodo was lying face upward on the ground and the monster was bending over him, so intent upon her victim that she took no heed of Sam and his cries, until he was close at hand. As he rushed up he saw that Frodo was already bound in cords, wound about him from ankle to shoulder, and the monster with her great forelegs was beginning half to lift, half to drag his body away. On the near side of him lay, gleaming on the ground, his elven blade, where it had fallen useless from his grasp. Sam did not wait to wonder what was to be done, or whether he was brave, or loyal, or led with rage. He sprang forward with a yell, and seized his master's sword in his left hand. Then he charged. No onslaught more erse was ever seen in the savage world of beasts, where some desperate small creature armed with little teeth, alone, will spring upon a tower of horn and hide that stands above its fallen mate. Disturbed as if out of some gloating dream by his small yell, she turned slowly the dreadful malice of her glance upon him. But almost before she was aware that a fury was upon her greater than any she had known in countless years, the shining sword bit upon her foot and shore away the claw. Sam sprang inside the arches of her legs, and with a quick upthrust of his other hand stabbed at the clustered eyes upon her lowered head. One great eye went dark. Now the miserable creature was right under her, for the moment, out of the reach of her sting and of her claws. Her vast belly was above him with its putrid light, and the stench of it almost smote him down. Still his fury held for one more blow, and before she could sink upon him, smothering him and all his little impudence of courage, he slashed the bright elven blade across her with desperate strength. But Shelob was not as dragons are. No softer spot had she save only her eyes. Knobbed and pitted with corruption was her age-old hide, but ever thickened from within with layer on layer of evil growth. The blade scored it with a dreadful gash, but those hideous folds could not be pierced by any strength of men, not though elf or dwarf should forge the steel or the hand of Beren or of Turin wield it. She yielded to the stroke, and then heaved up the great bag of her belly high above Sam's head. Poison frothed and bubbled from the wound. Now splaying her legs she drove her huge bulk down on him again. Too soon. For Sam still stood upon his feet, and dropping his own sword, with both hands he held the elven blade point upwards, fending off that ghastly roof, and so Shelob, with the driving force of her own cruel will, with strength greater than any warrior's hand, thrust herself upon a bitter spike. Deep, deep it pricked, as Sam was crushed slowly to the ground. No such anguish had Shelob ever known, or dreamed of knowing, in all her long world of wickedness. Not the doughtiest soldier of old Gondor, nor the most savage orc entrapped, had ever thus endured her, or set blade to her beloved Esh. A shudder went through her. Heaving up again, wrenching away from the pain, she bent her writhing limbs beneath her and sprang backwards in a convulsive leap. Sam had fallen to his knees by Frodo's head, his senses reeling in the foul stench, his two hands still gripping the hilt of the sword. Through the mist before his eyes he was aware dimly of Frodo's face, and stubbornly he fought to master himself and to drag himself out of the swoon that was upon him. Slowly he raised his head and saw her, only a few paces away, eyeing him, her beak drabbling a spittle of venom, and a green ooze trickling from below her wounded eye. There she crouched, her shuddering belly splayed upon the ground, the great bows of her legs quivering, as she gathered herself for another spring, this time to crush and sting to death. No little bite of poison to still the struggling of her meat, this time to slay and then to rend. Even as Sam himself crouched, looking at her, seeing his death in her eyes, a thought came to him, as if some remote voice had spoken. And he fumbled in his breast with his left hand, and found what he sought. Cold and hard and solid it seemed to his touch in a phantom world of horror, the phial of Galadriel. Galadriel, he said faintly, and then he heard voices far off but clear, the crying of the elves as they walked under the stars in the beloved shadows of the Shire, and the music of the elves as it came through his sleep in the hall of fire in the house of Elrond. Gildhoniel a Elbereth. And then his tongue was loosed and his voice cried in a language which he did not know. A Elbereth Gildhoniel. Omenal Palandiriel. Elin Alan Stianguruthos. A Tyronin, Fanulos. And with that he staggered to his feet and was Samwise the Hobbit. Hamfast's son, again. Now come, you LTH, he cried. You've hurt my master, you brute, and you'll pay for it. We're going on, but we'll settle with you. RST. Come on, and taste it again. As if his indomitable spirit had set its potency in motion, the glass blazed suddenly like a white torch in his hand. It aimed like a star that leaping from the room and sears the dark air with intolerable light. No such terror out of heaven had ever burned in Shalab's face before. The beams of it entered into her wounded head and scored it with unbearable pain, and the dreadful infection of light spread from eye to eye. She fell back beating the air with her forelegs, her sight blasted by inner lightnings, her mind in agony. Then turning her maimed head away, she rolled aside and began to crawl, claw by claw, towards the opening in the dark cliff behind. Sam came on. He was reeling like a drunken man, but he came on. And Shalab cowed at last, shrunken in defeat, jerked and quivered. As she tried to hasten from him, she reached the hole, and squeezing down, leaving a trail of green-yellow slime, she slipped in, even as Sam hewed a last stroke at her dragging legs. Then he fell to the ground. Shalab was gone, and whether she lay long in her lair, nursing her malice in her misery, and in slow years of darkness healed herself from within, rebuilding her clustered eyes, until with hunger like death she spun once more her dreadful snares in the glens of the mountains of shadow, this tale does not tell. Sam was left alone. Wearily, as the evening of the nameless land fell upon the place of battle, he crawled back to his master. Master, dear master, he said, but Frodo did not speak. As he had run forward, eager, rejoicing to be free, Shalab with hideous speed had come behind and with one swift stroke had stung him in the neck. He lay now pale, and heard no voice, and did not move. Master, dear master, said Sam, and through a long silence waited, listening in vain. Then as quickly as he could he cut away the binding cords and laid his head upon Frodo's breast and to his mouth, but no stir of life could he endy, nor feel the faintest utter of the heart. Often he chafed his master's hands and feet, and touched his brow, but all were cold. Frodo, Mr. Frodo, he called. Don't leave me here alone. It's your Sam calling. Don't go where I can't follow. Wake up, Mr. Frodo. Oh, wake up, Frodo, me dear, me dear. Wake up. Then anger surged over him, and he ran about his master's body in a rage, stabbing the air, and smiting the stones, and shouting challenges. Presently he came back, and bending looked at Frodo's face, pale beneath him in the dusk. And suddenly he saw that he was in the picture that was revealed to him in the mirror of Galadriel in Lorien, Frodo with a pale face lying fast asleep under a great dark cleft. Or fast asleep he had thought then. He's dead, he said. Not asleep, dead. And as he said it, as if the words had set the venom to its work again, it seemed to him that the hue of the face grew livid green. And then black despair came down on him, and Sam bowed to the ground, and drew his grey hood over his head, and night came into his heart, and he knew no more. When at last the blackness passed, Sam looked up and shadows were about him, but for how many minutes or hours the world had gone dragging on he could not tell. He was still in the same place, and still his master lay beside him dead. The mountains had not crumbled nor the earth fallen into ruin. "What shall I do? What shall I do?" he said. "Did I come all this way with him for nothing?" And then he remembered his own voice, speaking words that at the time he did not understand himself. At the beginning of their journey, "I have something to do before the end. I must see it through, sir, if you understand. But what can I do? Not leave Mr. Frodo dead, unburied on the top of the mountains, and go home? Or go on?" "Go on," he repeated. And for a moment doubt and fear shook him. "Go on. Is that what I've got to do? And leave him?" Then at last he began to weep, and going to Frodo he composed his body, and folded his cold hands upon his breast, and wrapped his cloak about him, and he laid his own sword at one side, and the staff that Faramir had given at the other. "If I'm to go on," he said, "then I must take your sword, by your leave, Mr. Frodo, but I'll put this one to lie by you, as it lay by the old king in the barrow, and you've got your beautiful mithril coat from old Mr. Bilbo, and your star glass, Mr. Frodo, you did lend it to me, and I'll need it, for I'll be always in the dark now. It's too good for me, and the lady gave it to you, but maybe she'd understand. Do you understand, Mr. Frodo? I've got to go on." But he could not go, not yet. He knelt and held Frodo's hand and could not release it. And time went by and still he knelt, holding his master's hand, and in his heart keeping a debate. Now he tried to end his strength to tear himself away and go on a lonely journey for vengeance. If once he could go, his anger would bear him down all the roads of the world, pursuing, until he had him. At last, Gollum. Then Gollum would die in a corner. But that was not what he had set out to do. It would not be worthwhile to leave his master for that. It would not bring him back. Nothing would. They had better both be dead together. And that too would be a lonely journey. He looked on the bright point of the sword. He thought of the places behind where there was a black brink and an empty fall into nothingness. There was no escape that way. That was to do nothing. Not even to grieve. That was not what he had set out to do. "What am I to do then?" he cried again, and now he seemed plainly to know the hard answer: see it through. Another lonely journey, and the worst. "What? Me, alone, go to the crack of doom and all?" he quailed. Still, but the resolve grew. "What? Me take the ring from him?" The council gave it to him. But the answer came at once, and the council gave him calm pinions, so that the errand should not fail. "And you are the last of all the company. The errand must not fail." "I wish I wasn't the last," he groaned. "I wish old Gandalf was here. Or somebody. Why am I left all alone to make up my mind? I'm sure to go wrong. And it's not for me to go taking the ring, putting myself forward. But you haven't put yourself forward, you've been put forward. And as for not being the right and proper person, why, Mr. Frodo wasn't, as you might say, nor Mr. Bilbo. They didn't choose themselves. Ah well, I must make up my own mind. I will make it up. But I'll be sure to go wrong. That'd be Sam Gamgee all over. Let me see now, if we're found here, or Mr. Frodo's found, and that thing's on him, well, the enemy will get it. And that's the end of all of us, of Lorien and Rivendell and the Shire and all. And there's no time to lose, or it'll be the end anyway. The war's begun. And more than likely things are all going the enemy's way already. No chance to go back with it and get advice or permission. No, it's sit here till they come and kill me over Master's body, and gets it. Or take it and go. He drew a deep breath. Then take it, it is. He stooped. Very gently he undid the clasp at the neck and slipped his hand inside Frodo's tunic. Then with his other hand raising the head, he kissed the cold forehead, and softly drew the chain over it. And then the head lay quietly back again in rest. No change came over the still face, and by that more than by all other tokens Sam was convinced at last that Frodo had died and laid aside the quest. "Goodbye, master, my dear," he murmured. "Forgive your Sam. He'll come back to this spot when the job's done if he manages it. And then he'll not leave you again. Rest you quiet till I come, and may no foul creature come anigh you. And if the lady could hear me and give me one wish, I would wish to come back and endy you again. Goodbye." And then he bent his own neck and put the chain upon it, and it. Once his head was bowed to the ground with the weight of the ring, as if a great stone had been strung on him. But slowly, as if the weight became less, or new strength grew in him, he raised his head, and then with a great effort got to his feet and found that he could walk and bear his burden. And for a moment he lifted up the file and looked down at his master, and the light burned gently now with the soft radiance of the evening star in summer, and in that light Frodo's face was fair of hue again, pale but beautiful with an elvish beauty, as of one who has long passed the shadows. And with the bitter comfort of that last sight Sam turned and hid the light and stumbled on into the growing dark. He had not far to go. The tunnel was some way behind the cleft, a couple of 100 yards ahead, or less. The path was visible in the dusk, a deep rut worn in ages of passage, running now gently up in a long trough with cliffs on either side. The trough narrowed rapidly. Soon Sam came to a long flight of broad shallow steps. Now the Orc Tower was right above him, frowning black, and in it the red eye glowed. Now he was hidden in the dark shadow under it. He was coming to the top of the steps and was in the cleft at last. "I've made up my mind," he kept saying to himself. But he had not. Though he had done his best to think it out, what he was doing was altogether against the grain of his nature. "Have I got it wrong?" he muttered. "What ought I to have done?" As the sheer sides of the cleft closed about him, before he reached the actual summit, before he looked at last on the path descending into the nameless land, he turned. For a moment, motionless in intolerable doubt, he looked back. He could still see, like a small blot in the gathering gloom, the mouth of the tunnel, and he thought he could see or guess where Frodo lay. He fancied there was a glimmer on the ground down there, or perhaps it was some trick of his tears, as he peered out at that high stony place where all his life had fallen in ruin. "If only I could have my wish, my one wish," he sighed, "to go back and endy him." Then at last he turned to the road in front and took a few steps, the heaviest and the most reluctant he had ever taken. Only a few steps, and now only a few more and he would be going down and would never see that high place again. And then suddenly he heard cries and voices. He stood still as stone. Orc voices. They were behind him and before him. A noise of tramping feet and harsh shouts. Orcs were coming up to the cleft from the far side, from some entry to the tower, perhaps. Tramping feet and shouts behind. He wheeled round. He saw small red lights, torches, winking away below there as they issued from the tunnel. At last the hunt was up. The red eye of the tower had not been blind. He was caught. Now the ichor of approaching torches and the clink of steel ahead was very near. In a minute they would reach the top and be on him. He had taken too long in making up his mind, and now it was no good. How could he escape, or save himself, or save the ring? The ring. He was not aware of any thought or decision. He simply found himself drawing out the chain and taking the ring in his hand. The head of the Orc company appeared in the cleft right before him. Then he put it on. The world changed. In a single moment of time was LED with an hour of thought. At once he was aware that hearing was sharpened, while sight was dimmed, but otherwise than in Shalab's lair. All things about him now were not dark but vague, while he himself was there in a gray hazy world, alone, like a small black solid rock, and the ring, weighing down his left hand, was like an orb of hot gold. He did not feel invisible at all, but horribly and uniquely visible, and he knew that somewhere an eye was searching for him. He heard the crack of stone, and the murmur of water far off in Morgul Vale, and down away under the rock the bubbling misery of Shalab, groping, lost in some blind passage, and voices in the dun Cheons of the tower, and the cries of the orcs as they came out of the tunnel, and deafening, roaring in his ears, the crash of the feet and the rending clamor of the orcs before him. He shrank against the cliff. But they marched up like a phantom company, gray distorted curs in a mist, only dreams of fear with pale M's in their hands. And they passed him by. He cowered, trying to creep away into some cranny in to hide. He listened. The orcs from the tunnel and the others marching down had sighted one another, and both parties were now hurrying and shouting. He heard them both clearly, and he understood what they said. Perhaps the ring gave understanding of tongues, or simply understanding, especially of the servants of Sauron its maker, so that, if he gave heed, he understood and translated the thought to himself. Certainly the ring had grown greatly in power as it approached the places of its forging, but one thing it did not confer, and that was courage. At present Sam still thought only of hiding, of lying low till all was quiet again, and he listened anxiously. He could not tell how near the voices were, the words seemed almost in his ears. Ola, Gorbag, what are you doing up here? Had enough of war already? Orders, you lubber. And what are you doing, Shagrat? Tired of lurking up there? Thinking of coming down to GHT? Orders to you. I'm in command of this pass. So speak civil. What's your report? Nothing. Hi, Yoe. A yell broke into the exchanges of the leaders. They orcs lower down had suddenly seen something. They began to run. So did the others. Hi, Ola. Here's something. Lying right in the road. A spy. There was a hoot of snarling horns and a babel of baying voices. With a dreadful stroke Sam was wakened from his cowering mood. They had seen his master. What would they do? He had heard tales of the orcs to make the blood run cold. It could not be borne. He sprang up. He hung the quest and all his decisions away, and fear and doubt with them. He knew now where his place was and had been, at his master's side, though what he could do there was not clear. Back he ran down the steps, down the path towards Frodo. How many are there, he thought. 30 or 40 from the tower. At least, and a lot more than that from down below, I guess. How many can I kill before they get me? They'll see the aim of the sword as soon as I draw it, and they'll get me sooner or later. I wonder if any song will ever mention it, how Samwise fell in the high pass and made a wall of bodies round his master. No song. Of course not, for the ring will be found, and there'll be no more songs. I can't help it. My place is by Mr. Frodo. They must understand that. Elrond in the council, and the great lords and ladies with all their wisdom. Their plans have gone wrong. I can't be their ring bearer. Not without Mr. Frodo. But the orcs were out of his dim sight now. He had had no time to consider himself, but now he realized that he was weary, almost to exhaustion. His legs would not carry him as he wished. He was too slow. The path seemed miles long. Where had they all got to in the mist? There they were again. A good way ahead still. A cluster of gurs. Round something lying on the ground, a few seemed to be darting this way and that, bent like dogs on a trail. He tried to make a spurt. Come on, Sam, he said, or you'll be too late again. He loosened the sword in its sheath. In a minute he would draw it, and then there was a wild clamor, hooting and laughing, as something was lifted from the ground. Yahoy! Yahari hoy! Up! Up! Then a voice shouted, now off! The quick way! Back to the under gate! She'll not trouble us tonight by all the signs. The whole band of workers began to move. 4 in the middle were carrying a body high on their shoulders. Yahoy! They had taken Frodo's body. They were off. He could not catch them up. Still he labored on. The orcs reached the tunnel and were passing in. Those with the burden went RST, and behind them there was a good deal of struggling and jostling. Sam came on. He drew the sword, a acre of blue in his wavering hand, but they did not see it. Even as he came panting up, the last of them vanished into the black hole. For a moment he stood, gasping, clutching his breast. Then he drew his sleeve across his face, wiping away the grime and sweat and tears. Curse the LTH, he said, and sprang after them into the darkness. It no longer seemed very dark to him in the tunnel, rather it was as if he had stepped out of a thin mist into a heavier fog. His weariness was growing, but his will hardened all the more. He thought he could see the light of torches a little way ahead, but try as he would, he could not catch them up. Orcs go fast in tunnels, and this tunnel they knew well, for in spite of Shelob they were forced to use it often as the swiftest way from the dead city over the mountains. In what far-off time the main tunnel in the great round pit had been made, where Shelob had taken up her abode in ages past, they did not know, but many byways they had themselves delved about it on either side, so as to escape the lair in their goings to and fro on the business of their masters. Tonight they did not intend to go far down, but were hastening to end a side passage that led back to their watchtower on the cliff. Most of them were gleeful, delighted with what they had found and seen, and as they ran they gabbled and yammered after the fashion of their kind. Sam heard the noise of their harsh voices at and hard in the dead air, and he could distinguish 2 voices. From among all the rest, they were louder, and nearer to him. They captains of the 2 parties seemed to be bringing up the rear, debating as they went. Can't you stop your rabble making such a racket, Shagrat? Grunted the one. We don't want Shelob on us. Go on, Gorbag. Yours are making more than half the noise, said the other. But let the lads play. No need to worry about Shelob for a bit, I reckon. She's set on a nail, it seems, and we shan't cry about that. Didn't you see a nasty mess all the way back to that cursed crack of hers? If we've stopped it once, we've stopped it 100 times. So let 'em laugh. And we've struck a bit of luck at last, got something that Lug Buarzi wants. Lug Bertz wants it, what is it, do you think? Elvish it looked to me, but undersized. What's the danger in a thing like that? Don't know till we've had a look. Oh ho. So they haven't told you what to expect? They don't tell us all they know, do they? Not by half. But they can make mistakes. Even the top ones can. S.H. Gorbag. Shagrat's voice was lowered, so that even with his strangely sharpened hearing Sam could only just catch what was said. They may, but they've got eyes and ears everywhere, some among my lot, as like as not. But there's no doubt about it, they're troubled about something. The Nazgul down below are, by your account, and Lugbert's is too. Something nearly slipped. Nearly, you say, said Gorbag. All right, said Shagrat, but we'll talk of that later. Wait till we get to the underway. There's a place there where we can talk a bit while the lads go on. Shortly afterward Sam saw the torches disappear. Then there was a rumbling noise, and just as he hurried up, a bump. As far as he could guess the orcs had turned and gone into the very opening, which Frodo and he had tried and found blocked. It was still blocked. There seemed to be a great stone in the way, but the orcs had got through somehow, for he could hear their voices on the other side. They were still running along, deeper and deeper into the mountain, back towards the tower. Sam felt desperate. They were carrying off his master's body for some foul purpose and he could not follow. He thrust and pushed at the block, and he threw himself against it. But it did not yield. Then not far inside, or so he thought, he heard the two captains' voices talking again. He stood still listening for a little, hoping perhaps to learn something useful. Perhaps Gorbag, who seemed to belong to Minas Morgul, would come out, and he could then slip in. "No, I don't know," said Gorbag's voice. "The messages go through quicker than anything could, why, as a rule. But I don't inquire how it's done. Safest not to. Grr. Those Nazgul give me the creeps. And they skin the body off you as soon as look at you, and leave you all cold in the dark on the other side. But he likes them, they're his favorites nowadays, so it's no use grumbling. I tell you, it's no game serving down in the city. You should try being up here with Shalab for company," said Shagrat. "I'd like to try somewhere where there's none of him. But the war's on now, and when that's over things may be easier. It's going well, they say." "They would," grunted Gorbag. "We'll see. But anyway, if it does go well, there should be a lot more room. What do you say? If we get a chance, you and me'll slip off and set up somewhere on our own with a few trusty lads, somewhere where there's good loot, nice and handy, and no big bosses." "Ah," said Shagrat. "Like old times." "Yes," said Gorbag. "But don't count on it. I'm not easy in my mind. As I said, the big bosses, his voice sank almost to a whisper, even the biggest, can make mistakes. Something nearly slipped, you say. I say, something has slipped. And we've got to look out. Always the poor Uruks to put slips right, and small thanks. But don't forget, the enemies don't love us any more than they love him. And if they get topsides on him, we're done too. But see here, when were you ordered out?" "About an hour ago, just before you saw us." A message came. Nazgul uneasy. Spies feared on stairs. Double vigilance. Patrol to head. Upstairs. I came at once. "Bad business," said Gorbag. "See here, our silent watchers were uneasy more than 2 days ago, that I know. But my patrol wasn't ordered out for another day, nor any message sent to Lugberts either. Owing to the great signal going up, and the high Nazgul going off to the war, and all that. And then they couldn't get Lugberts to pay attention for a good while, I'm told. The eye was busy elsewhere, I suppose," said Shagrat. "Big things going on away west, they say." "I dare say," growled Gorbag. "But in the meantime enemies have got up the stairs." "And what were you up to?" "You're supposed to keep watch, aren't you? Special orders or no?" "What are you for?" "That's enough. Don't try and teach me my job." "We were awake." "All right. We knew there were funny things going on." "Very funny." "Yes, very funny, lights and shouting and all. But Shalab was on the go. My lads saw her in her sneak." "Her sneak? What's that?" "You must have seen him, little thin black fellow, like a spider. Himself, or perhaps more like a starved frog. He's been here before. Came out of Lugburz the RST time, years ago, and we had word from high up to let him pass. He's been up the stairs once or twice since then, but we've left him alone. Seems to have some understanding with her ladyship. I suppose he's no good to eat. She wouldn't worry about words from high up. But any guard you keep in the valley. He was up here a day before all this racket. Early last night we saw him. Anyway, my lads reported that her ladyship was having some fun, and that seemed good enough for me, until the message came. I thought her sneak had brought her a toy, or that you'd perhaps send her a present, a prisoner of war or something. I don't interfere when she's playing. Nothing gets by Shalab when she's on the hunt. Nothing, say you. Didn't you use your eyes back there? I tell you, I'm not easy in my mind. Whatever came up the stairs did get by. It cut her web and got clean out of the hole. That's something to think about. Ah well, but she got him in the end, didn't she? Got him. Got who? This little fellow. But if he was the only one, then she'd have had him off to her larder long before, and there he'd be now. And if Lugberts wanted him, you'd have to go and get him. Nice for you. But there was more than one. At this point Sam began to listen more attentively and pressed his ear against the stone. Who cut the quartz she'd put round him? Shagrat? Same one as cut the web. Didn't you see that? And who stuck a pin into her ladyship? Same one, I reckon. And where is he? Where is he? Shagrat. Shagrat made no reply. You may well put your thinking cap on, if you've got one. It's no laughing matter. No one has ever stuck a pin in Shalab before. As you should know well enough. There's no grief in that, but think. There's someone loose hereabouts as is more dangerous than any other damned rebel that ever walked since the bad old times, since the great siege. Something has slipped. And what is it then? Growled Shagrat. By all the signs, Captain Shagrat, I'd say there's a large warrior. Loose, elf most likely, with an elf sword anyway, and an axe as well. Maybe, and he's loose in your bounds, too, and you've never spotted him. Very funny indeed. Gorbag spat. Sam smiled grimly at this description of himself. Ah well, you always did take a gloomy view, said Shagrat. You can read the signs how you like, but there may be other ways to explain them. Anyhow, I've got watchers at every point, and I'm going to deal with one thing at a time. When I've had a look at the fellow we have caught, then I'll begin to worry about something else. It's my guess you won't ND much in that little fellow, said Gorbag. He may have had nothing to do with the real mischief. The big fellow with the sharp sword doesn't seem to have thought him worth much anyhow, just left him lying. Regular elvish trick. We'll see. Come on now. We've talked enough. Let's go and have a look at the prisoner. What are you going to do with him? Don't forget I spotted him. RST. If there's any game, me and my lads must be in it. Now, growled Shagrat, I have my orders. And it's more than my belly's worth, or yours, to break him. Any trespasser found by the guard is to be held at the tower. Prisoner is to be stripped. Full description of every article, garment, weapon, letter, ring, or trinket is to be sent to Lugberts at once, and to Lugberts only. And the prisoner is to be kept safe and intact, under pain of death for every member of the guard, until he sends or comes himself. That's plain enough, and that's what I'm going to do. Stripped, said Gorbag. What? Teeth, nails, hair, and all? No, none of that. He's for Lugberts, I tell you. He's wanted safe and whole. You'll ND that difficult, laughed Gorbag. He's nothing but Car. Ryan now. What Lugberts will do with such stuff I can't guess. He might as well go in the pot. You fool, snarled Shagrat. You've been talking very clever, but there's a lot you don't know, though most other folk do. You'll be for the pot or for Shalab, if you don't take care. Carrion. Is that all? You know of her ladyship. When she binds with quartz, she's after meat. She doesn't eat dead meat, nor suck cold blood. This fellow isn't dead. Sam reeled, clutching at the stone. He felt as if the whole dark world was turning upside down. So great was the shock that he almost swooned, but even as he fought to keep a hold on his senses, deep inside him he was aware of the comment, "You fool, he isn't dead." And your heart knew it. Don't trust your head, Samwise, it is not the best part of you. The trouble with you is that you never really had any hope. Now what is to be done? For the moment nothing, but to prop himself against the unmoving stone and listen to the vile orc voices. "Garn," said Shagrat. "She's got more than one poison. When she's hunting, she just gives them a dab in the neck and they go as limp as boned sh, and then she has her way with them. Do you remember old Uftak? We lost him for days. Then we found him in a corner. Hanging up he was, but he was wide awake and glaring. How we laughed. She'd forgotten him, maybe, but we didn't touch him, no good interfering with her. Nar this little LTH, he'll wake up in a few hours, and beyond feeling a bit sick for a bit, he'll be all right. Or would be, if Lugberts would let him alone. And of course, beyond wondering where he is and what's happened to him. And what's going to happen to him, laughed Gorbag. We can tell him a few stories at any rate, if we can't do anything else. I don't suppose he's ever been in lovely Lugburz, so he may like to know what to expect. This is going to be more funny than I thought. Let's go. There's going to be no fun, I tell you, said Shagrat. And he's got to be kept safe, or we're all as good as dead. All right. But if I were you, I'd catch the big one that's loose before you send in any report to Lugberts. It won't sound too pretty to say you've caught the kitten and let the cat escape. The voices began to move away. Sam heard the sound of feet receding. He was recovering from his shock, and now a wild fury was on him. I got it all wrong, he cried. I knew I would. Now they've got him, the devils. The LTH. Never leave your master, never. Never, that was my right rule. And I knew it in my heart. May I be forgiven? Now I've got to get back to him. Somehow. He drew his sword again and beat on the stone with the hilt, but it only gave out a dull sound. The sword, however, blazed so brightly, now that he could see dimly in its light. To his surprise he noticed that the great block was shaped like a heavy door, and was less than twice his own height. Above it was a dark blank space between the top and the low arch of the opening. It was probably only meant to be a stop against the intrusion of Shalab, fastened on the inside with some latch or bolt beyond the reach of her cunning. With his remaining strength Sam leaped and caught the top, scrambled up, and dropped, and then he ran madly, sword blazing in hand, round a bend and up a winding tunnel. The news that his master was still alive roused him to a last effort. Beyond thought of weariness, he could not see anything ahead, for this new passage twisted and turned constantly, but he thought he was catching the two orcs up. Their voices were growing nearer again. Now they seemed quite close. That's what I'm going to do, said Shagrat in angry tones. Put him right up in the top chamber. What for? Growled Gorbag. Haven't you any lock UPS down below? He's going out of harm's way, I tell you, answered Shagrat. See, he's precious. I don't trust all my lads, and none of yours, nor you. Neither, when you are mad for fun. He's going where I want him, and where you won't come, if you don't keep civil. Up to the top, I say. He'll be safe there. Will he? Said Sam. You're forgetting the great big elvish warrior. That's loose. And with it he raced round the last corner, only to end that by some trick of the tunnel, or of the hearing which the ring gave him, he had misjudged the distance. The two orcers were still some way ahead. He could see them now, black and squat against a red glare. The passage ran straight it last, up an incline, and at the end, wide open, were great double doors, leading probably to deep chambers far below the high horn of the tower. Already the orcs with their burden had passed inside. Gorbag and Shagrat were drawing near the gate. Sam heard a burst of hoarse singing, blaring of horns and banging of gongs, a hideous clamor. Gorbag and Shagrat were already on the threshold. Sam yelled and brandished Sting, but his little voice was drowned in the tumult. No one heeded him. The great doors slammed to. Boom! The bars of iron fell into place inside. Clang! The gate was shut. Sam hurled himself against the bolted brazen plates and fell senseless to the ground. He was out. In the darkness. Frodo was alive but taken by the enemy. The Return of the King. Being the third part of The Lord of the Rings. Book 5. Chapter 1. Minas Tirith. Pippin looked out from the shelter of Gandalf's cloak. He wondered if he was awake or still sleeping, still in the swift-moving dream in which he had been wrapped so long since the great ride began. The dark world was rushing by and the wind sang loudly in his ears. He could see nothing but the willing stars, and away to his right vast shadows against the sky where the mountains of the south marched past. Sleepily he tried to reckon the times and stages of their journey. But his memory was drowsy and uncertain. There had been the RST ride at terrible speed without a halt, and then in the dawn he had seen a pale gleam of gold, and they had come to the silent town and the great empty house on the hill. And hardly had they reached its shelter when the winged shadow had passed over once again, and men wilted with fear. But Gandalf had spoken soft words to him, and he had slept in a corner, tired but uneasy, dimly aware of comings and goings and of men talking and Gandalf giving orders. And then again riding in the night. This was the second, no, the third night since he had looked in a stone. And with that hideous memory he woke fully, and shivered. And the noise of the wind became LLED with menacing voices. A light kindled in the sky, a blaze of yellow behind dark bar rears. Pippin cowered back, afraid for a moment, wondering into what dreadful country Gandalf was bearing him. He rubbed his eyes, and then he saw that it was the moon rising above the eastern shadows, now almost at the full. So the night was not yet old, and for hours the dark journey would go on. He stirred and spoke. "Where are we, Gandalf?" he asked. "In the realm of Gondor," the wizard answered. "The land of Anarion is still passing by." There was a silence again for a while. Then, "What is that?" cried Pippin suddenly, clutching at Gandalf's cloak. "Look. Fire, red re. Are there dragons in this land?" "Look, there is another." For answer Gandalf cried aloud to his horse. "On, Shadowfax. We must hasten. Time is short. See. The beacons of Gondor are alight, calling for aid. War is kindled. See, there is the Rion Amandian and Dame on Eilenich, and there they go speeding west, Nardal, Erlas, Min Rimmon, Callanhood, and the Halarian on the borders of Rohan." But Shadowfax paused in his stride, slowing to a walk, and then he lifted up his head and neighed. And out of the darkness the answering neigh of other horses came, and presently the thudding of hoofs was heard, and 3 riders swept up and passed like young ghosts in the moon and vanished into the west. Then Shadowfax gathered himself together and sprang away, and the night owed over him like a roaring wind. Pippin became drowsy again and paid little attention to Gandalf, telling him of the customs of Gondor, and how the lord of the city had beacons built on the tops of outlying hills along both borders of the Great Range, and maintained posts at these points where fresh horses were always in readiness to bear his errand riders to Rohan in the north, or to Belfalas in the south. "It is long since the beacons of the north were lit," he said, "and in the ancient days of Gondor they were not needed, for they had the 7 stones." Pippin stirred uneasily. "Sleep again, and do not be afraid," said Gandalf. For you are not going like Frodo to Mordor, but to Minas Tirith, and there you will be as safe as you can be anywhere in these days. If Gondor falls, or the ring is taken, then the Shire will be no refuge. You do not comfort me, said Pippin, but nonetheless sleep crept over him. The last thing that he remembered before he fell into deep dream was a glimpse of high white peaks, glimmering like Odin isles above the clouds as they caught the light of the westering moon. He wondered where Frodo was, and if he was already in Mordor, or if he was dead, and he did not know that Frodo from far away looked on that same moon as it set beyond Gondor ere the coming of the day. Pippin woke to the sound of voices. Another day of hiding in a night of journey had eaten by. It was twilight, the cold dawn was at hand again, and chill grey mists were about them. Shadowfax stood steaming with sweat, but he held his neck proudly and showed no sign of weariness. Many tall men heavily cloaked stood beside him, and behind them in the mist loomed a wall of stone, partly ruinous, it seemed, but already before the night was past the sound of hurried labor could be heard, beat of hammers, clink of trowels, and the creak of wheels. Torches and airs glowed dully here and there in the fog. Gandalf was speaking to the men that barred his way, and as he listened Pippin became aware that he himself was being discussed. Yet truly, we know you, Mithrunderer, said the leader of the men, and you know the passwords of the 7 gates and are free to go forward. But we do not know your companion. What is he? A dwarf. Out of the mountains in the north. We wish for no strangers in the land at this time, unless they be mighty men of arms in whose faith and help we can trust. I will vouch for him before the seat of Dean Thor, said Gandalf. And as for valor, that cannot be computed by stature. He has passed through more battles and perils than you have, Ingold, though you be twice his height, and he comes now from the storming of Isengard, of which we bear tidings, and great weariness is on him. Or I would wake him. His name is Peregrine, a very valiant man. Man, said Ingold dubiously, and the others laughed. Man, cried Pippin, now thoroughly roused. Man. Indeed not. I am a hobbit and no more valiant than I am a man, save perhaps now. And again by necessity. Do not let Gandalf deceive you. Many a doer of great deeds might say no more, said Ingold. But what is a hobbit? A hailing, answered Gandalf. Nay, not the one that was spoken of, he added, seeing the wonder in the men's faces. Not he, yet one of his kindred. Yes, and one who journeyed with him, said Pippin. And Boromir of your city was with us, and he saved me in the snows of the north. And at the last he was slain defending me from many foes. Peace, said Gandalf. The news of that grief should have been told RST to the father. It has been guessed already, said Ingold, for there have been strange portents here of late. But pass on now quickly. For the Lord of Minas Tirith will be eager to see any that bear the latest tidings of his son, be he man or hobbit, said Pippin. Little service can I offer to your lord, but what I can do, I would do, remembering Boromir the Brave. Fare you well, said Ingold, and the men made way for Shadowfax. And he passed through a narrow gate in the wall. May you bring good counsel to Denethor in his need, and to us all, Mithrunderer, Ingold cried. But you come with tidings of grief and danger, as is your wont, they say. Because I come seldom but when my help is needed, answered Gandalf. And as for counsel, to you I would say that you are over late in repairing the wall of the Pelennor. Courage will now be your best defense against the storm that is at hand, that in such hope as I bring. For not all the tidings that I bring are evil. But leave your trowels and sharpen your swords. The work will be nished ere evening, said Ingold. This is the last portion of the wall to be put in defense, the least open to attack. For it looks towards our friends of Rohan. Do you know aught of them? Will they answer the summons, think you? Yes, they will come. But they have fought many battles at your back. This road and no road looks towards safety any longer. Be vigilant. But for Gandalf's Stormcrow you would have seen a host of foes coming out of Anrian and no riders of Rohan. And you may yet fare you well, and sleep not. Gandalf passed now into the wide land beyond the Ramaz Esher. So the men of Gondor called the outwall that they had built with great labor, after Ithilien fell under the shadow of their enemy. For 10 leagues or more it ran from the mountain's feet and so back again, enclosing in its fence the Elts of the Pelennor, fair and fertile town lands on the long slopes and terraces falling to the deep levels of the Anduin. At its furthest point from the great gate of the city, northeastward, the wall was 4 leagues distant, and there from a frowning bank it overlooked the Longits beside the river, and men had made it high and strong, for at that point, upon a walled causeway, the road came in from the forts and bridges of Osgiliath and passed through a guarded gate between embattled towers. At its nearest point the wall was little more than 1 league from the city, and that was southeastward, their Anduin, going in a wide knee. About the hills of Iman Arnon in South Ithilien, bent sharply west, and the outwall rose upon its very brink, and beneath it lay the quays and landings of the Harlund for craft that came upstream from the southern Efs. The town lands were rich, with wide tilth and many orchards, and homesteads there were with oast and garner, fold and byre, and many rills rippling through the green from the highlands down to Anduin. Yet the herdsmen and husbandmen that dwelt there were not many, and the most part of the people of Gondor lived in the 7 circles of the city, or in the high vales of the mountain borders, in Losser Knock, or further south in fair Lebanon with its swift streams. There dwelt a hardy folk between the mountains and the sea. They were reckoned men of Gondor, yet their blood was mingled, and there were short and swarthy folk among them whose sires came more from the forgotten men who housed in the shadow of the hills, in the dark years ere the coming of the kings. But beyond, in the great of Belfalas, dwelt Prince Imrahil in his castle of Dol Amroth, by the sea, and he was of high blood, and his folk also, tall men and proud with sea-grey eyes. Now after Gandalf had ridden for some time the light of day grew in the sky, and Pippin roused himself and looked up. To his left lay a sea of mist, rising to a bleak shadow in the east, but to his right great mountains reared their heads, ranging from the west to a steep and sudden end, as if in the making of the land the river had burst through a great barrier, carving out a mighty valley to be a land of battle and debate in times to come. And there where the white mountains of Erd Nimrez came to their end he saw, as Gandalf had promised, the dark mass of Mount Mindalwyn, the deep purple shadows of its high glens, and its tall face whitening in the rising day. And upon its outthrust knee was the guarded city, with its 7 walls of stone so strong and old that it seemed to have been not builded but carven by giants out of the bones of the earth. Even as Pippin gazed in wonder the walls passed from looming grey to white, blushing faintly in the dawn, and suddenly the sun climbed over the eastern shadow and sent forth a shaft that smote the face of the city. Then Pippin cried aloud, for the tower of Ecthelion, standing high within the topmost wall, shone out against the sky, glimmering like a spike of pearl and silver, tall and fair and shapely, and its pinnacle glittered as if it were wrought of crystals. And white banners broke and uttered from the battlements in the morning breeze, and high and far he heard a clear ringing as of silver trumpets. So Gandalf and Peregrine rode to the great gate of the men of Gondor at the rising of the sun, and its iron doors rolled back before them. Mithrandir, Mithrandir, men cried. Now we know that the storm is indeed nigh. It is upon you, said Gandalf. I have ridden on its wings. Let me pass. I must come to your lord Dean Thor, while his stewardship lasts. Whatever betide, you have come to the end of the Gondor that you have known. Let me pass. Then men fell back before the command of his voice and case. Teonied him no further, though they gazed in wonder at the hobbit that sat before him and at the horse that bore him. For the people of the city used horses very little, and they were seldom seen in their streets, save only those ridden by the errand riders of their lord. And they said, "Surely that is one of the great steeds of the king of Rohan. Maybe the Rohirrim will come soon to strengthen us." But Shadowfax walked proudly up the long winding road. For the fashion of Minas Tirith was such that it was built on 7 levels, each delved into the hill, and about each was set a wall, and in each wall was a gate. But the gates were not set in a line. The great gate in the city wall was at the east point of the circuit, but they next faced half south, and the third half north, and so to and fro, upwards, so that the paved way that climbed towards the citadel turned this way and then that across the face of the hill. And each time that it passed the line of the great gate it went through an arched tunnel, piercing a vast pier of rock whose huge outthrust bulk divided into all the circles of the city save the RST. For partly in the primeval shaping of the hill, partly by the mighty craft and labor of old, there stood up from the rear of the wide court behind the gate a towering bastion of stone, its edge sharp as a ship keel. Facing east, up it rose, even to the level of the topmost circle, and there was crowned by a battlement, so that those in the citadel might, like mariners in a mountainous ship, look from its peak sheer down upon the gate 700 feet below. The entrance to the citadel also looked eastward, but was delved in the heart of the rock. Thence a long lamplit slope ran up to the 7th gate. Thus men reached at last the high court, and the place of the fountain before the feet of the white tower, tall and shapely, fathoms from its base to the pinnacle, where the banner of the stewards hovered 1,000 feet above the plain. A strong citadel it was indeed, and not to be taken by a host of enemies, if there were any within that could hold weapons, unless some foe could come behind and scale the lower skirts of Mindalwyn, and so come upon the narrow shoulder that joined the hill of Guard to the mountain mass. But that shoulder, which rose to the height of the wall, was hedged with great ramparts right up to the precipice that overhung its western end, and in that space stood they houses and domed tombs of bygone kings and lords, forever silent. Between the mountain and the tower, Pippin gazed in growing wonder at the great stone city, vaster and more splendid than anything that he had dreamed of, greater and stronger than Isengard, and far more beautiful. Yet it was in truth falling year by year into decay, and already it lacked half the men that could have dwelt at ease there. In every street they passed some great house or court over whose doors and arched gates were carved many fair letters of strange and ancient shapes, names Pippin guessed of great men and kindreds that had once dwelt there, and yet now they were silent, and no footsteps rang on their wide pavements, nor voice was heard in their halls, nor any face looked out from door or empty window. At last they came out of shadow to the 7th gate, and the warm sun that shone down beyond the river, as Frodo walked in the glades of Ithilien, glowed here on the smooth walls and rooted pillars, and the great arch with keystone carven in the likeness of a crowned and kingly head. Gandalf dismounted, for no horse was allowed in the citadel, and Shadowfax suffered himself to be led away at the soft word of his master. The guards of the gate were robed in black, and their helms were of strange shape, high-crowned, with long cheek guards closing to the face, and above the cheek guards were set the white wings of seabirds, but the helms gleamed with a aim of silver, for they were indeed wrought of mithril, heirlooms from the glory of old days. Upon the black surcoats were embroidered in white a tree blossoming like snow beneath a silver crown and many pointed stars. This was the livery of the heirs of Elendil, and none wore it now in all Gondor, save the guards of the citadel before the court of the fountain, where the white tree once had grown. Already it seemed that word of their coming had gone before them, and at once they were admitted, silently, and without question. Quickly Gandalf strode across the white-paved court. A sweet fountain played there in the morning sun, and a sward of bright green lay about it, but in the midst, drooping over the pool, stood a dead tree, and the falling drops dripped sadly from its barren and broken branches back into the clear water. Pippin glanced at it as he hurried after Gandalf. It looked mournful, he thought, and he wondered why the dead tree was left in this place where everything else was well tended. 7 stars and 7 stones in one white tree. The words that Gandalf had murmured came back into his mind. And then he found himself at the doors of the great hall beneath the gleaming tower, and behind the wizard he passed the tall silent door wardens and entered the cool echoing shadows of the House of Stone. They walked down a paved passage, long and empty, and as they went Gandalf spoke softly to Pippin. "Be careful of your words, Master Peregrine. This is no time for hobbit pertness. Theoden is a kindly old man. Denethor is of another sort, proud and subtle, a man of far greater lineage and power, though he is not called a king. But he will speak most to you, and question you much, since you can tell him of his son Boromir. He loved him greatly, too much perhaps, and the more so because they were unlike. But under cover of this love he will think it easier to learn what he wishes from you rather than from me. Do not tell him more than you need, and leave quiet the matter of Frodo's errand. I will deal with that in due time. And say nothing about Aragorn either, unless you must." "Why not? What is wrong with Strider?" Pippin whispered. "He meant to come here, didn't he? And he'll be arriving soon himself. Anyway, maybe, said Gandalf. "Though if he comes, it is likely to be in some way that no one expects, not even Denethor. It will be better so. At least he should come unheralded by us." Gandalf halted before a tall door of polished metal. "See, Master Pippin, there is no time to instruct you now in the history of Gondor, though it might have been better if you had learned something of it when you were still birds nesting and playing truant in the woods of the Shire. Do as I bid. It is scarcely wise when bringing the news of the death of his heir to a mighty lord to speak over much of the coming of one who will, if he comes, claim the kingship. Is that enough?" "Kingship?" said Pippin amazed. "Yes," said Gandalf. "If you have walked all these days with closed ears and mind asleep, wake up now." He knocked on the door. The door opened, but no one could be seen to open it. Pippin looked into a great hall. It was lit by deep windows in the white aisles. At either side, beyond the rows of tall pillars that upheld the roof, monoliths of black marble, they rose to great capitals carved in many strange groups of beasts and leaves, and far above in shadow the wide vaulting gleamed with dull gold. The oar was of polished stone, white gleaming, inset with owing traceries of many colors. No hangings nor storied webs, nor anythings of woven stuff or of wood, were to be seen in that long solemn hall, but between the pillars there stood a silent company of tall images graven in cold stone. Suddenly Pippin was reminded of the hewn rocks of Argonath, and awe fell on him, as he looked down that avenue of kings long dead. At the far end upon a dais of many steps was set a high throne, under a canopy of marble shaped like a crowned helm. Behind it was carved upon the wall and set with gems an image of a tree in ore. But the throne was empty. At the foot of the dais, upon the lowest step, which was broad and deep, there was a stone chair, black and unadorned, and on it sat an old man gazing at his lap. In his hand was a white rod with a golden knob. He did not look up. Solemnly they paced the long hour towards him, until they stood 3 paces from his footstool. Then Gandalf spoke. "Hail, Lord and Steward of Minas Tirith, Denethor son of Ecthelion. I am come with counsel and tidings in this dark hour." Then the old man looked up. Pippin saw his carven face with its proud bones and skin like ivory, and the long curved nose between the dark deep eyes, and he was reminded not so much of Boromir as of Aragorn. "Dark indeed is the hour," said the old man, "and at such times you are wont to come, Mithrandir. But though all the signs forebode that the doom of Gondor is drawing nigh, less now to me is that darkness than my own darkness. It has been told to me that you bring with you one who saw my son die. Is this he?" "It is," said Gandalf. "One of the twain. The other is with Theoden of Rohan and may come hereafter. Halings they are, as you see. Yet this is not he of whom the omens spoke." "Yet a haling still," said Denethor grimly, "and little love do I bear the name, since those accursed words came to trouble our crown cells and drew away my son on the wild errand to his death. My Boromir, now we have need of you." "Faramir should have gone in his stead." "He would have gone," said Gandalf. "Be not unjust in your grief. Boromir claimed the errand and would not suffer any other to have it. He was a masterful man, and one to take what he desired. I journeyed far with him and learned much of his mood. But you speak of his death. You have had news of that ere we came." "I have received this," said Denethor, and laying down his rod he lifted from his lap the thing that he had been gazing at. In each hand he held up one half of a great horn cloven through the middle, a wild ox horn bound with silver. "That is the horn that Boromir always wore," cried Pippin. "Verily," said Denethor, "and in my turn I bore it, and so did each eldest son of our house, far back into the vanished years before they failing of the kings, since Farondile father of Mardil hunted the wild kine of Era and the far elds of Rhun. I heard it blowing dim upon the northern marches 13 days ago, and the river brought it to me, broken, it will wind no more." He paused and there was a heavy silence. Suddenly he turned his black glance upon Pippin. "What say you to that, haling?" 13 days, faltered Pippin. "Yes, I think that would be so. Yes." I stood beside him as he blew the horn. But no help came. Only more orcs. "So," said Denethor, looking keenly at Pippin's face. "You were there? Tell me more. Why did no help come? And how did you escape?" And yet he did not, so mighty a man as he was, and only orcs to withstand him. Pippin hushed and forgot his fear. "The mightiest man may be slain by one arrow," he said, "and Boromir was pierced by many. When last I saw him he sank beside a tree and plucked a black feathered shaft from his side. Then I swooned and was made captive. I saw him no more, and know no more. But I honor his memory, for he was very valiant. He died to save us, my kinsman Meriadoc, and myself, waylaid in the woods by the soldiery of the Dark Lord. And though he fell and failed, my gratitude is none the less." Then Pippin looked the old man in the eye, for pride stirred strangely within him, still stung by the scorn and suspicion in that cold voice. "Little service, no doubt, will so great a lord of men think to endy in a hobbit, a hailing from the northern shire, yet such as it is, I will offer it, in payment of my debt." Twitching aside his grey cloak, Pippin drew forth his small sword and laid it at Denethor's feet. A pale smile, like a gleam of cold sun on a winter's evening, passed over the old man's face, but he bent his head and held out his hand, laying the shards of the horn aside. "Give me the weapon," he said. Pippin lifted it and presented the hilt to him. "Whence came this?" said Denethor. Many years lie on it. Surely this is a blade wrought by our own kindred in the north in the deep past. It came out of the mountains that lie on the borders of my country," said Pippin. "But only evil wights dwell there now, and I will not willingly tell more of them." "I see that strange tales are woven about you," said Denethor, "and once again it is shown that looks may belie the man or the hailing. I accept your service, for you are not daunted by words, and you have courteous speech, strange though the sound of it may be to us in the south. And we shall have need of all folk of courtesy, be they great or small, in the days to come. Swear to me now." "Take the hilt," said Gandalf, "and speak after the Lord, if you are resolved on this." "I am," said Pippin. The old man laid the sword along his lap, and Pippin put his hand to the hilt, and said slowly after Dean Thor, "Here do I swear fealty and service to Gundur, and to the Lord, and steward of the realm, to speak and to be silent, to do and to let be, to come and to go, in need or plenty, in peace or war, in living or dying, from this hour henceforth, until my Lord release me, or death take me, or the world end. So say I, Peregrine son of Paladin, of the Shire of the Halings, and this do I hear, Dean Thor son of Ecthelion, Lord of Gundur, steward of the High King, and I will not forget it, nor fail to reward that which is given, fealty with love, valor with honor, oath breaking with vengeance." Then Pippin received back his sword and put it in its sheath. "And now," said Dean Thor, "my RST command to you, speak and be not silent. Tell me your full tale, and see that you recall all that you can of Boromir, my son. Sit now and begin." As he spoke he struck a small silver gong that stood near his footstool, and at once servants came forward. Pippin saw then that they had been standing in alcoves on either side of the door, unseen as he and Gandalf entered. "Bring wine and food and seats for the guests," said Dean Thor, "and see that none trouble us for 1 hour. It is all that I have to spare, for there is much else to heed," he said to Gandalf. "Much of more import, it may seem, and yet to me less pressing. But maybe we can speak again at the end of the day." "And earlier, it is to be hoped," said Gandalf, "for I have not ridden hither from Isengard, 150 leagues, with the speed of wind, only to bring you one small warrior, however courteous. Is it not to you that Theoden has fought a great battle, and that Isengard is overthrown, and that I have broken the staff of Saruman? It is much to me, but I know already sufficient of these deeds for my own counsel against the menace of the East." He turned his dark eyes on Gandalf, and now Pippin saw a likeness between the two, and he felt the strain between them, almost as if he saw a line of smoldering drawn from eye to eye, that might suddenly burst into aim. Dean Thor looked indeed much more like a great wizard than Gandalf did, more kingly, beautiful, and powerful, and older. Yet by a sense other than sight Pippin perceived that Gandalf had the greater power in the deeper wisdom, and a majesty that was veiled. And he was older, far older. How much older, he wondered, and then he thought how odd it was that he had never thought about it before. Treebeard had said something about wizards, but even then he had not thought of Gandalf as one of them. What was Gandalf? In what far time and place did he come into the world, and when would he leave it? And then his musings broke off, and he saw that Dean Thor and Gandalf still looked each other in the eye, as if reading the other's mind. But it was Dean Thor who withdrew his gaze. "Yet," he said, "for though the stones be lost, they say, still they lords of Gondor have keener sight than lesser men, and many messages come to them. But sit now." Then men came bearing a chair and a low stool, and one brought a salver with a silver agon and cups, and white cakes. Pippin sat down, but he could not take his eyes from the old lord. Was it so? Or had he only imagined it, that as he spoke of the stones a sudden gleam of his eye had glanced upon Pippin's face? "Now tell me your tale, my liege," said Dean Thor, half kindly, half mockingly. "For the words of one whom my son so befriended will be welcome indeed." Pippin never forgot that hour in the great hall under the piercing eye of the Lord of Gondor, stabbed ever and anon by his shrewd questions, and all the while conscious of Gandalf at his side, watching and listening, and, so Pippin felt, holding in check a rising wrath and impatience. When the hour was over and Dean Thor again rang the gong, Pippin felt worn out. "It cannot be more than 9 o'clock," he thought. "I could now eat 3 breakfasts on end." "Lead the Lord Mithrandir to the housing prepared for him," said Dean Thor, "and his companion may lodge with him for the present, if he will. But be it known that I have now sworn him to my service, and he shall be known as Peregrine son of Paladin and taught they lesser pass words. Send word to the captains that they shall wait on me here, as soon as may be after the third hour has rung. And you, my lord Mithrunderer, shall come too, as and when you will. None shall hinder your coming to me at any time, save only in my brief hours of sleep. Let your wrath at an old man's folly run off, and then return to my comfort. Folly, said Gandalf. Nay, my lord, when you are a dotard you will die. You can use even your grief as a cloak. Do you think that I do not understand your purpose in questioning for an hour one who knows the least, while I sit by? If you understand it, then be content, returned Dean Thor. Pride would be folly that disdained help and counsel at need, but you deal out such gifts according to your own designs. Yet the Lord of Gondor is not to be made the tool of other men's purposes, however worthy, and to him there is no purpose higher in the world as it now stands than the good of Gondor, and the rule of Gondor, my lord, is mine, and no other man's, unless the king should come again. Unless the king should come again, said Gandalf. Well, my lord steward, it is your task to keep some kingdom still against that event, which few now look to see. In that task you shall have all the aid that you are pleased to ask for. But I will say this, the rule of no realm is mine, neither of Gondor nor any other, great or small, but all worthy. Things that are in peril as the world now stands, those are my care. And for my part, I shall not wholly fail of my task, though Gondor should perish, if anything passes through this night that can still grow fair or bear fruit and o'er again in days to come. For I also am a steward. Did you not know? And with that he turned and strode from the hall with Pippin running at his side. Gandalf did not look at Pippin or speak a word to him as they went. Their guide brought them from the doors of the hall, and then led them across the court of the fountain into a lane between tall buildings of stone. After several turns they came to a house close to the wall of the citadel upon the north side, not far from the shoulder that linked the hill with the mountain. Within, upon the RSTOR, above the street, up a wide carven stair, he showed them to a fair room, light and airy, with goodly hangings of dull gold sheen. Ungird. It was sparely furnished, having but a small table, 2 chairs and a bench, but at either side there were curtained alcoves, and well-clad beds within with vessels and basins for washing. There were 3 high narrow windows that looked northward over the great curve of Anduin, still shrouded in mists, towards the Emynmuil end. Rorose far away. Pippin had to climb on the bench to look out over the deep stone sill. Are you angry with me, Gandalf? He said, as their guide went out and closed the door. I did the best I could. You did indeed, said Gandalf, laughing suddenly, and he came and stood beside Pippin, putting his arm about the hobbit's shoulders, and gazing out of the window. Pippin glanced in some wonder at the face now close beside his own, for the sound of that laugh had been gay and merry. Yet in the wizard's face he saw at RST only lines of care and sorrow, though as he looked more intently he perceived that under all there was a great joy, a fountain of mirth enough to set a kingdom laughing, were it to gush forth. Indeed you did your best, said the wizard, and I hope that it may be long before you end yourself in such a tight corner again, between 2 such terrible old men. Still the Lord of Gondor learned more from you than you may have guessed, Pippin. You could not hide the fact that Boromir did not lead the company from Moria, and that there was one among you of high honor who was coming to Minas Tirith, and that he had a famous sword. Men think much about the stories of old days in Gondor, and Dean Thor has given long thought to the rhyme and to the words Isildur's Bane, since Boromir went away. He is not as other men of this time, Pippin, and whatever be his descent from father to son, by some chance the blood of Westernesse runs nearly true in him, as it does in his other son, Faramir, and yet did not in Boromir whom he loved best. He has long sight. He can perceive, if he bends his will thither, much of what is passing in the minds of men, even of those that dwell far off. It is difficult to deceive him, and dangerous to try. Remember that, for you are now sworn to his service. I do not know what put it into your head, or your heart, to do that. But it was well done. I did not hinder it, for generous deeds should not be checked by cold counsel. It touched his heart, as well, may I say it, as pleasing his humor. And at least you are free now to move about, as you will in Minas Tirith when you are not on duty. For there is another side to it. You are at his command, and he will not forget. Be wary still. He fell silent and sighed. Well, no need to brood on what tomorrow may bring. For one thing, tomorrow will be certain to bring worse than today, for many days to come. And there is nothing more that I can do to help it. The board is set, and the pieces are moving. One piece that I greatly desire to endy is Faramir, now the heir of Dean Thor. I do not think that he is in the city, but I have had no time to gather news. I must go, Pippin. I must go to this Lord's Council and learn what I can. But the enemy has the move, and he is about to open his full game. And pawns are likely to see as much of it as any. Peregrine, son of Paladin, soldier of Gondor, sharpen your blade. Gandalf went to the door, and there he turned. I am in haste. Pippin, he said, do me a favor when you go out. Even before you rest, if you are not too weary. Go and endy Shadowfax and see how he is housed. These people are kindly to beasts, for they are good and wise folk, but they have less skill with horses than some. With that Gandalf went out, and as he did so, there came the note of a clear sweet bell ringing in a tower of the citadel. 3 strokes. It rang, like silver in the air, and ceased, the 3rd hour from the rising of the sun. After a minute Pippin went to the door and down the stair and looked about the street. The sun was now shining warm and bright, and the towers and tall houses cast long clear-cut shadows westward. High in the blue air Mount Mindalloin lifted its white helm and snowy cloak. Armed men went to and fro in the ways of the city, as if going at the striking of the hour to changes of post and duty. 9 o'clock we'd call it in the Shire, said Pippin aloud to himself. Just the time for a nice breakfast by the open window in spring sunshine. And how I should like breakfast. Do these people ever have it, or is it over? And when do they have dinner, and where? Presently he noticed a man, clad in black and white, coming along the narrow street from the center of the citadel towards him. Pippin felt lonely and made up his mind to speak as the man passed, but he had no need. The man came straight up to him. You are Peregrine the Hailing, he said. I am told that you have been sworn to the service of the Lord Inn of the city. Welcome. He held out his hand and Pippin took it. I am named Bergon, son of Barunur. I have no duty this morn, and I have been sent to you to teach you the passwords, and to tell you some of the many things that no doubt you will wish to know. And for my part, I would learn of you also. For never before have we seen a Hailing in this land, and though we have heard rumor of them, little is said of them in any tale that we know. Moreover, you are a friend of Mithrandir. Do you know him well? Well, said Pippin, I have known of him all my short life, as you might say, and lately I have traveled far with him. But there is much to read in that book, and I cannot claim to have seen more than a page or 2. Yet perhaps I know him as well as any but a few. Aragorn was the only one of our company, I think, who really knew him. Aragorn, said Bergond. Who is he? Oh, stammered Pippin, he was a man who went about with us. I think he is in Rohan now. You have been in Rohan, I hear. There is much that I would ask you of that land also, for we put much of what little hope we have in its people. But I am forgetting my errand, which was RST to answer. What you would ask? What would you know, Master Peregrine? Well, said Pippin, if I may venture to say so, rather a burning Question in my mind at present is, well, what about breakfast and all that? I mean, what are the meal times, if you understand me, and where is the dining room, if there is one, and the inns? I looked, but never a one could I see as we rode up, though I had been borne up by the hope of a draught of ale as soon as we came to the homes of wise and courtly men. Bergond looked at him gravely. An old campaigner, I see, he said. They say that men who go warring yield look ever to the next hope of food and of drink, though I am not a travelled man myself. Then you have not yet eaten today? Well, yes, to speak in courtesy, yes, said Pippin. But no more. Then a cup of wine and a white cake or two by the kindness of your lord. But he racked me for it with an hour of questions, and that is hungry work. Bergond laughed. At the table small men may do the greater deeds, we say. But you have broken your fast as well as any man in the citadel, and with greater honor. This is a fortress and a tower of guard and is now in posture of war. We rise ere the sun, and take a morsel in the grey light, and go to our duties at the opening hour. But do not despair. He laughed again, seeing the dismay in Pippin's face. Those who have had heavy duty take somewhat to refresh their strength in the mid-morning. Then there is the noonkian, at noon, or after as duties allow, and men gather for the day meal, and such mirth as there still may be, about the hour of sunset. Come. We will walk a little and then go and us some refreshment, and eat and drink on the battlement, and survey the fair morning. One moment, said Pippin blushing. Greed, or hunger by your courtesy, put it out of my mind. But Gandalf, Mithrunder as you call him, asked me to see to his horse Shadowfax, a great steed of Rohan, and the apple of the king's eye, I am told, though he has given him to Mithrunder for his services. I think his new master loves the beast better than he loves many men, and if his good will is of any value to the city, you will treat Shadowfax with all honor, with greater kindness than you have treated this hobbit, if it is possible. Hobbit, said Bergond. That is what we call ourselves, said Pippin. I am glad to learn it, said Bergond, for now I may say that strange accents do not mar fair speech, and hobbits are a fair-spoken folk. But come. You shall make me acquainted with this good horse. I love beasts, and we see them seldom in this stony city, for my people came from the mountain vales, and before that from Ithilien. But fear not. The visit shall be short, a mere call of courtesy, and we will go thence to the butteries. Pippin found that Shadowfax had been well housed and tended. For in the sixth circle, outside the walls of the citadel, there were some fair stables where a few swift horses were kept, hard by the lodgings of the errand riders of the Lord, messengers always ready to go at the urgent command of Dean Thor or his chief captains. But now all the horses and the riders were out and away. Shadowfax whinnied as Pippin entered the stable and turned his head. Good morning, said Pippin. Gandalf will come as soon as he may. He is busy, but he sends greetings, and I am to see that all is well with you, and you resting, I hope, after your long labors. Shadowfax tossed his head and stamped, but he allowed Bergond to handle his head gently and stroke his great anks. He looks as if he were spoiling for a race, and not newly come from a great journey, said Bergond. How strong and proud he is. Where is his harness? It should be rich and fair. None is rich and fair enough for him, said Pippin. He will have none. If he will consent to bear you he does, and if not, well, no bit, bridle, whip, or thong will tame him. Farewell, Shadowfax. Have patience. Battle is coming. Shadowfax lifted up his head and neighed, so that the stable shook, and they covered their ears. Then they took their leave, seeing that the manger was well led. And now for our manger, said Bergond, and he led Pippin back to the citadel, and so to a door in the north side of the great tower. There they went down a long cool stair into a wide alley lit with lamps. There were hatches in the walls at the side, and one of these was open. "This is the storehouse and buttery of my company of the guard," said Bergond. "Greetings, Targan," he called through the hatch. "It is early yet, but here is a newcomer that the Lord has taken into his service. He has ridden long and far with a tight belt, and has had sore labor this morning, and he is hungry. Give us what you have." They got their bread, and butter, and cheese and apples, the last of the winter store, wrinkled but sound and sweet, and a leather ogon of new-drawn ale, and wooden platters and cups. They put all into a wicker basket and climbed back into the sun, and Bergond brought Pippin to a place at the east end of the great out-thrust battlement where there was an embrasure in the walls with a stone seat beneath the sill. From there they could look out on the morning, over the world. They ate and drank, and they talked now of Gondor and its ways and customs, now of the Shire and the strange countries that Pippin had seen. And ever as they talked Bergond was more amazed, and looked with greater wonder at the hobbit, swinging his short legs as he sat on the seat, or standing tiptoe upon it to peer over the sill at the lands below. "I will not hide from you, Master Peregrine," said Bergond, "that to us you look almost as one of our children, a lad of 9 summers or so, and yet you have endured perils and seen marvels that few of our greybeards could boast of. I thought it was the whim of our Lord to take him a noble page, after the manner of the kings of old, they say. But I see that it is not so, and you must pardon my foolishness." "I do," said Pippin, "though you are not far wrong. I am still little, more than a boy in the reckoning of my own people, and it will be 4 years yet before I come of age, as we say in the Shire. But do not bother about me. Come and look and tell me what I can see." The sun was now climbing, and the mists in the vale below had been drawn up. The last of them were floating away, just overhead, as wisps of white cloud borne on the stiffening breeze from the east. That was now upping and tugging the eggs and white standards of the citadel. Away down in the valley bottom, the leagues or so as the eye leaps, the great river could now be seen gray and glittering, coming out of the northwest, and bending in a mighty sweep south and west again, till it was lost to view in a haze and shimmer, far beyond which lay the sea 50 leagues away. Pippin could see all the Pelennor laid out before him, dotted into the distance with farmsteads and little walls, barns, and byres, but nowhere could he see any kind or other beasts. Many roads and tracks crossed the green elds, and there was much coming and going. Wains moving in lines towards the great gate, and others passing out. Now and again a horseman would ride up, and leap from the saddle and hasten into the city. But most of the traffic went out along the chief highway, and that turned south, and then bending swifter than the river skirted the hills and passed soon from sight. It was wide and well paved, and along its eastern edge ran a broad green riding track, and beyond that a wall. On the ride horsemen galloped to and fro, but all the street seemed to be choked with great covered wains going south. But soon Pippin saw that all was in fact well ordered. The wains were moving in 3 lines, one swifter drawn by horses, another slower, great wagons with fair housings of many colors, drawn by oxen, and along the west rim of the road many smaller carts hauled by trudging men. That is the road to the vales of Tumladen and Losseranch, and the mountain villages, and then on to Laban Inn, said Bergond. There go the last of the wains that bear away to refuge the aged, the children, and the women that must go with them. They must all be gone from the gate and the road clear for a league before noon. That was the order. It is a sad necessity. He sighed. Few, maybe, of those now sundered will meet again. And there were always too few children in this city, but now there are none save some young lads that will not depart, and may indeed some task to do. My own son is one of them. They fell silent for a while. Pippin gazed anxiously eastward, as if at any moment he might see thousands of orcs pouring over the else. What can I see there? He asked, pointing down to the middle of the great curve of the Anduin. Is that another city, or what is it? It was a city, said Bergond, the chief city of Gondor, of which this was only a fortress. For that is the ruin of Osgiliath on either side of Anduin, which our enemies took and burned long ago. Yet we won it back in the days of the youth of Dean Thor, not to dwell in, but to hold as an outpost, and to rebuild the bridge for the passage of our arms. And then came the fell riders out of Minas Morgul. The Black Riders, said Pippin, opening his eyes, and they were white and dark with an old fear reawakened. Yes, they were black, said Bergond, and I see that you know something of them, though you have not spoken of them in any of your tales. I know of them, said Pippin softly, but I will not speak of them. Now, so near, so near. He broke off and lifted his eyes above the river, and it seemed to him that all he could see was a vast and threatening shadow. Perhaps it was mountains looming on the verge of sight, their jagged edges softened by well-nigh 20 leagues of misty air. Perhaps it was but a cloud wall, and beyond that again a yet deeper gloom. But even as he looked it seemed to his eyes that the gloom was growing and gathering, very slowly, slowly rising to smother the regions of the sun. So near to Mordor, said Bergond quietly. Yes, there it lies. We seldom name it, but we have dwelt ever in sight of that shadow. Sometimes it seems fainter and more distant, sometimes nearer and darker. It is growing and darkening now, and therefore our fear and disquiet grow too. And the fell riders, less than a year ago they won back the crossings, and many of our best men were slain. Boromir, it was that drove the enemy at last back from this western shore, and we hold still the near half of Osgiliath for a little while. But we await now a new onslaught there, maybe the chief onslaught of the war that comes. When? Said Pippin. Have you a guess? For I saw the beacons 2 nights ago in the errand riders, and Gandalf said that it was a sign that war had begun. He seemed in a desperate hurry. But now everything seems to have slowed up again. Only because everything is now ready, said Bergond. It is but the deep breath before the plunge. But why were the beacons lit 2 nights ago? It is over late to send for aid when you are already besieged, answered Bergond. But I do not know the counsel of the Lord and his captains. They have many ways of gathering news. And the Lord Dean Thor is unlike other men, he sees far. Some say that as he sits alone in his high chamber in the tower at night, and bends his thought this way and that, he can read somewhat of the future, and that he will at times search even the mind of the enemy, wrestling with him. And so it is that he is old, worn before his time. But, however that may be, my lord Faramir is abroad, beyond the river, on some perilous errand, and he may have sent tidings. But if you would know what I think set the beacons ablaze, it was the news that came that eve out of Laban Inn. There is a great eat drawing near to the mouths of Anduin, manned by the corsairs of Umber in the south. They have long ceased to fear the might of Gondor, and they have allied them with the enemy, and now make a heavy stroke in his cause. For this attack will draw off much of the help that we look to have from Labanan and Belfalas, where folk are hardy and numerous. All the more do our thoughts go north to Rohan, and the more glad are we for these tidings of victory that you bring. And yet he paused and stood up, and looked round, north, east, and south. The doings at Isengard should warn us that we are caught now in a great net and strategy. This is no longer a bickering at the fords, raiding from Ithilien and from Anne Oreen, ambushing and pillaging. This is a great war long planned, and we are but one piece in it, whatever pride may say. Things move in the far east beyond the inland sea, it is reported, and north in Mirkwood and beyond, and south in Harad. And now all realms shall be put to the test, to stand or fall under the shadow. Yet, Master Peregrine, we have this honor, ever we bear the brunt of the chief hatred of the Dark Lord, for that hatred comes down out of the depths of time and over the deeps of the sea. Here will the hammer stroke fall hardest. And for that reason Mithrandir came hither in such haste. For if we fall, who shall stand? And, Master Peregrine, do you see any hope that we shall stand? Pippin did not answer. He looked at the great walls, and the towers, and brave banners, and the sun in the high sky, and then at the gathering gloom in the east, and he thought of the long angers of that shadow, of the orcs in the woods and the mountains, the treason of Isengard, the birds of Evil Eye, and the black riders even in the lanes of the Shire and of the winged terror, the Nazgul. He should dared, and hope seemed to wither. And even at that moment the sun, for a second faltered and was obscured, as though a dark wing had passed across it. Almost beyond hearing he thought he caught, high and far up in the heavens, a cry, faint, but heart-quelling, cruel and cold. He blenched and cowered against the wall. "What was that?" asked Bergond. "You also felt something." "Yes," muttered Pippin. "It is the sign of our fall, and the shadow of doom, a fell rider of the air." "Yes, the shadow of doom," said Bergond. "I fear that Minas Tirith shall fall. Night comes. The very warmth of my blood seems stolen away." For a time they sat together with bowed heads and did not speak. Then suddenly Pippin looked up and saw that the sun was still shining, and the banners still streaming in the breeze. He shook himself. "It is past," he said. "No, my heart will not yet despair. Gandalf fell, and has returned and is with us. We may stand, if only on one leg, or at least be left still upon our knees." "Rightly said," cried Bergond, rising and striding to and fro. "Nay, though all things must come utterly to an end in time, Gondor shall not perish yet. Not though the walls be taken by a reckless foe that will build a hill of carrion before them. There are still other fastnesses and secret ways of escape into the mountains. Hope and memory shall live still in some hidden valley where the grass is green. All the same, I wish it was over for good or ill," said Pippin. "I am no warrior at all and dislike any thought of battle, but waiting on the edge of one that I can't escape is worst of all. What a long day it seems already. I should be happier if we were not obliged to stand and watch, making no move, striking nowhere. Rst. No stroke would have been struck in Rohan, I think, but for Gandalf." "Ah, there you lay your anger on the sore that many feel," said Bergond. "But things may change when Faramir returns. He is bold. More bold than many deem, for in these days men are slow to believe that a captain can be wise and learned in the scrolls of lore and song, as he is, and yet a man of hardihood and swift judgment in the eld. But such is Faramir. Less reckless and eager than Boromir, but not less resolute. Yet what indeed can he do? We cannot assault the mountains of yonder realm. Our reach is shortened, and we cannot strike till some foe comes within it. Then our hand must be heavy." He smote the hilt of his sword. Pippin looked at him, tall and proud and noble, as all the men that he had yet seen in that land, and with a glitter in his eye as he thought of the battle. "Alas, my own hand feels as light as a feather," he thought, but he said nothing. "A pawn, did Gandalf say?" "Perhaps. But on the wrong chessboard." So they talked until the sun reached its height, and suddenly the noon bells were rung, and there was a stir in the citadel, for all save the watchmen were going to their meal. "Will you come with me?" said Bergond. "You may join my mess for this day. I do not know to what company you will be assigned, or the Lord may hold you at his own command. But you will be welcome, and it will be well to meet as many men as you may, while there is yet time." "I shall be glad to come," said Pippin. "I am lonely, to tell you the truth. I left my best friend behind in Rohan, and I have had no one to talk to or jest with. Perhaps I could really join your company." "Are You the captain? If so, you could take me on, or speak for me. Nay, nay, Bergond laughed, I am no captain. Neither office, nor rank nor lordship have I, being but a plain man of arms of the 3rd Company of the Citadel. Yet, Master Peregrine, to be only a man of arms of the guard of the Tower of Gondor is held worthy in the city, and such men have honor in the land. Then it is far beyond me, said Pippin. Take me back to our room, and if Gandalf is not there, I will go where you like as your guest. Gandalf was not in the lodging and had sent no message, so Pippin went with Bergond and was made known to the men of the 3rd Company. And it seemed that Bergond got as much honor from it as his guest, for Pippin was very welcome. There had already been much talk in the citadel about Mithrandir's companion and his long closeting with the Lord, and rumor declared that a prince of the Halings had come out of the north to offer allegiance to Gondor, and 1,000 swords. And some said that when the riders came from Rohan each would bring behind him a Haling warrior, small, maybe, but doughty. Though Pippin had regretfully to destroy this hopeful tale, he could not be rid of his new rank, only thing, men thought, to one befriended by Boromir and honored by the Lord Denethor, and they thanked him for coming among them, and hung on his words and stories of the outlands, and gave him as much food and ale as he could wish. Indeed, his only trouble was to be wary according to the counsel of Gandalf, and not to let his tongue wag freely after the manner of a hobbit among friends. At length Bergond rose. Farewell for this time, he said. I have duty now till sundown, as have all the others here, I think. But if you are lonely, as you say, maybe you would like a merry guide about the city. My son would go with you gladly. A good lad, I may say. If that pleases you, go down to the lowest circle and ask for the old guest house in the Rathsealer Dane, the Lampright Street. You will endy him there with other lads that are remaining in the city. There may be things worth seeing down at the great gate ere they closing. He went out, and soon after all the others followed. The day was still any, though it was growing hazy, and it was hot for March. Even so far southwards, Pippin felt sleepy, but the lodging seemed cheerless, and he decided to go down and explore the city. He took a few morsels that he had saved to Shadowfax, and they were graciously accepted, though the horse seemed to have no lack. Then he walked on down many winding ways. People stared much as he passed. To his face men were gravely courteous, saluting him after the manner of Gondor with bowed head and hands upon the breast, but behind him he heard many calls, as those out of doors cried to others within to come and see the prince of the Halings, the companion of Mithrandir. Many used some other tongue than the common speech, but it was not long before he learned at least what was meant by Ernilife Rionath and knew that his title had gone down before him into the city. He came at last by arched streets and many fair alleys and ments to the lowest and widest circle, and there he was directed to the Lampright Street, a broad way running towards the great gate. In it he found the old guest house, a large building of grey, weathered stone with 2 wings running back from the street, and between them a narrow green sward, behind which was the many-windowed house, fronted along its whole width by a pillared porch, and 8 of steps down onto the grass. Boys were playing among the pillars, the only children that Pippin had seen in Minas Tirith, and he stopped to look at them. Presently one of them caught sight of him, and with a shout he sprang across the grass and came into the street, followed by several others. There he stood in front of Pippin, looking him up and down. "Greetings," said the lad. "Where do you come from? You are a stranger in the city." "I was," said Pippin, "but they say I have become a man of Gondor." "Oh, come," said the lad. "Then we are all men here. But how old are you, and what is your name?" "I am 10 years already, and shall soon be the feet. I am taller than you. But then my father is a guard, one of the tallest. What is your father? Which question shall I answer? RST, said Pippin. My father farms the lands round Whittle near Tuckborough in the Shire. I am nearly 29, so I pass you there, though I am but 4 feet, and not likely to grow any more, save sideways. 29, said the lad and whistled. Why, you are quite old. As old as my uncle Iorlas. Still, he added hopefully, I wager I could stand you on your head or lay you on your back. Maybe you could, if I let you, said Pippin with a laugh. And maybe I could do the same to you. We know some wrestling tricks in my little country, where, let me tell you, I am considered uncommonly large and strong, and I have never allowed anyone to stand me on my head. So if it came to a trial and nothing else would serve, I might have to kill you. For when you are older, you will learn that folk are not always what they seem, and though you may have taken me for a soft stranger lad and easy prey, let me warn you, I am not. I am a hailing, hard, bold, and wicked. Pippin pulled such a grim face that the boy stepped back a pace, but at once he returned with clenched sts and the light of battle in his eye. No. Pippin laughed. Don't believe what strangers say of themselves either. I am not Agger, but it would be politer in any case for the challenger to say who he is. The boy drew himself up proudly. I am Burgil, son of Bergond of the Guards, he said. So I thought, said Pippin, for you look like your father. I know him, and he sent me to NDU. Then why did you not say so at once, said Burgil, and suddenly a look of dismay came over his face. Do not tell me that he has changed his mind, and will send me away with the maidens. But no. The last wains have gone. His message is less bad than that, if not good, said Pippin. He says that if you would prefer it to standing me on my head, you might show me round the city for a while and cheer my loneliness. I can tell you some tales of far countries in return. Burgil clapped his hands and laughed with relief. All is well, he cried. Come then. We were soon going to the gate to look on. We will go now. What is happening there? The captains of the Outlands are expected up the south road ere sundown. Come with us and you will see. Burgil proved a good comrade, the best company Pippin had had since he parted from Merry, and soon they were laughing and talking gaily as they went about the streets, heedless of the many glances that men gave them. Before long they found themselves in a throng, going towards the great gate. There Pippin went up much in the esteem of Burgil, for when he spoke his name and the password the guard saluted him and let him pass through, and what was more, he allowed him to take his companion with him. That is good, said Burgil. We boys are no longer allowed to pass the gate without an elder. Now we shall see better. Beyond the gate there was a crowd of men along the verge of the road in of the great paved space into which all the ways to Minas Tirith ran. All eyes were turned southwards, and soon a murmur rose. There is dust away there. They are coming. Pippin and Burgil edged their way forward to the front of the crowd, and waited. Horns sounded at some distance, and the noise of cheering rolled towards them like a gathering wind. Then there was a loud trumpet blast, and all about them people were shouting, Furlong! Furlong! Pippin heard men calling. What do they say? He asked. Furlong has come, Burgil answered, old Furlong the Fat, the Lord of Losaranch. That is where my grandsire lives. Hurrah! Here he is. Good old Furlong. Leading the line there came walking a big thick-limbed horse, and on it sat a man of wide shoulders and huge girth, but old and grey-bearded, yet mail-clad, and black-helmed and bearing a long, heavy spear. Behind him marched proudly a dusty line of men, well armed and bearing great battle-axes. Grim-faced they were, and shorter and somewhat swarthier than any men that Pippin had yet seen in Gondor. Furlong, men shouted. True heart, true friend. Furlong. But When the men of Losarounge had passed they muttered, "So few. 200s, what are they? We hoped for 10 times the number. That will be the new tidings of the Blackheath. They are sparing only a tithe of their strength. Still every little is a gain." And so the companies came and were hailed and cheered and passed through the gate, men of the outlands marching to defend the city of Gondor in a dark hour, but always too few, always less than hope looked for or need asked. The men of Ringlow Vale behind the son of their lord, Dervorin striding on foot, 300s. From the uplands of Mordhond, the great Blackroot Vale, tall Duinhir with his sons, Duilan and Dirun, and V100 Bellman. From the Anfilas, the Langstrand far away, a long line of men of many sorts, hunters and herdsmen and men of little villages, scantily equipped, save for the household of Goleskil their lord. From Lamedon, a few grim hillmen without a captain, fisher folk of the Ether, some Hun, dread or more spared from the ships. Hurlwyn the fair of the green hills from Pinnith Jelen with 300s of gallant green-clad men. And last and proudest, Imrahil, prince of Dol Amroth, kinsman of the Lord, with gilded banners bearing his token of the ship and the Silver Swan, and a company of knights in full harness riding grey horses, and behind them 700s of men at arms, tall as lords, grey-eyed, dark-haired, singing as they came. And that was all, less than 3,000s full told. No more would come. Their cries and the tramp of their feet passed into the city and died away. The onlookers stood silent for a while. Dust hung in the air, for the wind had died and the evening was heavy. Already the closing hour was drawing nigh, and the red sun had gone behind Mindalwyn. Shadow came down on the city. Pippin looked up, and it seemed to him that the sky had grown ashen grey, as if a vast dust and smoke hung above them, and light came dully through it. But in the west the dying sun had set all they few Monry, and now Mindalwyn stood black against a burning smoulder ecked with embers. "So ends a fair day in wrath," he said, forgetful of the lad at his side. "So it will, if I have not returned before the sundown bells," said Virgil. "Come. There goes the trumpet for the closing of the gate." Hand in hand they went back into the city, the last to pass the gate before it was shut, and as they reached the Lamprites street, all the bells in the towers tolled solemnly. Lights sprang in many windows, and from the houses and wards of the men at arms along the walls there came the sound of song. "Farewell for this time," said Burgil. "Take my greetings to my father, and thank him for the company that he sent. Come again soon, I beg. Almost I wish now that there was no war, for we might have had some merry times. We might have journeyed to Losaranch, to my grandsire's house. It is good to be there in spring. The woods and delts are full of hours. But maybe we will go thither together. Yet they will never overcome our lord, and my father is very valiant. Farewell and return." They parted and Pippin hurried back towards the citadel. It seemed a long way, and he grew hot and very hungry, and night closed down swift and dark. Not a star pricked the sky. He was late for the daymeal in the mess, and Bergond greeted him gladly, and set him at his side to hear news of his son. After the meal, Pippin stayed a while, and then took his leave, for a strange gloom was on him, and now he desired very much to see Gandalf again. "Can you end your way?" said Bergond at the door of the small hall, on the north side of the citadel, where they had sat. "It is a black night, and all the blacker since orders came that lights are to be dimmed within the city, and none are to shine out from the walls. And I can give you news of another order. You will be summoned to the Lord Deanthor early tomorrow. I fear you will not be for the third company. Still we may hope to meet again. Farewell and sleep in peace." The lodging was dark, save for a little lantern set on the table. Gandalf was not there. Gloom settled still more heavily on Pippin. He climbed on the bench and tried to peer out of a window, but it was like looking into a pool of ink. He got down and closed the shudder and went to bed. For a while he lay and listened for sounds of Gandalf's return, and then he fell into an uneasy sleep. In the night he was wakened by a light, and he saw that Gandalf had come and was pacing to and fro in the room beyond the curtain of the alcove. There were candles on the table and rolls of parchment. He heard the wizard sigh and mutter, "When will Faramir return?" "Hello," said Pippin, poking his head round the curtain. "I thought you had forgotten all about me. I am glad to see you back. It has been a long day. But the night will be too short," said Gandalf. "I have come back here, for I must have a little peace, alone. You should sleep in a bed while you still may. At the sunrise I shall take you to the Lord Denethor again. No, when the summons comes, not at sunrise. Darkness has begun. There will be no dawn." Chapter 2. The Passing of the Grey Company. Gandalf was gone, and the thudding hoofs of Shadowfax were lost. In the night, when Merry came back to Aragorn, he had only a light bundle, for he had lost his pack at Purthgalen, and all he had was a few useful things he had picked up among the wreckage of Isengard. Hasdrubal was already saddled. Legolas and Gimli with their horse stood close by. "So 4 of the company still remain," said Aragorn. "We will ride on together. But we shall not go alone, as I thought. The king is now determined to set out at once. Since the coming of the winged shadow, he desires to return to the hills under cover of night." "And then whither?" said Legolas. "I cannot say yet," Aragorn answered. "As for the king, he will go to the muster that he commanded at Edoras 4 nights from now. And there, I think, he will hear tidings of war, and the riders of Rohan will go down to Minas Tirith. But for myself, and any that will go with me, I for one," cried Legolas. "And Gimli with him," said the dwarf. "Well, for myself," said Aragorn, "it is dark before me. I must go down also to Minas Tirith, but I do not yet see the road. An hour long prepared approaches." "Don't leave me behind," said Merry. "I have not been of much use yet, but I don't want to be laid aside, like baggage to be called. For when all is over, I don't think the riders will want to be bothered with me now. Though, of course, the king did say that I was to sit by him when he came to his house and tell him all about the Shire." "Yes," said Aragorn, "and your road lies with him, I think, Merry. But do not look for mirth at the ending. It will be long, I fear, ere Theoden sits at ease again in Midaseld. Many hopes will wither in this bitter spring." Soon all were ready to depart, 24 horses, with Gimli behind Legolas, and Merry in front of Aragorn. Presently they were riding swiftly through the night. They had not long passed the mounds at the fords of Isen, when a rider galloped up from the rear of their line. "My lord," he said to the king, "there are horsemen behind us. As we crossed the fords I thought that I heard them. Now we are sure they are overtaking us, riding hard." Theoden at once called a halt. The riders turned about and seized their spears. Aragorn dismounted and set Merry on the ground, and, drawing his sword, he stood by the king's stirrup. Eomer and his esquire rode back to the rear. Merry felt more like unneeded baggage than ever, and he wondered, if there was HEHT, what he should do. Supposing the king's small escort was trapped and overcome, but he escaped into the darkness alone in the wild elts of Rohan with no idea of where he was in all the endless miles. No good, he thought. He drew his sword and tightened his belt. The sinking moon was obscured by a great sailing cloud, but suddenly it rode out clear again. Then they all heard the sound of hoofs, and at the same moment they saw dark shapes coming swiftly on the path from the fords. The moonlight glinted here and there on the points of spears. The number of the pursuers could not be told, but they seemed no fewer than the king's escort, at the least. When they were some 50 paces off, Eomer cried in a loud voice, A halt! A halt! Who rides in Rohan? The pursuers brought their steeds to a sudden stand. A silence followed, and then in the moonlight, a horseman could be seen mounting and walking slowly forward. His hand showed white as he held it up, palm outward, in token of peace, but the king's men gripped their weapons. At 10 paces the man stopped. He was tall, a dark standing shadow. Then his clear voice rang out. Rohan. Rohan, did you say? That is a glad word. We seek that land in haste from long afar. You have found it, said Eomer. When you crossed the fords, yonder you entered it. But it is the realm of Theoden the king. None ride here save by his leave. Who are you? And what is your haste? Halbarad Dunedain, ranger of the north I am, cried the man. We seek one Aragorn son of Arathorn, and we heard that he was in Rohan. And you have found him also, cried Aragorn, giving his reins to Merry. He ran forward and embraced the newcomer. Halbarad, he said. Of all joys this is the least expected. Merry breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that this was some last trick of Saruman's, to waylay the king while he had only a few men about him, but it seemed that there would be no need to die in Theoden's defense, not yet at any rate. He sheathed his sword. All is well, said Aragorn, turning back. Here are some of my own kin from the far land where I dwelt. But why they come, and how many they be, Halbarad shall tell us. I have 30 with me, said Halbarad. That is all of our kindred. That could be gathered in haste, but the brethren Elladan and Elroer have ridden with us, desiring to go to the war. We rode as swiftly as we might when your summons came. But I did not summon you, said Aragorn, save only in wish. My thoughts have often turned to you, and seldom more than tonight. Yet I have sent no word. But come. All such matters must wait. You and us riding in haste and danger. Ride with us now, if the king will give his leave. Theoden was indeed glad of the news. It is well, he said. If these kinsmen be in any way like to yourself, my lord Aragorn, 30 such knights will be a strength that cannot be counted by heads. Then the riders set out again, and Aragorn for a while rode with the Dunedain, and when they had spoken of tidings in the north and in the south, Elroer said to him, I bring word to you from my father, the days are short. If thou art in haste, remember the paths of the dead. Always my days have seemed to me too short to achieve my desire, answered Aragorn. But great indeed will be my haste ere I take that road. That will soon be seen, said Elroer. But let us speak no more of these things upon the open road. And Aragorn said to Halbarad, What is that you bear, kins man? For he saw that instead of a spear he bore a tall staff, as it were a standard, but it was close furled in a black cloth bound about with many thongs. It is a gift that I bring you from the Lady of Rivendell, answered Halbarad. She wrought it in secret, and long was the making. But she also sends word to you, the days now are short. Either our hope cometh, or all hopes end. Therefore I send thee what I have made for thee. Farewell, Elfstone. And Aragorn said, Now I know what you bear. Bear it still for me a while. And he turned and looked away to the north under the great stars, and then he fell silent and spoke no more while the night's journey lasted. The night was old and the east grey when they rode up at last from Deeping Combe and came back to the Hornburg. There they were to lie and rest for a brief while and take counsel. Merry slept until he was roused by Legolas and Gimli. The sun is high, said Legolas. All others are up and doing. Come, master, sluggard, and look at this place while you may. There was a battle here 3 nights ago, said Gimli, and here Legolas and I played a game that I won only by a single orc. Come and see how it was. And there are caves, Merry, caves of wonder. Shall we visit them, Legolas? Do you think? Nay. There is no time, said the elf. Do not spoil the wonder. With haste. I have given you my word to return hither with you, if a day of peace and freedom comes again. But it is now near to noon. And at that hour we eat, and then set out again, I hear. Merry got up and yawned. His few hours' sleep had not been nearly enough. He was tired and rather dismal. He missed Pippin, and felt that he was only a burden, while everybody was making plans for speed in a business that he did not fully understand. Where is Aragorn? He asked. In a high chamber of the burg, said Legolas. He has neither rested nor slept, I think. He went thither some hours ago, saying that he must take thought, and only his kinsman, Halbarad, went with him, but some dark doubt or care sits on him. They are a strange company, these newcomers, said Gimli. Stout men and lordly they are, and the riders of Rohan look almost as boys beside them, for they are grim men of face, worn like weathered rocks for the most part, even as Aragorn himself, and they are silent. But even as Aragorn they are courteous, if they break their silence, said Legolas. And have you marked the brethren Elladan and Elroder? Less sombre is their gear than the others, and they are fair and gallant as elven lords, and that is not to be wondered at in the sons of Elrond of Rivendell. Why have they come? Have you heard? Asked Merry. He had now dressed, and he hung his grey cloak about his shoulders, and the three passed out together towards the ruined gate of the burg. They answered a summons, as you heard, said Gimli. Word came to Rivendell, they say, Aragorn has need of his kindred. Let they Dúnedain ride to him in Rohan. But whence this message came they are now in doubt. Gandalf sent it, I would guess. Nay, Galadriel, said Legolas. Did she not speak through Gandalf of the ride of the Grey Company from the north? Yes, you have it, said Gimli. The Lady of the Wood. She read many hearts and desires. Now why did not we wish for some of our own kinsfolk, Legolas? Legolas stood before the gate and turned his bright eyes away, north and east, and his fair face was troubled. I do not think that any would come, he answered. They have no need to ride to war. War already marches on their own lands. For a while the three companions walked together, speaking of this and that turn of the battle, and they went down from the broken gate, and past the mounds of the fallen on the greensward beside the road, until they stood on Helm's Dyke and looked into the Coombe. The Death Down already stood there, black and tall and stony, and the great trampling and scoring of the grass by the warns could be plainly seen. The Dunlendings and many men of the Gary son of the burg were at work on the dyke or in the elds in about the battered walls behind, yet all seemed strangely quiet, a weary valley resting after a great storm. Soon they turned back and went to the midday meal in the hall of the burg. The king was already there, and as soon as they entered he called for Merry and had a seat set for him at his side. It is not as I would have it, said Theoden, for this is little like my fair house in Edoras. And your friend is gone, who should also be here. But it may be long ere we sit, you and I, at the high table in Middaseld. There will be no time for feasting when I return thither. But come now, eat and drink, and let us speak together while we may. And then you shall ride with me. May I? Said Merry, surprised and delighted. That would be splendid. He had never felt more grateful for any kindness in words. I am afraid I am only in everybody's way, he stammered, but I should like to do anything I could, you know. I doubted not, said the king. I have had a good hill pony made ready for you. He will bear you as swift as any horse by the roads that we shall take. For I will ride from the burg by mountain paths, not by the plain, and so come to Edoras by way of Dunharrow where the Lady Eowyn awaits me. You shall be my esquire, if you will. Is there gear of war in this place, Eomer, that my sword thane could use? There are no great weapon hoards here, Lord, answered Eomer. Maybe a light helm might be found to tee him, but we have no mail or sword for one of his stature. I have a sword, said Merry, climbing from his seat, and drawing from its black sheath his small bright blade. Filled suddenly with love for this old man, he knelt on one knee, and took his hand and kissed it. May I lay the sword of Meriadoc of the Shire on your lap, Theoden? King, he cried. Receive my service, if you will. Gladly will I take it, said the king, and laying his long old hands upon the brown hair of the hobbit, he blessed him. Rise now, Meriadoc, Esquire of Rohan of the household of Meduseld, he said. Take your sword and bear it unto good fortune. As a father you shall be to me, said Merry. For a little while, said Theoden. They talked then together as they ate, until presently Eomer spoke. It is near the hour that we set for our going, Lord, he said. Shall I bid men sound the horns? But where is Aragorn? His place is empty, and he has not eaten. We will make ready to ride, said Theoden, but let word be sent to the Lord Aragorn that the hour is nigh. The king with his guard and Merry at his side passed down from the gate of the burg to where the riders were assembling on the green. Many were already mounted. It would be a great company, for the king was leaving only a small garrison in the burg, and all who could be spared were riding to the weapon take at Adoras. 1,000 spears had indeed already ridden away at night, but still there would be some 100 more to go with the king, for they most part men from the Elts and Dales of Westfold. A little apart the rangers sat, silent, in an ordered company, armed with spear and bow and sword. They were clad in cloaks of dark grey, and their hoods were cast now over helm and head. Their horses were strong and of proud bearing, but rough-haired, and one stood there without a rider, Aragorn's own horse that they had brought from the north. Rahirin was his name. There was no gleam of stone or gold, nor any fair thing in all their gear and harness, nor did their riders bear any badge or token, save only that each cloak was pinned upon the left shoulder by a brooch of silver shaped like a rayed star. The king mounted his horse, Snowmane, and Merry sat beside him on his pony. Steba was his name. Presently Eomer came out from the gate, and with him was Aragorn, and Halbarad bearing the great staff close furled in black, and 2 tall men, neither young nor old. So much alike were they, the sons of Elrond, that few could tell them apart, dark-haired, grey-eyed, and their faces elven fair, clad alike in bright mail beneath cloaks of silver grey. Behind them walked Legolas and Gimli. But Merry had eyes only for Aragorn, so startling was the change that he saw in him, as if in one night many years had fallen on his head. Grim was his face, grey-hued and weary. I am troubled in mind, Lord, he said, standing by the king's horse. I have heard strange words, and I see new perils far off. I have labored long in thought, and now I fear that I must change my purpose. Tell me, Theoden, you ride now to Dunharrow, how long will it be ere you come there? It is now a full hour past noon, said Eomer. Before the night of the 3rd day from now we should come to the hold. The moon will then be 2 nights past his full, and the muster that the king come Mondade will be held the day after. More speed we cannot make, if the strength of Rohan is to be gathered. Aragorn was silent for a moment. 3 days, he murmured, and the muster of Rohan will only be begun. But I see that it cannot now be hastened. He looked up, and it seemed that he had made some decision. His face was less troubled. Then, by your leave, Lord, I must take new counsel for myself and my kindred. We must ride our own road, and no longer in secret. For me the time of stealth has passed. I will ride east by the swiftest way, and I will take the paths of the dead. The paths of the dead, said Theoden, and trembled. Why do you speak of them? Eomer turned and gazed at Aragorn, and it seemed to Merry that the faces of the riders that sat within hearing turned pale at the words. If there be in truth such paths, said Theoden, their gate is in Dunharrow, but no living man may pass it. Alas! Aragorn, my friend, said Eomer, I had hoped that we should ride to war together, but if you seek the paths of the dead, then our parting is come, and it is little likely that we shall ever meet again under the Sunday. That road I will take, none the less, said Aragorn. But I say to you, Eomer, that in battle we may yet meet again, though all the hosts of Mordor should stand between. You will do as you will, my lord Aragorn, said Theoden. It is your doom, maybe, to tread strange paths that others dare not. This parting grieves me, and my strength is lessened by it, but now I must take the mountain roads and delay no longer. Farewell. Farewell, lord, said Aragorn. Ride on to great renown. Farewell. Merry. I leave you in good hands, better than we hoped when we hunted the orcs to Fangorn. Legolas and Gimli will still hunt with me, I hope, but we shall not forget you. Goodbye, said Merry. He could indeed no more to say. He felt very small, and he was puzzled and depressed by all these gloomy words. More than ever he missed the unquenchable cheerfulness of Pippin. The riders were ready, and their horses were jitting. He wished they would start and get it over. Now Theoden spoke to Eomer, and he lifted up his hand and cried aloud, and with that word the riders set forth. They rode over the dike and down the combe, and then, turning swiftly eastwards, they took a path that skirted the foothills for a mile or so, until, bending south, it passed back among the hills and disappeared from view. Aragorn rode to the dike and watched till the king's men were far down the combe. Then he turned to Halbarad. There go three that I love, and the smallest not the least, he said. He knows not to what end he rides, yet if he knew, he still would go on. A little people, but of great worth are the Shire folk, said Halbarad. Little do they know of our long labor for the safe keeping of their borders, and yet I grudge it not. And now our fates are woven together, said Aragorn. And yet, alas, here we must part. Well, I must eat a little, and then we also must hasten away. Come, Legolas and Gimli, I must speak with you as I eat. Together they went back into the burg, yet for some time Aragorn sat silent at the table in the hall, and the others waited for him to speak. Come, said Legolas at last. Speak and be comforted, and shake off the shadow. What has happened since we came back to this grim place in the grey morning? A struggle somewhat grimmer for my part than the battle of the Hornburg, answered Aragorn. I have looked in the stone of Orthan, my friends. You have looked in that accursed stone of wizardry, exclaimed Gimli with fear and astonishment in his face. Did you say aught to him? Even Gandalf feared that encounter. You forget to whom you speak, said Aragorn sternly, and his eyes glinted. What do you fear that I should say to him? Did I not openly proclaim my title before the doors of Edoras? Nay, Gimli, he said in a softer voice, and the grimness left his face, and he looked like one who has labored in sleepless pain for many nights. Nay, my friends, I am the lawful master of the stone, and I had both the right and the strength to use it, or so I judged. The right cannot be doubted. The strength was enough barely. He drew a deep breath. It was a bitter struggle, and the weariness is slow to pass. I spoke no word to him, and in the end I wrenched the stone to my own will. That alone he will indeed hard to endure. And he beheld me. Yes, Master Gimli, he saw me, but in other guise than you see me here. If that will aid him, then I have done ill. But I do not think so. To know that I lived and walked the earth was a blow to his heart, I deem, for he knew it not till now. The eyes in Orthan did not see through the armor of Theoden, but Sauron has not forgotten Isildur and the sword of Elendil. Now in the very Hour of his great designs, the heir of Isildur and the sword are revealed. For I showed the blade reforged to him. He is not so mighty yet that he is above fear, nay, doubt ever gnaws him. But he wields great dominion, none the less, said Gimli, and now he will strike more swiftly. The hasty stroke goes oft astray, said Aragorn. We must press our enemy, and no longer wait upon him for the move. See, my friends, when I had mastered the stone, I learned many things. A grave peril I saw coming unlooked for upon Gondor from the south. That will draw off great strength from the defense of Minas Tirith. If it is not countered swiftly, I deem that the city will be lost ere 10 days be gone. Then lost it must be, said Gimli. For what help is there to send thither, and how could it come there in time? I have no help to send, therefore I must go myself, said Aragorn. But there is only one way through the mountains that will bring me to the coastlands before all is lost. That is the paths of the dead. The paths of the dead, said Gimli. It is a fell name, and little to the liking to the men of Rohan, as I saw. Can the living use such a road and not perish? And even if you pass that way, what will so few avail to counter the strokes of Mordor? The living have never used that road since the coming of the Rohirrim, said Aragorn, for it is closed to them. But in this dark hour the heir of Isildur may use it, if he dare. Listen. This is the word that the sons of Elrond bring to me from their father in Rivend. Wisest in lore, bid Aragorn remember the words of the seer, and the paths of the dead. And what may be the words of the seer? Said Legolas. Thus spoke Malbith the seer, in the days of Arvedui, last king. At Fornost, said Aragorn. Over the land there lies a long shadow, westward reaching wings of darkness. The tower trembles, to the tombs of kings. Doom approaches. The dead awaken. For the hour is come for the oath-breakers. At the stone of Erech they shall stand again. And hear there a horn in the hills ringing. Whose shall the horn be? Who shall call them? From the grey twilight, the forgotten people. The heir of him to whom the oath they swore. From the north shall he come, need shall drive him. He shall pass the door to the paths of the dead. Dark ways, doubtless, said Gimli, but no darker than these staves are to me. If you would understand them better, then I bid you come with me, said Aragorn, for that way I now shall take. But I do not go gladly, only need drives me. Therefore, only of your free will would I have you come, for you will endie both toil and great fear, and maybe worse. I will go with you even on the paths of the dead, and to whatever end they may lead, said Gimli. I also will come, said Legolas, for I do not fear the dead. I hope that the forgotten people will not have forgotten how to GHT, said Gimli, for otherwise I see not why we should trouble them. That we shall know if ever we come to Erech, said Aragorn. But the oath that they broke was to GHT against Sauron, and they must GHT therefore, if they are to fool it. For at Erech there stands yet a black stone that was brought, it was said, from Numenor by Isildur. And it was set upon a hill, and upon it the king of the mountains swore allegiance to him in the beginning of the realm of Gondor. But when Sauron returned and grew in might again, Isildur moaned the men of the mountains to fool their oath, and they would not, for they had worshipped Sauron in the dark years. Then Isildur said to their king, Thou shalt be the last king. And if the west prove mightier than thy black master, this curse I lay upon thee and thy folk, to rest never until your oath is fooled. 4. This war will last through years uncounted, and you shall be moaned once again ere the end, and they edie before the wrath of Isildur, and did not dare to go forth to war on Sauron's part, and they hid themselves in secret places in the mountains and had no dealings with other men, but slowly dwindled in the barren hills. And the terror of the sleepless dead lies about the hill of Erech in all places where that people lingered. But that way I must go, since there are none living to help me. He stood up. Come, he cried, and drew his sword, and it ashed in the twilight hall of the burg, to the stone of Iraq. I seek the paths of the dead. Come with me who will. Legolas and Gimli made no answer, but they rose and followed Aragorn from the hall. On the green there waited, still and silent, they hooded rangers. Legolas and Gimli mounted. Aragorn sprang upon Rahir. Then Halbarad lifted a great horn, and the blast of it echoed in Helm's Deep, and with that they leapt away. Riding down they coomed like thunder, while all the men that were left on Dicor Burg stared in amaze. And while Theoden went by slow paths in the hills, the grey company passed swiftly over the plain, and on the next day in the afternoon they came to Adoras, and there they halted only brief ere they passed up the valley, and so came to Dunharrow as darkness fell. The Lady Eowyn greeted them and was glad of their coming, for no mightier men had she seen than the Dúnedain and the fair sons of Elrond, but on Aragorn most of all her eyes rested. And when they sat at supper with her, they talked together, and she heard of all that had passed since Theoden rode away, concerning which only hasty tidings had yet reached her, and when she heard of the battle in Helm's Deep and the great slaughter of their foes, and of the charge of Theoden and his knights, then her eyes shone. But at last she said, Lords, you are weary and shall now go to your beds with such ease as can be contrived in haste. But tomorrow fairer housing shall be found for you. But Aragorn said, Nay, lady, be not troubled for us. If we may lie here tonight and break our fast tomorrow, it will be enough. For I ride on an errand most urgent, and with the RST light of morning we must go. She smiled on him and said, Then it was kindly done, Lord, to ride so many miles out of your way to bring tidings to Eowyn, and to speak with her in her exile. Indeed no man would count such a journey wasted, said Aragorn. And yet, lady, I could not have come hither, if it were not that the road which I must take leads me to Dunharrow. And she answered as one that likes not what is said, Then, Lord, you are astray, for out of Harrowdale no road runs east or south, and you had best return as you came. Nay, lady, said he, I am not astray, for I walked in this land ere you were born to grace it. There is a road out of this valley, and that road I shall take. Tomorrow I shall ride by the paths of the dead. Then she stared at him as one that is stricken, and her face blanched, and for long she spoke no more, while all sat silent. But, Aragorn, she said at last, is it then your errand to seek death? For that is all that you will endie on that road. They do not suffer the living to pass. They may suffer me to pass, said Aragorn, but at the least I will adventure it. No other road will serve. But this is madness, she said. For here are men of renown and prowess, whom you should not take into the shadows,